he began crashing around the country in a stupid rage and destroying everything he touched. First it was booze, then Reds, and finally over the brink into Ibogaine. And it was right about that time that most of the good old boys decided to take another long look at Hubert Humphrey. He wasn't much, they all agreed on that, but by May, he was all they had left. Not much for sure. Any political party that can't cough up anything better than a treacherous, brain-damaged old vulture like Hubert Humphrey deserves every beating it gets. They don't hardly make 'em like Hubert anymore. But just to be on the safe side, he should be castrated anyway. Castrated? Jesus! Is nothing sacred? 4 years ago, Hubert Humphrey ran for President of the United States on the Democratic ticket, and he almost won. It was a very narrow escape. I voted for Dick Gregory in '68, and if somehow Humphrey manages to slither onto the ticket again this year, I will vote for Richard Nixon. But Humphrey will not be on the ticket this year, at least not on the Democratic ticket. He may end up running with Nixon, but the odds are against him there too. Not even Nixon could stoop to Hubert's level. So what will Humphrey do with himself this year? Is there no room at the top for a totally dishonest person? A United States senator? A loyal party man? Well, as much as I hate to get away from objective journalism, even briefly, there is no other way to explain what that treacherous bastard appears to be cranking himself up for this time around, except by slipping momentarily into the realm of speculation. But first, a few realities. Number 1. George McGovern is so close to a first-ballot nomination in Miami that everybody except Hubert Humphrey, Gene McCarthy, Shirley Chisholm, and Ed Muskie seems ready to accept it as a foregone conclusion. Number 2. The National Democratic Party is no longer controlled by the old guard. Boss-style hacks like George Meany and Mayor Daley, or even by the old guard liberal Moncay types like Larry O'Brien, who thought they had things firmly under control as recently as 6 months ago. 3. McGovern has made it painfully clear that he wants more than just the nomination. He has every intention of tearing the Democratic Party completely apart and rebuilding it according to his own blueprint. 4. If McGovern beats Nixon in November, he will be in position to do anything he wants either to or with the party structure. 5. But if McGovern loses in November, control of the Democratic Party will instantly revert to the old boys, and McGovern himself will be labeled another Goldwater and stripped of any power in the party. The pattern is already there from 1964, when the Nixon-Mitchell Brain Trust, already laying plans for 1968, sat back and let the GOP machinery fall into the hands of the Birchers and the right-wing crazies for a few months. And when Goldwater got stomped, the Nixon-Mitchell crowd moved in and took over the party with no argument from anybody. And 4 years later, Nixon moved into the White House. There have already been a few rumblings and muted threats along these lines from the Daley-Meany faction. Daley has privately threatened to dump Illinois to Nixon in November if McGovern persists in challenging Daley's 85-man slave delegation to the convention in Miami. And Meany is prone to muttering out loud from time to time that maybe organized labor would be better off in the long run by enduring another 4 years under Nixon, rather than running the risk of whatever radical madness he fears McGovern might bring down on him. The only other person who has said anything about taking a dive for Nixon in November is Hubert Humphrey, who has already threatened in public at the party's Credentials Committee hearings in Washington last week to let his friend Joe Alioto, the mayor of San Francisco, throw the whole state of California to Nixon unless the party gives Hubert 151 California delegates, on the basis of his losing show of strength in that state's winner-take-all primary. Hubert understood all along that California was all or nothing. He continually referred to it as the big one, and the Super Bowl of the primaries, but he changed his mind when he lost. One of the finest flashes of TV journalism in many months appeared on the CBS Evening News the same day Humphrey formally filed his claim to almost half the California delegation. It was a Walter Cronkite interview with Hubert in California, a week or so prior to Election Day. Cronkite asked him if he had any objections to the winner-take-all aspect of the California primary, and Humphrey replied that he thought it was absolutely wonderful. So even if you lose out here, if you lose all 271 delegates, you wouldn't challenge the winner-take-all rule? Cronkite asked. Oh, my goodness, no, Hubert said. That would make me sort of a spoilsport, wouldn't it? On the face of it, McGovern seems to have everything under control now. Less than 24 hours after the New York results were final, Chief Delegate Meister Rick Stearns announced that George was over the hump. The New York Blitz was the clincher, pushing him over the 1,350 mark and mashing all but the flimsiest chance that anybody would continue to talk seriously about a Stop McGovern movement in Miami. The Humphrey-Muskie axis had been desperately trying to put something together with aging diehards like Wilbur Mills, George Meany, and Mayor Daley, hoping to stop McGovern just short of 1,400. But on the weekend after the New York sweep, George picked up another 50 or so from the last of the non-primary state caucuses, and by Sunday, June 25th, he was only 100 votes away from the 1,509 that would zip it all up on the first ballot. At that point, the number of officially uncommitted delegates was still hovering around 450, but there had already been some small-scale defections to McGovern, and the others were getting nervous. The whole purpose of getting yourself elected as an uncommitted delegate is to be able to arrive at the convention with bargaining power. Ideology has nothing to do with it. If you're a lawyer from St. Louis, for instance, and you manage to get yourself elected as an uncommitted delegate for Missouri, you will hustle down to Miami and start scouting around for somebody to make a deal with. Which won't take long, because every candidate still in the running for anything at all will have dozens of his own personal fixers roaming around the hotel bars and buttonholing uncommitted delegates to find out what they want. If your price is a lifetime appointment as a judge on the U.S. Circuit Court, your only hope is to deal with a candidate who is so close to that magic 1,509 figure that he can no longer function in public because of uncontrollable drooling. If he's stuck around 1,400, you will probably not have much luck getting that bench appointment. But if he's already up to 1,499, he won't hesitate to offer you the first opening on the U.S. Supreme Court. And if you catch him peaked at 1,505 or so, you can squeeze him for almost anything you want. The game will get heavy sometimes. You don't want to go around putting the squeeze on people unless you're absolutely clean. No skeletons in the closet. No secret vices. Because if your vote is important and your price is high, the fixer man will have already checked you out by the time he offers to buy you a drink. If you bribed a traffic court clerk 2 years ago to bury a drunk driving charge, the fixer might suddenly confront you with a photostat of the citation you thought had been burned. When that happens, you're fucked. Your price just went down to zero, and you're no longer an uncommitted delegate. There are several other versions of the reverse squeeze. The fake hit and run. Glassine bags found in your hotel room by a maid. Grabbed off the street by phony cops for statutory rape of a teenage girl you never saw before. Every once in a while, you might hit on something with real style, like this one. On Monday afternoon, the first day of the convention, you, the ambitious young lawyer from St. Louis, with no skeletons in the closet and no secret vices worth worrying about, are spending the afternoon by the pool at the Playboy Plaza, soaking up sun and gin and tonics when you hear somebody calling your name. You look up and see a smiling, rotund chap about 35 years old coming at you, ready to shake hands. "Hi there, Virgil," he says. "My name's J.D. Squain. I work for Senator Bilbo, and we'd sure like to count on your vote. How about it?" You smile but say nothing, waiting for Squain to continue. He will want to know your price. But Squain is staring out to sea, squinting at something on the horizon. Then, he suddenly turns back to you and starts talking very fast about how he always wanted to be a riverboat pilot on the Mississippi, but politics got in the way. And now, goddammit, we must get those last few votes. You smile again, itching to get serious, but Squain suddenly yells at somebody across the pool, then turns back to you and says, "Jesus, Virgil, I'm really sorry about this, but I have to run. That guy over there is delivering my new Jensen Interceptor." He grins and extends his hand again. Then, "Say, maybe we can talk later on, eh? What room are you in?" 1909. He nods. "How about 7 for dinner? Are you free?" "Sure." "Wonderful," he replies. "We can take my new Jensen for a run up to Palm Beach. It's one of my favorite towns." "Mine too," you say. "I've heard a lot about it." He nods. "I spent some time there last February. But we had a bad act. Dropped about 25 grand. Jesus! Jensen Interceptor, 25 grand. Swain is definitely big time. "See you at 7, he says, moving away. The knock comes at 7:02, but instead of Swain, it's a beautiful silver-haired young girl who says JD sent her to pick you up. "He's having a business dinner with the senator, and he'll join us later at the Crab House." "Wonderful, wonderful. Shall we have a drink?" She nods. "Sure, but not here. We'll drive over to North Miami and pick up my girlfriend, but let's smoke this before we go." "Jesus, that looks like a cigar." "It is," she laughs, "and it'll make us both crazy." Many hours later, 4:30 a.m., soaking wet, falling into the lobby, begging for help. No wallet, no money, no ID, blood on both hands, and one shoe missing, dragged up to the room by 2 bellboys. Breakfast at noon the next day, half sick in the coffee shop, waiting for a Western Union money order from the wife in St. Louis. Very spotty memories from last night. "Hi there, Virgil." J.D. Swain, still grinning. "Where were you last night, Virgil? I came by right on the dot, but you weren't in." "I got mugged by your girlfriend." "Oh? Too bad. I wanted to nail down that ugly little vote of yours." "Ugly? Wait a minute. That girl you sent. We went someplace to meet you." "Bullshit. You double-crossed me, Virgil. If we weren't on the same team, I might be tempted to lean on you." Rising anger now, painful throbbing in the head. "Fuck you, Swain. I'm on nobody's team. If you want my vote, you know damn well how to get it. And that goddamn dope addict girlfriend of yours didn't help any." Swain smiles heavily. "Tell me, Virgil, what was it you wanted for the vote of yours? A seat on the federal bench?" "You're goddamn fucking A right. You got me in bad trouble last night, JD. When I got back there, my wallet was gone and there was blood on my hands." "I know. You beat the shit out of her." "What?" "Look at these photographs, Virgil. It's some of the most disgusting stuff I ever seen." "Photographs?" Swain hands them across the table. "Oh my God." "Yeah, that's what I said, Virgil." "No, this can't be me. I never saw that girl. Christ, she's only a child." "That's why the pictures are so disgusting, Virgil. You're lucky we didn't take them straight to the cops and have you locked up." Pounding the table with his fist. "That's rape, Virgil. That's sodomy. With a child." "No!" "Yes, Virgil. And now you're going to pay for it." "How? What are you talking about?" Swain, smiling again. "Votes, my friend. Yours and 5 others. 6 votes for 6 negatives. Are you ready?" Tears of rage in the eyes now. "You evil son of a bitch! You're blackmailing me." "Ridiculous, Virgil, ridiculous. I'm talking about coalition politics." "I don't even know 6 delegates. Not personally, anyway. And besides, they all want something." Swain shakes his head. "Don't tell me about it, Virgil. I'd rather not hear. Just bring me 6 names off this list by noon tomorrow. If they all vote right, you'll never hear another word about what happened last night." "And what if I can't?" Swain smiles, then shakes his head sadly. "Your life will take a turn for the worse, Virgil." Ah, bad craziness. A scene like that could run on forever. Sick dialogue comes easy after 5 months on the campaign trail. A sense of humor is not considered mandatory for those who want to get heavy into presidential politics. Junkies don't laugh much. Their gig is too serious, and the politics junkie is not much different on that score than a smack junkie. The high is very real in both worlds, for those who are into it. But anybody who has ever tried to live with a smack junkie will tell you it can't be done without coming to grips with the spike and shooting up yourself. Politics is no different. There is a fantastic adrenaline high that comes with total involvement in almost any kind of fast-moving political campaign, especially when you're running against big odds and starting to feel like a winner. As far as I know, I am the only journalist covering the 72 presidential campaign who has done any time on the other side of that gap, both as a candidate and a backroom Paul, on the local level. And despite all the obvious differences between running on the freak power ticket for sheriff of Aspen and running as a well-behaved Democrat for president of the United States, the roots are surprisingly similar. And whatever real differences exist are hardly worth talking about, compared to the massive, unbridgeable gap between the cranked-up reality of living day after day in the vortex of a rolling campaign and the fiendish rat bastard tedium of covering that same campaign as a journalist from the outside looking in. For the same reason that nobody who has never come to grips with the spike can ever understand how far away it really is across that gap to the place where the smack junkie lives, there is no way for even the best and most talented journalist to know what is really going on inside a political campaign unless he has been there himself. Very few of the press people assigned to the McGovern campaign, for instance, have anything more than a surface understanding of what is really going on in the vortex, or if they do, they don't mention it in print or on the air. And after spending half a year following this goddamn zoo around the country and watching the machinery at work, I'd be willing to bet pretty heavily that not even the most privileged ranking insiders among the campaign press corps are telling much less than they know. September. From Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, San Francisco, Straight Arrow Books, 1973. Fat City Blues, Fear and Loathing on the White House Press Plane, Bad Angst at McGovern Headquarters, Nixon Tightens the Screws, Many appeared to be in the terminal stages of campaign bloat. From a quote by Chief Sitting Bull speaking at the Powder River Conference in 1877. Hear me, people. We have now to deal with another race. Small and feeble when our fathers first met them, but now great and overbearing. Strangely enough, they have a mind to till the soil, and the love of possession is a disease with them. These people have made many rules that the rich may break, but the poor may not. They take their tithes from the poor and weak to support the rich and those who rule. If George McGovern had a speechwriter half as eloquent as Sitting Bull, he would be home free today, instead of 22 points behind and racing around the country with both feet in his mouth. The Powder River Conference ended 95 years ago, but the old chief's baleful analysis of the white man's rape of the American continent was just as accurate then as it would be today if he came back from the dead and said it for the microphones on primetime TV. The ugly fallout from the American dream has been coming down on us at a pretty consistent rate since Sitting Bull's time, and the only real difference now, with Election Day 72 only a few weeks away, is that we seem to be on the verge of ratifying the fallout and forgetting the dream itself. Sitting Bull made no distinction between Democrats and Republicans, which was probably just as well in 1877 or any other year. But it's also true that Sitting Bull never knew the degradation of traveling on Richard Nixon's press plane. He never had the bilious pleasure of dealing with Ron Ziegler, and he never met John Mitchell, Nixon's king fixer. If the old Sioux chief had ever done these things, I think, despite his angry contempt for the white man and everything he stands for, he'd be working overtime for George McGovern today. These past 2 weeks have been relatively calm ones for me. Immediately after the Republican convention in Miami, I dragged myself back to the Rockies and tried to forget about politics for a while. Just lie naked on the porch in the cool afternoon sun and watch the aspen trees turning gold on the hills around my house. Mix up a huge canister of gin and grapefruit juice, watch the horses nuzzling each other in the pasture across the road, big logs in the fireplace at night, Herbie Mann, John Prine, and Jesse Colin Young booming out of the speakers. Zip off every once in a while for a fast run into town along a back road above the river, to the health center gym for some volleyball, then over to Benton's Gallery to get caught up on whatever treacheries the local greedheads rammed through while I was gone. Watch the late TV news and curse McGovern for poking another hole in his own boat, then stop by the Jerome on the way out of town for a midnight beer with Solheim. After 2 weeks on that peaceful human schedule, the last thing I wanted to think about was the grim, inescapable specter of 2 more frenzied months on the campaign trail, especially when it meant coming back here to Washington to start laying the groundwork for a long and painful autopsy job on the McGovern campaign. What went wrong? Why had it failed? Who was to blame? And finally, what next? That was one project. The other was to somehow pass through the fine eye of the White House security camel and go out on the campaign trail with Richard Nixon to watch him waltz in, if only to get the drift of his thinking, to watch the moves, his eyes. It is a nervous thing to consider. Not just 4 more years of Nixon, but Nixon's last 4 years in politics, completely unshackled, for the first time in his life, from any need to worry about who might or might not vote for him the next time around. If he wins in November, he will finally be free to do whatever he wants. Or maybe wants is too strong a word for right now. It conjures up images of Papa Doc, Batista, Somoza, jails full of bewildered political prisoners, and the constant cold sweat fear of jackboots suddenly kicking your door off its hinges at 4 a.m. There is no point in kidding ourselves about what Richard Nixon really wants for America. When he stands at his White House window and looks out on an anti-war demonstration, he doesn't see dissenters, he sees criminals. Dangerous parasites, preparing to strike at the heart of the great American system that put him where he is today. There may not be much difference between Democrats and Republicans. I've made that argument myself, with considerable venom, as I recall, over the past 10 months. But only a blind geek or a waterhead could miss the difference between McGovern and Richard Nixon. Granted, they are both white men, and both are politicians, but the similarity ends right there, and from that point on, the difference is so vast that anybody who can't see it deserves whatever happens to them if Nixon gets reelected due to apathy, stupidity, and laziness on the part of potential McGovern voters. The tragedy of this campaign is that McGovern and his staff wizards have not been able to dramatize what is really at stake on November 7th. We are not looking at just another dim rerun of the '68 Nixon-Humphrey trip, or the LBJ Goldwater fiasco in '64. Those were both useless drills. I voted for Dick Gregory in '68 and for no in '64. But this one is different. And since McGovern is so goddamn maddeningly inept with the kind of words he needs to make people understand what he's up to, it will save a lot of time here and strain on my own weary head to remember Bobby Kennedy's ultimate characterization of Richard Nixon in a speech at Vanderbilt University in the spring of 1968, not long before he was murdered. Richard Nixon, he said, represents the dark side of the American spirit. I don't remember what else he said that day. I guess I could look it up in the New York Times speech morgue, but why bother? That one line says it all. The mood at McGovern's grim headquarters building at 1910 K Street Northwest in Washington is oddly schizoid these days, a jangled mix of defiance and despair, tempered now and then by quick flashes of a lingering conviction that George can still win. McGovern's young staffers, after all, have never lost an election they expected to win at the outset, and they definitely expected to win this one. They are accustomed to being far behind in the public opinion polls. McGovern has almost always been the underdog, and, except for California, he has usually been able to close the gap with a last-minute stretch run. Even in the primaries he lost, New Hampshire, Ohio, Pennsylvania, he did well enough to embarrass the pollsters, humiliate the Pauls, and crank up his staff morale another few notches. But that boundless blind faith is beginning to fade now. The curse of Eagleton is beginning to make itself felt in the ranks. And not even Frank Mankiewicz, the wizard of Chevy Chase, can properly explain why McGovern is now being sneered at from coast to coast as just another politician. Mankiewicz is still the main drive wheel in this hamstrung campaign. He has been the central intelligence from the very beginning, which was fine all around while it worked, but there's not a hell of a lot of evidence to suggest that it's working real well these days, and it is hard to avoid the idea that Frank is just as responsible for whatever's happening now as he was 6 months ago, when McGovern came wheeling out of New Hampshire like the abominable snowman on a speed trip. If George gets stomped in November, it will not be because of anything Richard Nixon did to him. The blame will trace straight back to his brain trust, to whoever had his ear tight enough to convince him that all that bullshit about new politics was fine for the primaries, but it would never work against Nixon. So he would have to abandon his original power base after Miami and swiftly move to consolidate the one he'd just shattered, the Meany, Daley, Humphrey, Muskie axis, the senile remnants of the Democratic Party's once powerful Roosevelt coalition. McGovern agreed. He went to Texas and praised LBJ. He revised his economic program to make it more palatable on Wall Street. He went to Chicago and endorsed the whole Daley Democratic ticket, including State's Attorney Ed Hanrahan, who is still under indictment on felony/conspiracy, obstruction of justice charges for his role in a police raid on local Black Panther headquarters 3 years ago that resulted in the murder of Fred Hampton. In the speedy weeks between March and July, the atmosphere in McGovern's cramped headquarters building on Capitol Hill was so high that you could get bent by just hanging around and watching the human machinery at work. The headquarters building itself was not much bigger than McGovern's personal command post in the Senate office building, 5 blocks away. It was one big room about the size of an Olympic swimming pool, with a grocery store on one side, a liquor store on the other, and a tree-shaded sidewalk out front. The last time I was there, about 2 weeks before the California primary, I drove my blue Volvo up on the sidewalk and parked right in front of the door. Krause went inside to find Mankiewicz while I picked up some Ballantine ale. "Is this a charge?" the booze clerk asked. "Right," I said. "Charge it to George McGovern." He nodded and began to write it down. "Hey, wait a minute," I said. "I was just kidding. Here's the cash." He shrugged and accepted the 3 bills, and when I got to Frank's office and told him what had happened, he didn't seem surprised. "Yeah, our credit's pretty good," he said, "in a lot of places where we never even asked for it." That was back in May, when the tide was still rising, but things are different now, and the credit is not so easy. The new K Street headquarters is an 8-story tomb once occupied by the Muskie for President juggernaut. Big Ed abandoned it when he dropped out of the race for the Democratic nomination, and it stood empty for a month or so after that. But when McGovern croaked Humphrey in California and became the nominee apparent, his wizards decided to get a new and larger headquarters. The Muskie building was an obvious choice, if only because it was available very cheap and already wired for the fantastic maze of phone lines necessary for a presidential campaign headquarters. The man from Maine and his army of big-time backers had already taken care of that aspect. They'd plenty of phone lines, along with all those endorsements. Not everybody on the McGovern staff was happy with the idea of moving out of the original headquarters. The decision was made in California several days before the primary, and I remember arguing with Gary Hart about it. He insisted the move was necessary for space reasons, and even in retrospect, my argument for keeping the original headquarters seems irrational. It was a matter of karma, I said, psychic continuity, and besides, I'd spent some time in the Muskie building on the night of the New Hampshire primary when the atmosphere of the place was strongly reminiscent of death row at Sing Sing. So my memories of that building were not pleasant, but my reasons, as usual, had a noticeable mystic flavor to them. And Gary, as usual, was thinking in terms of hard lawyer's logic and political pragmatism. So the McGovern headquarters was moved after Miami, from the original base between the liquor store and the grocery store on Capitol Hill to the musky tomb on K Street in the fashionable downtown area. It was a central location, they said, with a big parking lot next door. It also had 2 elevators and 16 bathrooms. The original headquarters had only 1 bathroom, with a cardboard arrow on the door that could be moved like a one-armed clock to 3 different positions: men, women, or empty. There was also a refrigerator. It was small, but somehow there were always a few cans of beer in it, even for visiting journalists. Nobody was in charge of stocking it, but nobody drank the last beer without replacing it either. Or maybe it was all a shuck from the start. Maybe they had a huge stash outside the back door, but they only kept 2 or 3 cans in the refrigerator so that anybody who drank one would feel so guilty that he or she would bring 6 to replace it the next time they came around. But I doubt it. Not even that devious Arab bastard Rick Stearns would plot things that carefully. But what the hell? All that is history now, and after roaming around the new McGovern headquarters building for a week or so, the only refrigerator I found was up in Finance Director Henry Kimmelman's office on the 6th floor. I went up there with Pat Cadell one afternoon last week to watch the Cronkite Chancellor TV news. Every afternoon at 6:30, all activity in the building is suspended for an hour while the staff people gather around TV sets to watch the Daily Bummer, as some of them call it. And Kimmelman has the only accessible color set in the building, so his office is usually crowded for the news hour. But his set is fucked, unfortunately. One of the color tubes is blown, so everything that appears on the screen has a wet purple tint to it. When McGovern comes on, rapping out lines from a speech that somebody watching one of the headquarters TV sets just wrote for him a few hours earlier, his face appears on the set in Kimmelman's office as if he were speaking up from the bottom of a swimming pool full of cheap purple dye. It is not a reassuring thing to see, and most of the staffers prefer to watch the news on the black and white sets downstairs in the political section. What? We seem to be off the track here. I was talking about my first encounter with the refrigerator in Henry Kimmelman's office, when I was looking for beer and found none. The only thing in the icebox was a canned martini that tasted like brake fluid. 1 canned martini. No beer. A purple TV screen. Both elevators jammed in the basement. 15 empty bathrooms. 75 cents an hour to park in the lot next door. Chaos and madness in the telephone switchboard. Fear in the back rooms. Confusion up front, and a spooky vacuum on top. The 8th floor, where Larry O'Brien is supposed to be holding the gig together. What is he doing up there? Nobody knows. They never see him. Larry travels a lot, one of the speechwriters told me. He's number 1, you know, and when you're number 1, you don't have to try so hard, right? The McGovern campaign appears to be fucked at this time. A spectacular come-from-behind win is still possible, on paper, and given the right circumstances, but the underlying realities of the campaign itself would seem to preclude this. A cohesive, determined campaign with the same kind of multi-level morale that characterized the McGovern effort in the months preceding the Wisconsin primary might be a good bet to close a 20-point gap on Nixon in the last month of this grim presidential campaign. As usual, Nixon has peaked too early, and now he is locked into what is essentially a holding action, which would be disastrous in a close race. But, even by Pat Cadell's partisan estimate, Nixon could blow 20 points off his lead in the next 6 weeks and still win. Cadell's figures seem in general agreement with those of the most recent Gallup poll 10 days ago, which showed that Nixon could blow 30 points off his lead and still win. My own rude estimate is that McGovern will steadily close the gap between now and November 7th, but not enough. If I had to make book right now, I would try to get McGovern with 7 or 8 points, but I'd probably go with 5 or 6 if necessary. In other words, my guess at the moment is that McGovern will lose by a popular vote margin of 5.5%, and probably far worse in the Electoral College. I was somewhat off on this prediction. The final margin was almost 23%. At this point in the campaign, I was no longer functioning with my usual ruthless objectivity. Back in May and June, when my head was still clear, I won vast amounts of money with a consistency that baffled the experts. David Broder still owes me $500 as a result of his ill-advised bet on Hubert Humphrey in the California primary. But he still refuses to pay on the grounds that I lost the $500 back to him as a result of a forfeited foot race between Jim Naughton and Jack Germond in Miami Beach. The tragedy of this is that McGovern appeared to have a sure lock on the White House when the sun came up on Miami Beach on the morning of Thursday, July 13th. Since then, he has crippled himself with a series of almost unbelievable blunders. Eagleton, Salinger, O'Brien, etc., that have understandably convinced huge chunks of the electorate, including at least half of his own hardcore supporters, that the candidate is a gibbering dingbat. His behavior since Miami has made a piecemeal mockery of everything he seemed to stand for during the primaries. Possibly I'm wrong on all this. It is still conceivable, to me at least, that McGovern might actually win. In which case, I won't have to worry about my P.O. box at the Woody Creek General Store getting jammed up with dinner invitations from the White House. But what the hell? Mr. Nixon never invited me, and neither did Kennedy or LBJ. I survived those years of shame, and I'm not especially worried about enduring 4 more. I have a feeling that my time is getting short anyway, and I can think of a hell of a lot of things I'd rather find in my mailbox than an invitation to dinner at the servants' quarters. Let those treacherous bastards eat by themselves. They deserve each other. Ah, Jesus! The situation is out of hand again. The sun is up, the deal is down, and that evil bastard Mankiewicz just jerked the kingpin out of my finely crafted saga for this issue. My brain has gone numb from this madness after squatting for 13 days in this scum-crusted room on the top floor of the Washington Hilton, writing feverishly, night after night, on the homestretch realities of this goddamn wretched campaign. I am beginning to wonder what in the name of twisted Jesus ever possessed me to come here in the first place. What kind of madness lured me back to this stinking swamp of a town? Am I turning into a politics junkie? It is not a happy thought, particularly when I see what it's done to all the others. After 2 weeks in Woody Creek, getting back on the press plane was like going back to the cancer ward. Some of the best people in the press corps looked so physically ravaged that it was painful to even see them, much less stand around and make small talk. Many appeared to be in the terminal stages of campaign bloat, a gruesome kind of false fat condition that is said to be connected somehow with failing adrenal glands. The swelling begins within 24 hours of that moment when the victim first begins to suspect that the campaign is essentially meaningless. At that point, the body's entire adrenaline supply is sucked back into the gizzard, and nothing either candidate says, does, or generates will cause it to rise again. And without adrenaline, the flesh begins to swell. The eyes fill with blood and grow smaller in the face. The jowls puff out from the cheekbones. The neck flesh droops, and the belly swells up like a frog's throat. The brain fills with noxious waste fluids. The tongue is rubbed raw on the molars, and the basic perception antennae begin dying like hairs in a bonfire. I would like to think, or at least claim to think, out of charity if nothing else, that campaign bloat is at the root of this hellish angst that boils up to obscure my vision every time I try to write anything serious about presidential politics. But I don't think that's it. The real reason, I suspect, is the problem of coming to grips with the idea that Richard Nixon will almost certainly be reelected for another 4 years as President of the United States. If the current polls are reliable, and even if they aren't, the sheer size of the margin makes the numbers themselves unimportant. Nixon will be reelected by a huge majority of Americans who feel he is not only more honest and more trustworthy than George McGovern, but also more likely to end the war in Vietnam. The polls also indicate that Nixon will get a comfortable majority of the youth vote, and that he might carry all 50 states. Well, maybe so. This may be the year when we finally come face to face with ourselves. Finally just lay back and say it. that we are really just a nation of 220 million used car salesmen with all the money we need to buy guns and no qualms at all about killing anybody else in the world who tries to make us uncomfortable. The tragedy of all this is that George McGovern, for all his mistakes and all his imprecise talk about new politics and honesty in government, is one of the few men who've run for president of the United States in this century who really understands what a fantastic monument to all the best instincts of the human race this country might have been, if we could have kept it out of the hands of greedy little hustlers like Richard Nixon. McGovern made some stupid mistakes, but in context, they seem almost frivolous compared to the things Richard Nixon does every day of his life on purpose as a matter of policy and a perfect expression of everything he stands for. Jesus! Where will it end? How low do you have to stoop in this country to be president? October. From Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, San Francisco, Straight Arrow Books, 1973. Ask not for whom the bell tolls. Due to circumstances beyond my control, I would rather not write anything about the 1972 presidential campaign at this time. On Tuesday, November 7th, I will get out of bed long enough to go down to the polling place and vote for George McGovern. Afterwards, I will drive back to the house, lock the front door, get back in bed, and watch television as long as necessary. It will probably be a while before the angst lifts, but whenever it happens, I will get out of bed again and start writing the mean, cold-blooded bummer that I was not quite ready for today. Until then, I think Tom Benton's "Re-elect the President" poster says everything that needs to be said right now about this malignant election. In any other year, I might be tempted to embellish the death's head with a few angry flashes of my own, but not in 1972. At least not in the sullen numbness of these final hours before the deal goes down. Because words are no longer important at this stage of the campaign. All the best ones were said a long time ago, and all the right ideas were bouncing around in public long before Labor Day. That is the one grim truth of this election most likely to come back and haunt us. The options were clearly defined, and all the major candidates except Nixon were publicly grilled by experts who demanded to know exactly where they stood on every issue, from gun control and abortion to the ad valorem tax. By mid-September, both candidates had staked out their own separate turf, and if not, everybody could tell you what each candidate stood for specifically. Almost everyone likely to vote in November understood that Richard Nixon and George McGovern were two very different men, not only in the context of politics, but also in their personalities, temperaments, guiding principles, and even their basic lifestyles. There's almost a yin-yang clarity in the difference between the two men, a contrast so stark that it would be hard to find any two better models in the national politics arena for the legendary duality, the congenital split personality and polarized instincts that almost everybody except Americans has long since taken for granted as the key to our national character. This was not what Richard Nixon had in mind when he said last August that the 1972 presidential election would offer voters the clearest choice of this century. But on a level he will never understand, he was probably right. And it is Nixon himself who represents that dark, venal, and incurably violent side of the American character almost every other country in the world has learned to fear and despise. Our Barbie doll president, with his Barbie doll wife and his box full of Barbie doll children, is also America's answer to the monstrous Mr. Hyde. He speaks for the werewolf in us, the bully, the predatory shyster who turns into something unspeakable, full of claws and bleeding string warts on nights when the moon comes too close. At the stroke of midnight in Washington, a drooling red-eyed beast with the legs of a man and a head of a giant hyena crawls out of its bedroom window in the south wing of the White House and leaps 50 feet down to the lawn, pauses briefly to strangle the Chow watchdog, then races off into the darkness, towards the Watergate, snarling with lust, loping through the alleys behind Pennsylvania Avenue and trying desperately to remember which one of those 400 identical balconies is the one outside Martha Mitchell's apartment. Ah, nightmares, nightmares. But I was only kidding. The President of the United States would never act that weird, at least not during football season. But how would the voters react if they knew the President of the United States was presiding over a complex, far-reaching, and sinister operation on the part of White House aides and the Nixon campaign organization involving sabotage, forgery, theft of confidential files, surveillance of Democratic candidates and their families, and persistent efforts to lay the basis for possible blackmail and intimidation? That ugly description of Nixon's staff operations comes from a New York Times editorial on Thursday, October 12th, but neither Nixon nor anyone else felt it would have much effect on his steady 2-1 lead over McGovern in all the national polls. 4 days later, the Times/Yankelovich poll showed Nixon ahead by an incredible 20 points, 57% to 37%. With 16% undecided, over the man Bobby Kennedy described as the most decent man in the Senate. Ominous is not quite the right word for a situation where one of the most consistently unpopular politicians in American history suddenly skyrockets to folk hero status while his closest advisors are being caught almost daily in Nazi-style gigs that would have embarrassed Martin Bormann. How long will it be before demented extremists in Germany or maybe Japan start calling us a nation of pigs? How would Nixon react? No comment? And how would the popularity polls react if he just came right out and admitted it? Epitaph. From Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail, San Francisco, Straight Arrow Books, 1973. 4 more years. Nixon, über alles. Fear and Loathing at the Super Bowl. From the San Francisco Chronicle, January 20th, 1973. President Nixon will be sworn into office for a second term today, emboldened by his sweeping electoral triumph of last November and a Vietnam peace settlement apparently within his grasp. In the most expensive inauguration in American history, the cost is officially estimated at more than $4 million. Mr. Nixon will once again take the oath on a temporary stand outside the east front of the Capitol, then ride in a parade expected to draw 200,000 people to Pennsylvania Avenue and its environs, and millions more to their television sets. It will be the president's first statement to the American people since his television appearance on November 6th, Election Eve. Since then, the peace talks have collapsed, massive bombing of North Vietnam has been instituted and then called off, and the talks have resumed without extended public comment from Mr. Nixon. From Grantland Rice, who was known prior to his death in the late 50s as the Dean of American Sports Writers and one of Richard Nixon's favorite authors. When the great scorer comes to write against your name, he marks, not that you won or lost, but how you played the game. They came together on a hot afternoon in Los Angeles, howling and clawing at each other like wild beasts in heat. Under a brown California sky, the fierceness of their struggle brought tears to the eyes of 90,000 God-fearing fans. They were 22 men who were somehow more than men. They were giants, idols, titans, behemoths. They stood for everything good and true and right in the American spirit. Because they had guts. And they yearned for the ultimate glory, the great prize, the final fruits of a long and vicious campaign. Victory in the Super Bowl? $15,000 each. They were hungry for it. They were thirsty. For 20 long weeks, from August through December, they had struggled to reach this pinnacle. And when dawn lit the beaches of Southern California on that fateful Sunday morning in January, they were ready to seize the final fruit. They could almost taste it. The smell was stronger than a ton of rotten mangoes. Their nerves burned like open sores on a dog's neck. White knuckles, wild eyes, strange fluid welled up in their throats with a taste far sharper than bile. Behemoths. Those who went early said the pregame tension was almost unbearable. By noon, many fans were weeping openly for no apparent reason. Others wrung their hands or gnawed on the necks of pop bottles, trying to stay calm. Many fistfights were reported in the public urinals. Nervous ushers roamed up and down the aisles, confiscating alcoholic beverages and occasionally grappling with drunkards. Gangs of second-all-crazed teenagers prowled through the parking lot outside the stadium, beating the mortal shit out of luckless stragglers. What? No, Grantland Rice would never have written weird stuff like that. His prose was spare and lean. His descriptions came straight from the gut. And on the rare and ill-advised occasions when he wanted to do a think piece, he called on the analytical powers of his medulla. Like all great sports writers, Rice understood that his world might go all to pieces if he ever dared to doubt that his eyes were wired straight to his lower brain, a sort of de facto lobotomy, which enables the grinning victim to operate entirely on the level of sensory perception. Green grass, hot sun, sharp cleats in the turf, thundering cheers from the crowd, the menacing scowl on the face of a $30,000 a year pulling guard as he leans around the corner on a Lombardi-style power sweep and cracks a sharp plastic shoulder into the linebacker's groin. Ah, yes, the simple life. Back to the roots, the basics. First a mousetrap, then a crackback and a button hook off a fake triple reverse fly pattern, and finally, the bomb. Indeed. There is a dangerous kind of simple-minded power/precision worship at the root of the massive fascination with pro football in this country, and sports writers are mainly responsible for it. With a few rare exceptions like Bob Lipsyte at the New York Times and Tom Quinn of the now-defunct Washington Daily News, sports writers are a kind of rude and brainless subculture of fascist drunks whose only real function is to publicize and sell whatever the sports editor sends them out to cover. Which is a nice way to make a living, because it keeps a man busy and requires no thought at all. The two keys to success as a sports writer are, 1. A blind willingness to believe anything you're told by the coaches, flacks, hustlers, and other official spokesmen for the team owners who provide the free booze. And 2. A Roget's thesaurus in order to avoid using the same verbs and adjectives twice in the same paragraph. Even a sports editor, for instance, might notice something wrong with a lead that said, "The precision jackhammer attack of the Miami Dolphins stomped the balls off the Washington Redskins today by stomping and hammering with one precise jack thrust after another up the middle, mixed with pinpoint precision passes into the flat and numerous hammerjack stomps around both ends." Right! And there was the genius of Grantland Rice. He carried a pocket thesaurus so that the thundering hoofbeats of the four horsemen never echoed more than once in the same paragraph, and the granite-gray sky in his lead was a cold dark dusk in the last lonely line of his heart-rending, nerve-ripping stories. There was a time, about 10 years ago, when I could write like Grantland Rice. Not necessarily because I believed all that sporty bullshit, but because sports writing was the only thing I could do that anybody was willing to pay for. And none of the people I wrote about seemed to give a hoot in hell what kind of lunatic gibberish I wrote about them, just as long as it moved. They wanted action, color, speed, violence. At one point in Florida, I was writing variations on the same demented themes for 3 competing papers at the same time, under 3 different names. I was a sports columnist for one paper in the morning, sports editor for another in the afternoon, and at night I worked for a pro wrestling promoter writing incredibly twisted press releases that I would plant the next day in both papers. It was a wonderful gig, in retrospect, and at times I wish I could go back to it. Just punch a big hat pin through my frontal lobes and maybe regain that happy, lost innocence that enabled me to write, without the slightest twinge of conscience. Things like, "The entire Fort Walton Beach police force is gripped in a state of fear this week. All leaves have been canceled, and Chief Bloor is said to be drilling his men for an emergency alert situation on Friday and Saturday night, because those are the nights when Kazika, the mad Jap, a 440-pound sadist from the vile slums of Hiroshima, is scheduled to make his first, and no doubt his last, appearance in Fishhead Auditorium. Local wrestling impresario Lionel Ole is known to have spoken privately with Chief Bloor, urging him to have every available officer on duty at ringside this weekend because of the Mad Jap's legendary temper and his invariably savage reaction to racial insults. Last week in Detroit, Kazuka ran amok and tore the spleens out of 3 ringside spectators, one of whom allegedly called him a yellow devil. Kazuka, as I recall, was a big half-bright Cuban who once played third-string tackle for Florida State University in Tallahassee, about 100 miles away. But on the Fishhead circuit, he had no trouble passing for a dangerous Jap strangler, and I soon learned that pro wrestling fans don't give a fuck anyway. Ah, memories, memories. And here we go again, back on the same old trip. Digressions, tangents, crude flashbacks. When the 72 presidential campaign ended, I planned to give up this kind of thing. But what the hell? Why not? It's almost dawn in San Francisco now. The parking lot outside this building is flooded about 3 inches deep with another drenching rain, and I've been here all night drinking coffee and wild turkey, smoking short Jamaican cigars, and getting more and more wired on the Allman Brothers Mountain Jam, howling out of 4 big speakers hung in all 4 corners of the room. Where is the MDA? With the windows wide open and the curtains blowing into the room and the booze and the coffee and the smoke and the music beating heavy in my ears, I feel the first rising edge of a hunger for something with a bit of the crank in it. Where's Mankiewicz tonight? Sleeping peacefully? No, probably not. After 2 years on the edge, involuntary retirement is a hard thing to cope with. I tried it for a while in Woody Creek. But 3 weeks without even a hint of crisis left me so nervous that I began gobbling speed and babbling distractedly about running for the U.S. Senate in '74. Finally, on the verge of desperation, I took the bush plane over to Denver for a visit with Gary Hart, McGovern's ex-campaign manager, telling him I couldn't actually put him on the payroll right now, but that I was counting on him to organize Denver for me. He smiled crookedly but refused to commit himself. And later that night I heard from an extremely reliable source that Hart was planning to run for the Senate himself in 1974. Why, I wondered? Was it some kind of subliminal, unfocused need to take vengeance on the press? On me? The first journalist in Christendom to go on record comparing Nixon to Adolf Hitler? Was Gary so blinded with bile that he would actually run against me in the primary? Would he risk splitting the 3A's vote and maybe sink us both? I spent about 24 hours thinking about it, then flew to Los Angeles to cover the Super Bowl. But the first person I ran into down there was Ed Muskie. He was wandering around in the vortex of a big party on the main deck of the Queen Mary, telling anybody who would listen that he was having a hell of a hard time deciding whether he was for the Dolphins or the Redskins. I introduced myself as Peter Sheridan, a friend of Donald Segretti's. We met on the Sunshine Special in Florida, I said. I was out of my head. But his brain was too clouded to pick up on it. So I went up to the crow's nest and split a cap of black acid with John Chancellor. He was reluctant to bet on the game, even when I offered to take Miami with no points. A week earlier, I'd been locked into the idea that the Redskins would win easily. But when Nixon came out for them and George Allen began televising his prayer meetings, I decided that any team with both God and Nixon on their side was fucked from the start. So I began betting heavily on Miami, which worked out nicely on paper. But some of my heaviest bets were with cocaine addicts, and they are known to be very bad risks when it comes to paying off. Most coke freaks have already blown their memories by years of overindulgence on marijuana, and by the time they get serious about coke, they have a hard time remembering what day it is, much less what kind of ill-considered bets they might or might not have made yesterday. Consequently, although I won all my bets, I made no money. The game itself was hopelessly dull, like all the other Super Bowls, and by halftime, Miami was so clearly in command that I decided to watch the rest of the drill on TV at Cardoso's Hollywood Classic / Day of the Locust style apartment behind the Troubadour. But it was impossible to keep a fix on it there because everybody in the room was so stoned that they kept asking each other things like, How did Miami get the ball? Did we miss a kick? Who's ahead now? Jesus! How did they get 14 points? How many points is a touchdown? Immediately after the game, I received an urgent call from my attorney, who claimed to be having a terminal drug experience in his private bungalow at the Chateau Marmont. But by the time I got there, he had finished the whole jar. Later, when the big rain started, I got heavily into the gin and read the Sunday papers. On page 39 of California Living magazine, I found a hand-lettered ad from the McDonald's Hamburger Corporation, one of Nixon's big contributors in the 72 presidential campaign. Press on, it said. Nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education alone will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. I read it several times before I grasped the full meaning. Then, when it came to me, I called Mankiewicz immediately. Keep your own counsel, he said. Don't draw any conclusions from anything you see or hear. I hung up and drank some more gin. Then I put a Dolly Parton album on the tape machine and watched the trees outside my balcony getting lashed around in the wind. Around midnight, when the rain stopped, I put on my special Miami Beach nightshirt and walked several blocks down La Cienega Boulevard to the Losers Club. Memo from the sports desk and rude notes from a decompression chamber in Miami. From Rolling Stone, number 140, August 2nd, 1973. There is no joy in Woody Creek tonight, at least not in the twisted bowels of this sinkhole of political iniquity, called the Owl Farm, because 2,000 miles away in the swampy heat of Washington, D.C., my old football buddy, Dick Nixon, is lashing around in bad trouble. The vultures are coming home to roost, like he always feared they would in the end, and it hurts me in a way nobody would publish if I properly described it, to know that I can't be with him on the sweaty ramparts today, stomping those dirty buzzards like Davy Crockett, bashing spicks off the walls of the Alamo. Delta Dawn, what's that flower you have on? Fine music on my radio as dawn comes up on the Rockies. But suddenly the music ends. And ABC, American Entertainment Network News, interrupts. Martha Mitchell is demanding that Mr. President either resign or be impeached for reasons her addled tongue can only hint at. And Charles Tex Colson, the president's erstwhile special counsel, is denying all statements and sworn testimony by anybody linking him to burglaries, firebombings, wiretappings, perjuries, payoffs, and other routine felonies in connection with his job at the White House. And President Nixon is relaxing, as it were, in his personal beachfront mansion at San Clemente, California, surrounded by the scuzzy remnants of his once imperial guard. Indeed, you can almost hear the rattle of martini cups along the airwaves as Gerald Warren, Ron Ziegler's doomed replacement, cranks another hastily rewritten paragraph, Amendment number 67 to paragraph number 13 of President Nixon's original statement denying everything, into the overheated Dex machine to the White House for immediate release to the national media. And the White House press room is boiling with guilt-crazed journalists, ready to pounce on any new statement like a pack of wild African dogs, to atone for all the things they knew but never wrote when Nixon was riding high. Why does Nixon use the clumsy Dex instead of the Mojo? Why does he drink martinis instead of wild turkey? Why does he wear boxer shorts? Why is his life a grim monument to everything plastic, desexed, and nonsensual? When I look at Nixon's White House, I have a sense of absolute personal alienation. The president and I seem to disagree on almost everything, except pro football, and Nixon's addiction to that has caused me to view it with a freshly jaundiced eye, or what the late John Foster Dulles called an agonizing reappraisal. Anything Nixon likes must be suspect, like cottage cheese and catsup. The Dex machine. Jesus! Learning that Nixon and his people use this instead of the smaller, quicker, more versatile, and portable Mojo wire, was almost the final insult, coming on the heels of the gross sense of injury I felt when I saw that my name was not included on the infamous Enemies of the White House list. I would almost have preferred a vindictive tax audit to that kind of crippling exclusion. Christ! What kind of waterheads compiled that list? How can I show my face in the Jerome bar when word finally reaches Aspen that I wasn't on it? Fortunately, the list was drawn up in the summer of '71, which partially explains why my name was missing. It was not until the autumn of '72 that I began referring to the president in nationally circulated print as a cheap-jack punk and a lust-maddened werewolf whose very existence was and remains a bad cancer on the American political tradition. Every ad the publishers prepared for my book on the 1972 campaign led off with a savage slur on all that Richard Nixon ever hoped to represent or stand for. The man is a walking embarrassment to the human race, and especially, as Bobby Kennedy once noted, to that high optimistic potential that fueled men like Jefferson and Madison, and which Abe Lincoln once described as the last, best hope of man. There is slim satisfaction in the knowledge that my exclusion from the 1971 list of White House enemies has more to do with timing and Ron Ziegler's refusal to read Rolling Stone than with the validity of all the things I've said and written about that evil bastard. I was, after all, the only accredited journalist covering the 1972 presidential campaign to compare Nixon with Adolf Hitler. I was the only one to describe him as a congenital thug, a fixer with the personal principles of a used car salesman. And when these distasteful excesses were privately censured by the docile White House press corps, I compounded my flirtation with bad taste by describing the White House correspondents as a gang of lame whores and sheep without the balls to even argue with Ron Ziegler, who kept them all dancing to Nixon's bogus tune until it became suddenly fashionable to see him for the hired liar he was and has been all along. The nut of my complaint here, in addition to being left off the list, is rooted in a powerful resentment at not being recognized, not even by Ziegler, for the insults I heaped on Nixon before he was laid low. This is a matter of journalistic ethics, or perhaps even sportsmanship, and I take a certain pride in knowing that I kicked Nixon before he went down. Not afterwards, though I plan to do that, too, as soon as possible. And I feel no more guilt about it than I would about setting a rat trap in my kitchen, if it ever seemed necessary. And certainly no more guilt than I know Nixon would feel about hiring some thug like Gordon Liddy to set me up for a felony charge if my name turned up on his list. When they update the bugger, I plan to be on it. My attorney is even now preparing my tax records with an eye to confrontation. When the next list of White House enemies comes out, I want to be on it. My son will never forgive me, 10 years from now, if I fail to clear my name and get grouped for the record with those whom Richard Milhous Nixon considered dangerous. Dick Tuck feels the same way. He was sitting in my kitchen watching the TV set when Sam Donaldson began reading the list on ABC TV. "Holy shit," Tuck muttered. "We're not on it." "Don't worry," I said grimly. "We will be." "What can we do?" he asked. "Kick out the jams," I said. "Don't worry, Dick. When the next list comes out, we'll be there. I guarantee that." Dr. Hunter S. Thompson. Rude Notes from a Decompression Chamber in Miami. June 1973. From Raoul Duke, Sports Editor, to main/edit control. CC, Legal, Finance, Security, et al. Subject: Imminent emergence of Dr. Thompson from the decompression chamber in Miami, and probable inability of the sports desk or anyone else to control his movements at that time, especially in connection with his ill-conceived plan to move the National Affairs Desk back to Washington and bring Ralph Steadman over from England to cause trouble at the Watergate hearings. Editor's note. The following intra-corporate memo arrived by Mojo Wire from Colorado shortly before deadline time for this issue. It was greeted with mixed emotions by all those potentially afflicted. And because of the implications, we felt a certain obligation to lash up a quick last-minute explanation, primarily for those who have never understood the real function of Raoul Duke, whose official title is sports editor, and also for the many readers whose attempts to reach Dr. Thompson by mail, phone, and other means have not borne fruit. The circumstances of Dr. Thompson's removal from the public world have been a carefully guarded secret for the past several months. During the last week of March, after a strange encounter with Henry Kissinger while on vacation in Acapulco, Dr. Thompson almost drowned when his scuba tanks unexplainably ran out of air while diving for black coral off the Yucatan coast of Mexico at a depth of some 300 feet. His rapid emergence from these depths, according to witnesses, resulted in a near-fatal case of the bends and an emergency chartered/night flight to the nearest decompression chamber, which happened to be in Miami. Dr. Thompson was unconscious in the decompression chamber, a round steel cell about 12 feet in diameter, for almost 3 weeks. When he finally regained his wits, it was impossible to speak with him, except by means of a cracked loudspeaker tube and brief handwritten notes held up to the window. A television set was introduced into the chamber at his insistence, and, by extremely complicated maneuvering, he was able to watch the Watergate hearings. But, due to the dangerous differences in pressurization, he was unable to communicate anything but garbled notes on his impressions to Duke, his longtime friend and associate, who flew to Miami immediately at his own expense. When it became apparent that Dr. Thompson would be in the chamber indefinitely, Duke left him in Miami, breathing easily in the chamber with a TV set and several notebooks, and returned to Colorado, where he spent the past 3 months handling the doctor's personal and business affairs in addition to organizing the skeletal framework for his 1974 Senate race. It was a familiar role for Duke, who has been Dr. Thompson's close friend and advisor since 1968, after 14 years of distinguished service in the CIA, the FBI, and the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Police Intelligence Unit. His duties, since hiring on with Dr. Thompson, have been understandably varied. He has been described as a weapons expert, a ghostwriter, a bodyguard, a wizard, and a brutal fixer. Compared to the things I've done for Thompson, Duke says, both Gordon Liddy and Howard Hunt were stone punks. It is clear from this memo that Duke has spent a good bit of his time in Colorado watching the Watergate hearings on TV. But it is also clear that his tentative conclusions are very different from the ones Dr. Thompson reached from his admittedly singular vantage point in that decompression chamber in downtown Miami. The editors of Rolling Stone would prefer not to comment on either of these viewpoints at this time, nor to comment on the nightmare/blizzard of expense vouchers submitted by Duke in connection with this dubious memo. In accordance with our long tradition, however, we are placing the public interest, publication of Duke's memo in this case, on a plane far above and beyond our inevitably mundane haggling about the cost of breakfast and lunch. What follows, then, is a jangled mix of Duke's official communications with this office and Thompson's Watergate notes, forwarded to us by Duke from his decompression chamber in Miami. The chronology is not entirely consistent. Duke's opening note, for instance, reflects his concern and alarm with Dr. Thompson's decision to go directly from Miami, once the doctors have confirmed his ability to function in normal air pressures, to the harsh and politically volatile atmosphere in Washington, D.C. Unlike Duke, he seems blindly obsessed with the day-to-day details of the Watergate hearings. And what is also clear from this memo is that Dr. Thompson has maintained regular contact despite all medical and physical realities, according to the doctors in charge of his chamber in Miami, with his familiar campaign trail allies, Tim Krause and Ralph Steadman. An invoice received only yesterday from the manager of the Watergate Hotel indicates that somebody has reserved a top-floor Riverview suite under the names of Thompson, Steadman, and Krause. 4 adjoining rooms at $277 a day, with a long list of special equipment and an unlimited in-house expense authorization. Needless to say, we will. But why mention that now? The dumb buggers are already into it, and something is bound to emerge. We can save the bargaining for later. The editors. Duke Memo Number 9, July 2nd, 1973. Gentlemen, this will confirm my previous warnings in re. The dangerously unstable condition of Dr. Thompson, whose most recent communications leave no doubt in my mind that he still considers himself the national affairs editor of Rolling Stone, and in that capacity, he has somehow made arrangements to fly immediately from Miami to Washington upon his release to cover the remaining episodes of the Watergate hearings. I have no idea what he really means by the word cover, but a phone talk late last night with his doctors gave me serious pause. He will leave the chamber at the end of this week, and he's talking in terms of saturation coverage. According to the doctors, there is no way to communicate with him in the chamber except by notes held up to the glass window. But I suspect he has a phone in there because he has obviously communicated at length with Krauss, Stedman, Mankiewicz, and several others. A person resembling Krauss was seen loitering around the chamber last Monday night around 3:30 a.m., and a call to Stedman's agent in London confirmed that Ralph has left his hideout in the south of France and is booked on a Paris to Washington flight next Thursday, the day before Thompson's release. Mankiewicz denies everything as usual, but I talked to Sam Brown in Denver yesterday, and he said the word around Washington is that Frank is acting very nervous and also ordering wild turkey by the case from Chevy Chase Liquors. This indicates to me that Frank knows something. He has probably been talking to Krauss, but Tim's number in Boston won't answer, so I can't confirm anything there. Dr. Swain, the Benz specialist in Miami, says Thompson is acceptably rational, whatever that means, and that they have no reason to keep him in the chamber beyond Friday. My insistence that he be returned at once to Colorado under guard if necessary has not been taken seriously in Miami. The bill for his stay in the chamber, as you know, is already over $3,000, and they are not anxious to keep him there any longer than absolutely necessary. I got the impression during my talk with Doc Swain last night that Thompson's stay in the chamber has been distinctly unpleasant for the staff. I'll never understand why he didn't just wither up and die, Swain told me. Only a monster could survive that kind of trauma. I sensed disappointment in his voice, but I saw no point in arguing. We've been through this before, right? And it's always the same gig. My only concern for right now, as Thompson's de facto personal guardian, is to make sure he doesn't get involved in serious trouble if he's serious about going to Washington. Which he is, I suspect, and that means, if nothing else, that he'll be running up huge bills on the Rolling Stone tab. Whether or not he will write anything coherent is a moot point, I think, because whatever he writes, if anything, will necessarily be long out of date by the time it appears in print. Not even the Washington Post and the New York Times, which arrive daily, but 3 days late out here in Woody Creek, can compete with the spontaneous, brain-boggling horrors belching constantly out of the TV set. Last Saturday afternoon, for instance, I was sitting here very peacefully, minding the store, as it were, when the tube suddenly erupted with a genuinely obscene conversation between Mike Wallace and John Ehrlichman. I was sitting on the porch with Gene Johnston, one of Dr. Thompson's old friends and ex-general manager of the Aspen Wall Poster, when Sandy called us inside to watch the show. Ehrlichman's face was so awful, so obviously mired in a lifetime of lies and lame treachery, that it was just about impossible to watch him in our twisted condition. "Jesus Christ! Look at him," Johnston kept muttering. 2 months ago, that bastard was running the country. He opened a beer and whacked it down on the table. I never want to hear the word paranoid again, goddammit. Not after seeing that face. He reeled towards the front door, shaking his head and mumbling, "God damn, I can't stand it." I watched the whole thing myself, but not without problems. It reminded me of Last Exit to Brooklyn, the rape of a bent whore. But I also knew Dr. Thompson was watching the show in Miami and that it would fill him with venom and craziness. Whatever small hope we might have had of keeping him away from Washington during this crisis was burned to a cinder by the Wallace-Ehrlichman show. It had the effect of reinforcing Thompson's conviction that Nixon has cashed his check, and that possibility alone is enough to lure him to Washington for the death watch. My own prognosis is less drastic at this point in time. Sick. But it's also a fact that I've never been able to share the doctor's obsessive political visions. for good or ill. My job has to do with nuts and bolts, not terminal vengeance. And it also occurs to me that there is nothing in the Watergate revelations thus far to convince anyone but a stone partisan fanatic that we will all be better off when it's finished. As I see it, we've already reaped the real benefits of this spectacle. The almost accidental castration of dehumanized powermongers like Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Tom Charles Houston, that vicious young jackal of a lawyer from Indianapolis that Nixon put in charge of the Special Domestic Intelligence Operation. Dumping thugs like these out of power for the next 3 years gives us all new room to breathe for a while, which is just about all we can hope for, given the nature of the entrenched Democratic opposition. Nixon himself is no problem, now that all his ranking thugs have been neutralized. Just imagine what those bastards might have done, given 3 more years on their own terms. Even a casual reading of White House memorandums en re, domestic subversives and other White House enemies, Bill Cosby, James Reston, Paul Newman, Joe Namath, et al., is enough to queer the faith of any American less liberal than Mussolini. Here is a paragraph from one of his September 21st, 1970 memos to Harry Bob Haldeman. What we cannot do in a courtroom via criminal prosecutions to curtail the activities of some of these groups, IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, could do by administrative action. Moreover, valuable intelligence-type information could be turned up by IRS as a result of their field audits. Dr. Thompson, if he were with us and certifiably depressurized at this point in time, could offer some first-hand testimony about how the IRS and the Treasury Department were used back in 1970 to work muscle on ideological enemies like himself. And if Thompson's account might be shrugged off as biased, we can always compel the testimony of Aspen Police Chief Dick Ritchie, whose office safe still holds an illegal sawed-off shotgun belonging to a U.S. Treasury Department undercover agent from Denver who fucked up in his efforts to convince Dr. Thompson that he should find a quick reason for dropping out of electoral politics. That incident came up the other afternoon at the Jerome Bar in Aspen, when Steve Levine, a young reporter from Denver, observed that Thompson was one of the original victims of the Watergate syndrome. But nobody recognized it then. They called it paranoia. Right. But that's another story, and we'll leave it for the doctor to tell. After 3 months in the decompression chamber, he will doubtless be cranked up to the fine peaks of frenzy. His Watergate notes from the chamber show a powerful, brain-damaged kind of zeal that will hopefully be brought under control in the near future. And I'm enclosing some of them here as crude evidence to show he's still functioning despite the tragic handicap that comes with a bad case of the bends. In closing, I remain yours in fear and loathing, Raoul Duke, Sports Editor. Editor's note. What follows is the unfinished midsection of Dr. Thompson's notes from the decompression chamber. This section was written in his notebook on the day after convicted Watergate burglar James McCord's appearance before the Irvin Committee on national TV. It was transcribed by a nurse who copied Dr. Thompson's notes as he held them up, page by page, through the pressure-sealed window of his chamber. It is not clear from the text whether he deliberately wrote this section with a Woody Creek, Colorado dateline, or whether he planned to be there by the time it was printed. In either case, he was wrong. His case of the bends was severe, almost fatal, and even upon his release, there is no real certainty of recovery. He might have to re-enter the decompression chamber at any time if he suffers a relapse. None of which has any bearing on what follows, which was published exactly as he wrote it in the chamber. Jesus! Where will it end? Yesterday I turned on my TV set, hungry for some decent upbeat news, and here was an ex-Army Air Force colonel with 19 years in the CIA under his belt, admitting that he'd willfully turned himself into a common low-life burglar because he thought the Attorney General and the President of the U.S. had more or less ordered him to. Ex-Colonel McCord felt he had a duty to roam around the country burglarizing offices and ransacking private/personal files, because the security of the USA was at stake. Indeed, we were in serious trouble last year, and for 5 or 6 years before that, if you believe the muck those two vicious and irresponsible young punks at the Washington Post have raked up. Impeachment is an ugly word, they say. Newsweek columnist Shanna Alexander says, all but the vulture-hearted want to believe him ignorant. A week earlier, Ms. Alexander wrote a love letter to Martha Mitchell. You are in the best tradition of American womanhood, defending your country, your flag, but most of all, defending your man. Well, shucks. I can hardly choke back the tears. And where does that leave Pat Nixon, who apparently went on a world cruise under a different name the day after McCord pulled the plug and wrote that devastating letter to Judge Sirica? The public prints, and especially Newsweek, are full of senile gibberish these days. Stuart Alsop wakes up in a cold sweat every morning at the idea that Congress might be forced to impeach the president. For an answer to that, we can look to Hubert Humphrey, from one of the 9 speeches he made during his 4.5-hour campaign for Democratic candidate George McGovern in the waning weeks of last November's presidential showdown. Humphrey was talking to a crowd of hard hats in San Francisco, as I recall, and he said, "My friends, we're not talking about re-electing the president. We're talking about re-electing Richard Nixon." Even a blind pig finds an acorn now and then. Humphrey's voice just belched out of my radio, demanding that we get to the bottom of this Watergate mess. But meanwhile, we have to make sure the Ruskies understand that we all stand firmly behind the president. Right. As far behind him as possible, if GOP standard bearers like B. Goldwater and Hugh Scott are any measure of the party's allegiance to the frightened, unprincipled little shyster they were calling when they nominated him for recanonization 10 months ago in Miami, one of the greatest presidents in American history. We will want those tapes for posterity because we won't hear their like again from Scott, Goldwater, Duke Wayne, Martha, Sammy Davis, Senator Percy, or anyone else. Not even George Meany will join a foursome with Richard Nixon these days. The hallowed halls of the White House no longer echo with the happy sound of bouncing golf balls, or footballs either for that matter, or any other kind. The hard-nosed super executives Nixon chose to run this country for us turned on each other like rats in a slum fire when the first signs of trouble appeared. What we have seen in the past few weeks is the incredible spectacle of a president of the United States either firing or being hastily abandoned by all of his hired hands and cronies, all the people who put him where he is today, in fact, and now that they're gone, he seems helpless. Some of his closest friends and advisors are headed for prison. His once helpless Democratic Congress is verging on mutiny. The threat of impeachment looms closer every day. And his coveted place in history is even now being etched out in acid by eager Harvard historians. 6 months ago, Richard Nixon was Zeus himself, calling firebombs and shit rains down on friend and foe alike, the most powerful man in the world for a while. But all that is gone now, and nothing he can do will ever bring a hint of it back. Richard Nixon's 7th crisis will be his last. He will go down with Harding and Grant as one of America's classically rotten presidents, which is exactly what he deserves. And if saying that makes me one of the vulture-hearted by Ms. Alexander's lights, well, I think I can live with it. My grandmother was one of those stunned old ladies who cried when the Duke of Windsor quit the big throne to marry an American commoner back in 1936. She didn't know the Duke or anything about him, but she knew, along with millions of other old ladies and closet monarchists, that a once-and-future king had a duty to keep up the act. She wept for her lost illusions. For the same reason Stuart Alsop and Shanna Alexander will weep tomorrow if President Richard M. Nixon is impeached and put on trial by the U.S. Senate. Our congressmen will do everything possible to avoid it, because most of them have a deep and visceral sympathy, however denied and reluctant, for the tragic circumstances that led Richard Nixon to what even Evans and Novak call the brink of ruin. The loyal opposition has not distinguished itself in the course of this long-running nightmare. Even Nixon's oldest enemies are lying low, leaving the dirty work to hired lawyers and faceless investigators. Senators Kennedy, McGovern, and Fulbright are strangely silent, while Humphrey babbles nonsense and Muskie hoards his energy for beating back personal attacks by Strom Thurmond. The only politicians talking publicly about the dire implications of the Watergate iceberg are those who can't avoid it. The 4 carefully selected eunuch Democrats on the Senate Select Investigating Committee and a handful of panicked Republicans up for re-election in 1974. The slow-rising central horror of Watergate is not that it might grind down to the reluctant impeachment of a vengeful thug of a president whose entire political career has been a monument to the same kind of cheap shots and treachery he finally got nailed for, but that we might somehow fail to learn something from it. Already, with the worst news yet to come, there is an ominous tide of public opinion that says whatever Nixon and his small gang of henchmen and hired gunsels might have done, it was probably no worse than what other politicians have been doing all along, and still are. Anybody who really believes this is a fool, and a lot of people seem to, and that evidence is hard to ignore. What almost happened here, and what was only avoided because the men who made Nixon president and who were running the country in his name knew in their hearts that they were all mean, hollow little bastards who couldn't dare turn their backs on each other, was a takeover and total perversion of the American political process by a gang of cold-blooded fixers so incompetent that they couldn't even pull off a simple burglary. Which tends to explain, among other things, why 25,000 young Americans died for no reason in Vietnam, while Nixon and his brain trust were trying to figure out how to admit the whole thing was a mistake from the start. At press time, the National Affairs Suite in Washington had been reopened and prepared for total coverage. Thompson arrived there July 7th, and we expect his report soon. Fear and loathing at the Watergate. Mr. Nixon has cashed his check. From Rolling Stone, number 144, September 27th, 1973. Part 1. The worm turns in Swamp Town. Violent talk at the National Affairs Desk. A narrow escape for Tex Coulson. Heavy duty in the bunker. No room for Gonzo? Hell, they already have this story nailed up and bleeding from every extremity. From George McGovern in the Washington Post, August 12, 1973. Reflecting on the meaning of the last presidential election, I have decided at this point in time that Mr. Nixon's landslide victory and my overwhelming defeat will probably prove to be of greater value to the nation than would the victory my supporters and I worked so hard to achieve. I think history may demonstrate that it was not only important that Mr. Nixon win and that I lose, but that the margin should be of stunning proportions. The shattering Nixon landslide and the even more shattering exposure of the corruption that surrounded him have done more than I could have done in victory to awaken the nation. This is not a comfortable conclusion for a self-confident, some would say self-righteous, politician to reach. Indeed. But we want to keep in mind that comfortable is a very relative word around Washington these days. With the vicious tentacles of Watergate ready to wrap themselves around almost anybody at any moment, and when McGovern composed those eminently reasonable words in the study of his stylish home on the woodsy edge of Washington, he had no idea how close he'd just come to being made extremely uncomfortable. I have just finished making out a report addressed to somebody named Charles R. Roach, a claims examiner at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Headquarters of Avis Rent-A-Car in Arlington, Virginia. It has to do with a minor accident that occurred on Connecticut Avenue in downtown Washington, shortly after George and his wife had bade farewell to the last staggering guests at the party he'd given on a hot summer night in July, commemorating the first anniversary of his seizure of the presidential nomination in Miami. The atmosphere of the party itself had been amazingly loose and pleasant. 200 people had been invited. Twice that many showed up to celebrate what history will record, with at least a few asterisks, as one of the most disastrous presidential campaigns in American history. Midway in the evening, I was standing on the patio talking to Carl Wagner and Holly Mankiewicz when the phone began ringing, and whoever answered it came back with the news that President Nixon had just been admitted to the nearby Bethesda Naval Hospital with what was officially announced as viral pneumonia. Nobody believed it, of course. High-powered journalists like Jack German and Jules Witcover immediately seized the phones to find out what was really wrong with Nixon. But the rest of us, no longer locked into deadlines or the fast-rising terrors of some tomorrow's election, merely shrugged at the news and kept on drinking. There was nothing unusual, we felt, about Nixon caving in to some real or even psychosomatic illness. And if the truth was worse than the news, well, there would be nothing unusual about that either. One of the smallest and noisiest contingents among the 200 invited guests was the handful of big-time journalists who'd spent most of last autumn dogging McGovern's every lame footstep along the campaign trail, while 2 third-string police reporters from the Washington Post were quietly putting together the biggest political story of 1972 or any other year. A story that had already exploded by the time of McGovern's anniversary party into a scandal that has even now burned a big hole for itself in every American history textbook written from 1973 till infinity. One of the most extraordinary aspects of the Watergate story has been the way the press has handled it. What began in the summer of 1972 as one of the great media bungles of the century has developed by now into what is probably the most thoroughly and most professionally covered story in the history of American journalism. When I boomed into Washington last month to meet Stedman and set up the National Affairs Desk once again, I expected, or in retrospect, I think I expected, to find the high-rolling newsmeisters of the Capitol Press Corps jabbering blindly among themselves once again in some stylish sector of reality far removed from the main nerve of the story. Like climbing aboard Ed Muskie's Sunshine Special in the Florida primary and finding every media star in the nation sipping Bloody Marys and convinced they were riding the rails to Miami with the candidate. Or sitting down to lunch at the Sioux Falls Holiday Inn on Election Day with a half dozen of the heaviest press wizards and coming away convinced that McGovern couldn't possibly lose by more than 10 points. My experience on the campaign trail in 1972 had not filled me with a real sense of awe vis-a-vis the wisdom of the National Press Corps. So I was seriously jolted when I arrived in Washington to find that the bastards had this Watergate story nailed up and bleeding from every extremity, from Watergate and all its twisted details to ITT, the Vesco case, Nixon's lies about the financing for his San Clemente Beach mansion, and even the long-dormant Agnew scandal. There was not a hell of a lot of room for a gonzo journalist to operate in that high-tuned atmosphere. For the first time in memory, the Washington Press Corps was working very close to the peak of its awesome but normally dormant potential. The Washington Post has a half dozen of the best reporters in America working every tangent of the Watergate story like wild-eyed junkies set adrift with no warning to find their next connection. The New York Times, badly blitzed on the story at first, called in hot rods from its bureaus all over the country to overcome the Post's early lead. Both Times and Newsweek's Washington bureaus began scrambling feverishly to find new angles, new connections, new leaks and leads in this story that was unraveling so fast that nobody could stay on top of it. And especially not the 3 or 4 TV networks whose whole machinery was geared to visual/action stories, rather than skillfully planted tips from faceless lawyers who called on private phones and then refused to say anything at all in front of the cameras. The only standard brand visual action in the Watergate story had happened at the very beginning, when the burglars were caught in the act by a squad of plainclothes cops with drawn guns, and that happened so fast that there was not even a still photographer on hand, much less a TV camera. The network news moguls are not hungry for stories involving weeks of dreary investigation and minimum camera possibilities, particularly at a time when almost every ranking TV correspondent in the country was assigned to one aspect or another of a presidential campaign that was still boiling feverishly when the Watergate break-in occurred on June 17th. The Miami conventions and the Eagleton fiasco kept the Watergate story backstage all that summer. Both the networks and the press had their first teams out on the campaign trail until long after the initial indictments, Liddy, Hunt, McCord et al., on September 15th, and by Election Day in November, the Watergate story seemed like old news. It was rarely, if ever, mentioned among the press people following the campaign. A burglary at the Democratic National Headquarters seemed relatively minor compared to the action in Miami. It was a local Washington story, and the local staff was handling it. But I had no local staff, so I made the obvious choice. Except on 2 occasions, and the first of these still haunts me. On the night of June 17th, I spent most of the evening in the Watergate Hotel. From about 8 o'clock until 10, I was swimming laps in the indoor pool, and from 10:30 until a bit after 1 a.m., I was drinking tequila in the Watergate bar with Tom Quinn, a sports columnist for the now-defunct Washington Daily News. Meanwhile, upstairs in room 214, Hunt and Liddy were already monitoring the break-in by walkie-talkie, with ex-FBI agent Alfred Baldwin in his well-equipped spy nest across Virginia Avenue in room 419 of the Howard Johnson Motor Lodge. Jim McCord had already taped the locks on 2 doors just underneath the bar in the Watergate garage, and it was probably just about the time that Quinn and I called for our last round of tequila that McCord and his team of Cubans moved into action and got busted less than an hour later. All this was happening less than 100 yards from where we were sitting in the bar, sucking limes and salt with our Salsa Gold and muttering darkly about the fate of Dwayne Thomas and the pigs who run the National Football League. Neither Bob Woodward nor Carl Bernstein from the Post were invited to McGovern's party that night, which was fitting, because the guest list was limited to those who had lived through the day-to-day nightmare of the 72 campaign. People like Frank Mankiewicz, Miles Rubin, Rick Stearns, Gary Hart, and even Newsweek correspondent Dick Stout, whose final dispatch on the doomed McGovern campaign very nearly got him thrown out of the Dakota Queen II at 30,000 feet over Lincoln, Nebraska on the day before the election. This was the crowd that had gathered that night in July to celebrate his last victory before the great disaster, the slide that began with Eagleton and ended incredibly with Watergate. The events of the past 6 months have so badly jangled the nerves of the invited guests, the staffers and journalists who had been with McGovern from New Hampshire all the way to Sioux Falls on Election Day, that nobody really wanted to go to the party for fear that it might be a funeral and a serious bummer. By the end of the evening, when the 24 bitter enders had forced McGovern to break out his own private stock, ignoring the departure of the caterers and the dousing of the patio lights, the bulk of the conversation was focused on which one or ones of the Secret Service men assigned to protect McGovern had been reporting daily to Jeb Magruder at Creep, and which one of the 10 or 12 journalists with access to the innards of Georgia's strategy had been on Creep's payroll at $1,500 a month. This journalist, still publicly unknown and undenounced, was referred to in White House memos as Chapman's friend, a mysterious designation that puzzled the whole Washington press corps until one of the president's beleaguered ex-aides explained privately that Chapman is a name Nixon used from time to time in the good old days when he was able to travel around obscure Holiday Inns under phony names. R. Chapman, Pepsi Cola salesman, New York City, with a handful of friends carrying walkie-talkies and wearing white leather shoulder holsters. But what the hell? Just send a case of Pepsi up to the suite, my man, and don't ask questions. Your reward will come later. Call the White House and ask for Howard Hunt or Jim McCord. They'll take care of you. Right. Or maybe Tex Coulson, who is slowly and surely emerging as the guiding light behind Nixon's whole arsenal of illegal, immoral, and unethical black advance or dirty tricks department. It was Colson who once remarked that he would walk over his grandmother for Richard Nixon. And it was Colson who hired head plumber Egil Bud Krogh, who in 1969 told Daniel X. Friedman, chairman of the psychiatry department at the University of Chicago, "Anyone who opposes us will destroy. As a matter of fact, anyone who doesn't support us will destroy." Colson, the only one of Nixon's top command to so far evade Watergate's legal noose, is the man who once told White House cop Jack Caulfield to put a firebomb in the offices of the staid/liberal Brookings Institution in order to either steal or destroy some documents he considered incriminating. Colson now says he was only joking about the firebomb plan, but Caulfield took it so seriously that he went to then White House counsel John Dean and said he refused to work with Colson any longer because he was crazy. Crazy? Tex Colson? Never in hell. He's the meanest man in American politics, says Nixon's speechwriter Pat Buchanan, smiling lazily over the edge of a beer can beside the pool outside his Watergate apartment. Buchanan is one of the few people in the Nixon administration with a sense of humor. He is so far to the right that he dismisses Tex Colson as a Massachusetts liberal. But for some reason, Buchanan is also one of the few people, perhaps the only one on Nixon's staff, who has friends at the other end of the political spectrum. At one point during the campaign, I mentioned Buchanan at McGovern headquarters for some reason, and Rick Stearns, perhaps the most hardline left-bent ideologue on McGovern's staff, sort of chuckled and said, "Oh yeah, we're pretty good friends. Pat's the only one of those bastards over there with any principles." When I mentioned this to another McGovern staffer, he snapped, "Yeah, maybe so. Like Joseph Goebbels had principles." My own relationship with Buchanan goes back to the New Hampshire primary in 1968, when Nixon was still on the dim fringes of his political comeback. We spent about 8 hours one night in a Boston hotel room, finishing off a half-gallon of Old Crow and arguing savagely about politics. As I recall, I kept asking him why a person who seemed to have good sense would be hanging around with Nixon. It was clear even then that Buchanan considered me stone crazy, and my dismissal of Nixon as a hopeless bum with no chance of winning anything seemed to amuse him more than anything else. About 8 months later, after one of the strangest and most brutal years in American history, Richard Nixon was president and Pat Buchanan was one of his top 2 speechwriters, along with Ray Price, the House moderate. I didn't see Pat again until the McGovern campaign in '72, when Ron Ziegler refused to have me on the Nixon press plane, and Buchanan intervened to get me past the White House guard and into what turned out to be a dull and useless seat on the plane with the rest of the White House press corps. It was also Buchanan who interviewed Gary Wills, introducing him into the Nixon campaign of 1968, an act of principle that resulted in an extremely unfriendly book called Nixon Agonistes. So it seemed entirely logical, I thought, going back to Washington in the midst of this stinking Watergate summer, to call Buchanan and see if he felt like having 13 or 14 drinks on some afternoon when he wasn't at the White House working feverishly in what he calls the bunker. Price and Buchanan write almost everything Nixon says, and they are busier than usual these days, primarily figuring out what not to say. I spent most of one Saturday afternoon with Pat, lounging around a 10-umbrella table beside the Watergate pool and talking lazily about politics in general. When I called him at the White House the day before, the first thing he said was, "Yeah, I just finished your book." "Oh, Jesus," I replied, thinking this naturally meant the end of any relationship we'd ever have. But he laughed. "Yeah, it's one of the funniest things I've ever read." One of the first things I asked him that afternoon was something that had been simmering in my head for at least a year or so, and that was how he could feel comfortable with strange friends like me and Rick Stearns, and particularly how he could possibly feel comfortable sitting out in the open, in plain sight of the whole Watergate crowd, with a known monster whose affection for Richard Nixon was a matter of fairly brutal common knowledge, or how he felt comfortable playing poker once or twice a week, sometimes with Rick Stearns, whose political views are almost as diametrically opposed to Buchanan's as mine are. He shrugged it off with a grin, opening another beer. Oh well, we ideologues seem to get along better than the others. I don't agree with Rick on anything at all that I can think of, but I like him and I respect his honesty. A strange notion, the far left and far right finding some kind of old common ground beside the Watergate pool, and particularly when one of them is a top Nixon speechwriter spending most of his time trying to keep the boss from sinking like a stone in foul water, yet now and then laughingly referring to the White House as the bunker. After the 6th or 7th beer, I told him about our abortive plot several nights earlier to seize Colson out of his house and drag him down Pennsylvania Avenue tied behind a huge gold Oldsmobile Cutlass. He laughed and said something to the effect that Colson's so tough he might like it. And then, talking further about Colson, he said, "But you know, he's not really a conservative." And that's what seems to separate the two GOP camps, like it separates Barry Goldwater from Richard Nixon. Very much like the difference between the Humphrey Democrats and McGovern Democrats. The ideological wing versus the pragmatists. And by Buchanan's standards, it's doubtful that he even considers Richard Nixon a conservative. My strange and violent reference to Colson seemed to amuse him more than anything else. I want to be very clear on one thing, I assured him. If you're thinking about having me busted for conspiracy on this, remember that I've already deliberately dragged you into it. He laughed again and then mentioned something about the one overt act necessary for a conspiracy charge, and I quickly said that I had no idea where Tex Colson even lived and didn't really want to know, so that even if we'd wanted to drag the vicious bastard down Pennsylvania Avenue at 60 miles per hour behind a gold Oldsmobile Cutlass, we had no idea that night where to find him, and about halfway into the plot, we crashed into a black and gold Cadillac on Connecticut Avenue and drew a huge mob of angry blacks who ended all thought of taking vengeance on Colson. It was all I could do to get out of that scene without getting beaten like a gong for the small crease our rented Cutlass had put in the fender of the Cadillac. Which brings us back to that accident report I just wrote and sent off to Mr. Roach at Avis Mid-Atlantic headquarters in Arlington. The accident occurred about 3:30 in the morning, when either Warren Beatty or Pat Cadell opened the door of a gold Oldsmobile Cutlass I'd rented at Dulles Airport earlier that day and banged the door against the fender of a massive black and gold Cadillac Roadster parked in front of a late-night restaurant on Connecticut Avenue called Anna Maria's. It seems like a small thing at the time, but in retrospect it might have spared us all, including McGovern, an extremely nasty episode. Because somewhere in the late hours of that evening, when the drink had taken hold and people were jabbering loosely about anything that came into their heads, somebody mentioned that the worst and most vicious of Nixon's backstairs White House hitmen, Charles Tex Colson, was probably the only one of the dozen or more Nixon/CRP functionaries thus far sucked into the Watergate scandal who was not likely to do any time, or even be indicted. It was a long, free-falling conversation with people wandering in and out over a time span of an hour or so. Journalists, Pauls, spectators, and the focus of it, as I recall, was a question that I was trying to get some bets on. How many of the primary Watergate figures would actually serve time in prison? The reactions ranged from my own guess that only Magruder and Dean would live long enough to serve time in prison, to Mankiewicz's flat assertion that everybody except Colson would be indicted, convicted, sentenced, and actually hauled off to prison. Everybody involved in this conversation will no doubt deny any connection with it, or even hearing about it for that matter. But what the hell? It did in fact take place over the course of some 2 or 3 days, in several locations, but the seed of speculation took root in the final early morning hours of McGovern's party. Although I don't remember that George himself was involved or even within earshot at any time. He has finally come around to the point where his friends don't mind calling him George in the friendly privacy of his own home. But that is not quite the same thing as getting him involved in a felony conspiracy/attempted murder charge that some wild-eyed, Nixon-appointed geek in the Justice Department might try to crank up on the basis of a series of boozy conversations among journalists, politicians, and other half-drunk cynics. Anybody who has spent any time around the late-night motel bars with the press corps on a presidential campaign knows better than to take their talk seriously. But after reading reviews of my book on the 72 campaign, it occurs to me that some people will believe almost anything that fits their preconceived notions. And so much for all that. August 2nd, patio bar beside the Washington Hilton swimming pool. Stedman and his wife had just arrived from England. Sandy had flown in the day before from Colorado, and I had come up from Miami after a long vacation in the decompression chamber. It was a Tuesday or Wednesday afternoon, I think, and the Watergate hearings were in progress. But we decided to take the first day off and get ourselves under control. One of the first things I had to do was make out a long overdue accident report for that night, 2 weeks earlier, when the door of my rented car smacked into the Cadillac at 4 a.m. The Avis people were threatening to cut off my coverage for non-cooperation, so I brought the insanely complicated accident report down to the patio table by the pool, thinking to fill it out with the help of 8 or 9 Carlsbergs. Stedman was already sketching distractedly, swilling beers at a feverish rate and muttering darkly to himself about the terrible conditions in the hotel and how earlier that morning, while passing through the coffee shop, a huge ceiling lamp had fallen from the ceiling and nearly killed him. It was terrible, he said. The damn thing came so close that it knocked my briefcase full of drawings out of my hand. 6 inches closer and it would have caved in my head. I nodded sympathetically, thinking it was just another one of those ugly twists of luck that always seem to afflict Ralph in this country, and I kept on grappling with the accident report. Stedman was still babbling. God, it's hot! Ah, this terrible thirst! What's that you've got there? The goddamn accident report. I've got to make it out. Accident report? Yeah, I had a small wreck the last time I was here about 2 weeks ago. All right. Yes, 2 more Carlsbergs. And the car blew up the next night, and I had to abandon it in Rock Creek Park at 4 a.m. I think they're still billing me for it. Who? The Avis people. My God, that's terrible. I only had it 2 nights. The first night I had this wreck, and the next night it blew up. What were you doing in this wretched city at 4 a.m? Well, actually, we were thinking about getting out to Tex Colson's house and jerking him out of bed, tying him behind the car with a big rope, and dragging him down Pennsylvania Avenue, then cutting him loose in front of the White House guard gate. You're kidding. You don't really mean that. You wouldn't do a thing like that, would you? Of course not. That would be a conspiracy to commit either murder or aggravated assault, plus kidnapping. And you know me, Ralph. That's not my style at all. That's what I mean. You were drunk, perhaps, eh? Ah, we were drunk, yes. We'd been to a party at McGovern's. McGovern's? Drinking? Who was with you? Drinking heavily, yes. It was Warren Beatty and Pat Cadell, McGovern's pole wizard, and myself, and for some reason it occurred to me that the thing to do at that hour of the morning was to go out and get Colson. My God, that's crazy. You must have been stoned and drunk, especially by 4 a.m. Well, we left McGovern's at about 2:30, and we were supposed to meet Krause at this restaurant downtown. McGovern lives somewhere in the northwest part of town, and it had taken me 2 hours to find the damn house, and I figured it would take me another 2 hours to get out again unless I could follow somebody. Krause was about a block ahead of me when we left. I could see his taillights, but there was another car between me and Krause, and I was afraid I'd lose him in that maze of narrow little streets, almost like country lanes. We can't let Krause get away, I said. So I slammed it into passing gear and passed the car right in front of me in order to get behind Krause. And all of a sudden, here was a car coming the other direction on this street about 15 feet wide. Just barely enough room for 2 cars to pass, and certainly not enough room for 3 cars to pass, one of them going about 70 miles an hour with a drunk at the wheel. I thought, well, I can either slow down or stomp on it and squeeze in there. So I stomped on it and forced the oncoming car up over the curb and onto the grass in order to avoid me, as I came hurtling back into my own lane. And just as I flashed past him, I happened to look over and saw that it was a police car. Well, I thought, this is not the time to stop and apologize. I could see him in my rearview mirror stopping and beginning to turn around. So instead of following Kraus, I took the first left I could, turned the lights off, and drove like a bastard, assuming the cop would probably chase Kraus and run him down and arrest him. But as it happened, he didn't get either one of us. What a rotten thing to do. Well, it was him or me, Ralph. As a matter of fact, I worried about it when we didn't see Tim at the restaurant later on. But we were late, because we did some high-speed driving exercises in the southeast area of Washington, flashing along those big empty streets going into corners at 80 miles an hour and doing 180s. It was a sort of Thunder Road driving trip, screwing it on with that big Cutlass. Enormous car? A real monster. Extremely overpowered. How big is it? It's the size of a bus. No, normal size for a big car, but extremely powerful. Much more, say, than a Mustang or something like that. We did about an hour's worth of crazed driving on these deserted streets, and it was during this time that I mentioned that we should probably go out and have a word with Mr. Coulson, because during a conversation earlier in the evening, the consensus among the reporters at McGovern's party was that Coulson was probably the only one of Nixon's first-rank henchmen who would probably not even be indicted. Why's that? He had managed to keep himself clean somehow, up to that point anyway. Now he's been dragged into the ITT hassle again, so it looks like he might go down with all the others. But at that point we thought, well, Coulson really is the most evil of those bastards, and if he gets off, there is really no justice in the world. So we thought we'd go out to his house. Luckily, none of us knew where he lived, and beat on his door, mumbling something like, "God's mercy on me! My wife's been raped! My foot's been cut off!" Anything to lure him downstairs. And the minute he opened the door, seize him and drag him out to the car and tie him by the ankles and drag him down to the White House. He could identify you. Well, he wouldn't have time to know exactly who it was. But we thought about it for a while, still driving around, and figured a beastly thing like that might be the only thing that could get Nixon off the hook, because he could go on television the next afternoon demanding to make a nationwide emergency statement saying, "Look what these thugs have done to poor Mr. Coulson. This is exactly what we were talking about. This is why we had to be so violent in our ways, because these thugs will stop at nothing. They dragged Mr. Coulson the length of Pennsylvania Avenue at 4 a.m, then cut him loose like a piece of meat. He would call for more savage and stringent security measures against the kind of animals who would do a thing like this. So we put the plot out of our heads. Well, it would have been a bit risky. Wouldn't have done the Democratic Party any good at all, would it? Well, it might have created a bit of an image problem, and it would have given Nixon the one out he desperately needs now, a way to justify the whole Watergate trip by raving about this brutal act. That's an old Hell's Angels gig, dragging people down the street. Hell's Angels. Pachucos. Drunken cowboys. But I thought more about it later, when I finally got back to the hotel after that stinking accident I'm still trying to explain. And it occurred to me that those bastards are really mean enough to do that to Coulson themselves. If they only had the wits to think about it, they could go out and drag him down the street in a car with old McGovern stickers on the bumpers, or put on false beards and wave a wine bottle out the window as they passed the White House and cut him loose. He'd roll to a stop in front of the guardhouse, and the guard would clearly see the McGovern sticker on the car screeching off around the corner. And that's all Nixon would need. If we gave them the idea, they'd probably go out and get Coulson tonight. He'd be babbling, I'd think. He'd be hysterical, in very bad shape. And of course he'd claim that McGovern thugs had done it to him, if he were still able to talk. I really believe Nixon would do a thing like that if he thought it would get him out of the hole. So I thought about it a little more, and it occurred to me what we should do was have these masks made up. You know, those rubber masks that fit over the whole head? Ah, yes, very convincing. Yeah, one of them would have to be the face of Haldeman, one the face of Ehrlichman, and one the face of Tony Ulasewicz. Yes, the meanest men on the Nixon staff. Well, Colson's the meanest man in politics, according to Pat Buchanan. Ulasewicz is the hitman, a hired thug. I thought if we put these masks on and wore big overcoats or something to disguise ourselves and went out to his house and kind of shouted, Tex, it's me, Tony, come on down, we've got a big problem. And the minute he opens the door, these people with the Haldeman and Ehrlichman masks would jump out from either side and seize him by each arm, so that he sees who has him. But only for 2 or 3 seconds, before the person wearing the Ulasewicz mask slaps a huge burlap sack over his head, knots it around his knees, and then the 3 of them carry him out to the car and lash him to the rear bumper and drag him down the street. And just as we passed the White House guard station, slashed the rope so that Colson would come to a tumbling, bloody stop right in front of the guard. And after 2 or 3 days in the emergency ward, when he was finally able to talk, after coming out of shock, he would swear that the people who got him were Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Ulasewicz. And he would know they were mean enough to do it, because that's the way he thinks. He's mean enough to do it himself. You'd have to pick a night when they were all in Washington, and Colson would swear that they did it to him, no matter what they said. He would know it, because he had seen them. Brilliant, yes. He'd be absolutely convinced, having seen the men and the faces. Right. But of course you couldn't talk. Just seize him and go. What would you think if you looked out and saw 3 people you recognized, and suddenly they jerked you up and tied you behind a car and dragged you 40 blocks? Hell, you saw them. You'd testify, swear under oath, which would cause Nixon probably to go completely crazy. He wouldn't know what to believe. How could he be sure that Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Ulasewicz hadn't done it? Nobody would know, not even by using lie detectors. But that's a pretty heavy act to get into, dragging people around the street behind rented Avis cars, and we never quite got back to it anyway. But if we hadn't had that accident, we might have given it a little more thought, although I still have no idea where Colson lives, and I still don't want to know. But you have to admit, it was a nice idea. That's a lovely thing, yes. You know, Colson had that sign on the wall in his office saying, once you have them by the balls, their hearts and minds will follow. Right. He's an ex-Marine captain, so it would be a definite dose of his own medicine. Do you really think he deserves that kind of treatment? Well, he was going to set off a firebomb in the Brookings Institution just to recover some papers. Colson is not one of your friendlier, happier type of persons. He's an evil bastard, and dragging him down the street would certainly strike a note of terror in that crowd. They could use some humility. Poetic justice, no? Well, it's a little rough. It might not be necessary to drag him 40 blocks, maybe just 4. You could put him in the trunk for the first 36 blocks, then haul him out and drag him the last 4. That would certainly scare the piss out of him, bumping along the street, feeling all his skin being ripped off. He'd be a bloody mess. They might think he was just some drunk and let him lie there all night. Don't worry about that. They have a guard station in front of the White House that's open 24 hours a day. The guards would recognize Colson, and by that time, of course, his wife would have called the cops and reported that a bunch of thugs had kidnapped him. Wouldn't it be a little kinder if you drove about 4 more blocks and stopped at a phone box to ring the hospital and say, would you mind going around to the front of the White House? There's a naked man lying outside in the street, bleeding to death. And we think it's Mr. Colson. It would be quite a story for the newspapers, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think it's safe to say we'd see some headlines on that one. Part 2. Flashbacks and time warps. Scrambled notes and rude comments from the high country. Dean versus Haldeman in the hearing room. A question of perjury. Ehrlichman sandbags an old buddy. Are the sharks deserting the suckfish? Editor's note. due to circumstances beyond our control. The following section was lashed together at the last moment from a 6-pound bundle of documents, notebooks, memos, recordings, and secretly taped phone conversations with Dr. Thompson during a month of erratic behavior in Washington, New York, Colorado, and Miami. His long-range plan, he says, is to refine these nerve-wracking methods somehow and eventually create an entirely new form of journalism. In the meantime, we have suspended his monthly retainer and canceled his credit card. During one 4-day period in Washington, he destroyed 2 cars, cracked a wall in the Washington Hilton, purchased 2 French horns at $1,100 each, and ran through a plate glass door in a Turkish restaurant. Compounding the problem was the presence in Washington for the first time of our artist, Ralph Steadman, an extremely heavy drinker with little or no regard for either protocol or normal social amenities. On Steadman's first visit to the Watergate hearing room, he was ejected by the Capitol Police after spilling beer on a TV monitor and knocking Sam Ervin off his feet while attempting to seize a microphone to make a statement about the rottenness of American politics. It was only the timely intervention of New York Post correspondent John Lang that kept Steadman from being permanently barred from the hearing room. In any case, the bulk of what follows appears exactly as Dr. Thompson wrote it originally in his notebooks. Given the realities of our constant deadline pressure, there was no other way to get this section into print. The Notebooks. Jesus! This Watergate thing is unbelievable. It's terrible, like finding out your wife is running around but you don't want to hear about it. The remark of a fat man from Nashville sharing a taxi with Ralph Steadman. Tuesday morning, June 26, 1973, 8:13 a.m. in the Rockies. Bright sun on the grass outside my windows behind this junk TV set and long white snowfields, still unmelted, on the peaks across the valley. Every 2 or 3 minutes, the doleful screech of a half-wild peacock rattles the windows. The bastard is strutting around on the roof, shattering the morning calm with his senseless cries. His noise is a bad burden on Sandy's nerves. God damn it, she mutters. We have to get him a hen. Fuck him. We got him a hen. And she ran off and got herself killed by coyotes. What the crazy bastard needs now is a bullet through the vocal cords. He's beginning to sound like Herman Talmadge. Talmadge? Watch what's happening, goddammit. Here's another true son of the South. First it was Thompson, now Talmadge. And then we'll get that half-wit pimp from Florida. Gurney? I nodded, staring fixedly at the big bluish eye of the permanently malfunctioned color TV set that I hauled back from Washington last summer, when I finally escaped from the place. But now I was using it almost feverishly, day after day, to watch what was happening in Washington. The Watergate hearings, my daily fix on TV. Thousands of people from all over the country are writing the networks to demand that this goddamn tedious nightmare be jerked off the air so they can get back to their favorite soap operas. As the World Turns, The Edge of Night, The Price is Right, and What Next for Weird Betty. They are bored by the spectacle of the Watergate hearings. The plot is confusing, they say. The characters are dull, and the dialogue is repulsive. The President of the United States would never act that way, at least not during baseball season. Like Nixon's new White House Chief of Staff, Melvin Laird, said shortly before his appointment, "If the President turns out to be guilty, I don't want to hear about it." This is the other end of the attitude spectrum from the comment I heard last week from a man in Denver. "I've been waiting a long time for this," he said. "Maybe not as long as Jerry Voorhees or Helen Gayagan Douglas, and I never really thought it would happen, to tell you the truth." He flashed me a humorless smile and turned back to his TV set. "But it is, by God, and it's almost too good to be true." My problem, journalistically at least, has its roots in the fact that I agree with just about everything that laughing, vengeful bastard said that day. We didn't talk much. There was no need for it. Everything Richard Milhouse Nixon ever stood for was going up in smoke right in front of our eyes. And anybody who could understand and appreciate that, I felt, didn't need many words to communicate. At least not with me. The question is, what did he stand for? And what next for that? Agnew? Reagan? Rockefeller? Even Percy? Nixon was finally successful for the same reason he was finally brought low. He kept pushing, and inevitably, he pushed too far. Noon, Tuesday, June 26th. The TV set is out on the porch now, a move that involved much cursing and staggering. Weicker has the mic, mano a mano on Dean, and after 13 minutes of apparently aimless blathering, he comes off no better than Talmadge. Weicker seemed oddly cautious, a trifle obtuse perhaps. What are the connections? Weicker is a personal friend of Pat Gray's. He is also the only member of the Select Committee with after-hours personal access to John Dean. Live from the Senate caucus room, flash on CBS screen. Live? Rehearsed? In any case, Dean is livelier than most, not only because of what he has to say, but because he, unlike the other witnesses, refused to say it first in executive session to committee staffers before going on TV. Strange. Dean's obvious credibility comes not from his long-awaited impact, or lack of it, on the American public, but from his obvious ability to deal with the 7 senatorial inquisitors. They seem odd. Dean got his edge early on with a mocking lash at the integrity of Minority Counsel Fred Thompson, and the others fell meekly in line. Dean radiates a certain very narrow kind of authority. Nothing personal, but the kind of nasal, blank-hearted authority you feel in the presence of the taxman or a very polite FBI agent. Only Baker remains. His credibility took a bad beating yesterday. Dean ran straight at him, startling the TV audience with constant references to Baker's personal dealings with the White House prior to the hearings. There was no need to mention that Baker is the son-in-law, that late and only half-lamented Solon from the great state of Illinois, Senator Everett Dirksen. Dean is clearly a shrewd executive. He will have no trouble getting a good job when he gets out of prison. Now, Montoya, the flaccid Mexam from New Mexico. No problem here for John Dean. Suddenly, Montoya hits Dean head-on with Nixon's bogus quote about Dean's investigation clearing all members of White House staff. Dean calmly shrugs it off as a lie. I never made any investigation. Montoya continues with entire list of prior Nixon statements. Dean. In totality, there are less than accurate statements in those statements. Montoya is after Nixon's head. Is this the first sign? Over the hump for Tricky Dick? Recall lingering memory of Miami Beach plainclothes cop, resting in armory behind Convention Center on night of Nixon's renomination. You tell him, Tricky Dick. Watching Nixon's speech on TV, with tear gas fumes all around us and demonstrators gagging outside. 4:20 Eastern Daylight Time. As usual, the pace picks up at the end. These buggers should be forced to keep at it for 15 or 16 straight hours. Heavy doses of speed, pots of coffee, wild turkey, etc. Force them down to the raving hysterical quick. Wild accusations, etc. Dean becomes more confident as time goes on. A bit flip now, finding his feet. Friday morning, June 29th, 8:33 a.m. Jesus! This waterhead Gurney again! You'd think the poor bugger would have the sense to not talk anymore. But no! Gurney is still blundering along, still hammering blindly at the receding edges of Dean's credibility in his now obvious role as what Frank Reynolds and Sam Donaldson on ABC TV both described as the water boy for the White House. Gurney appears to be deaf. He has a brain like a cow's udder. He asks his questions off the typed list apparently furnished him by minority GOP counsel Fred J. Thompson. Then his mind seems to wander. His eyes roam lazily around the room while Thompson whispers industriously in his ear. His hands shuffle papers distractedly on the table in front of his microphone. And meanwhile, Dean meticulously chews up his questions and hands them back to him in shreds, so publicly mangled that their fate might badly embarrass a man with good sense. But Gurney seems not to notice. His only job on this committee is to defend the presidency, according to his instructions from the White House, or at least whatever third-string hangers-on might still be working there. And what we tend to forget here is that it's totally impossible to understand Gurney's real motives without remembering that he's the Republican senator from Florida, a state where George Wallace swept the Democratic primary in 1972 with 78% of the vote, and which went 72% for Nixon in November. In a state where even Hubert Humphrey is considered a dangerous radical, Ed Gurney's decision to make an ignorant yahoo of himself on national TV makes excellent sense, at least to his own constituency. They are watching TV down in Florida today, along with the rest of the country. And we want to remember that if Gurney appears in Detroit and Sacramento as a hideous caricature of the imbecilic Senator Cornpone, that's not necessarily the way he appears to the voters around Tallahassee and St. Petersburg. Florida is not Miami, contrary to the prevailing national image. And one of the enduring mysteries in American politics is how a humane and relatively enlightened politician like Reuben Askew could have been elected governor of one of the few states in the country where George Wallace would have easily beaten Richard Nixon in a head-to-head presidential race in either 1968 or 1972, or even 1976 for that matter. And so much for all that. Gurney is off the air now, having got himself tangled up in a legal/constitutional argument with Sam Ervin and Dean's attorney. He finally just hunkered down and passed the mic to Senator Inouye, who immediately refocused the questioning by prodding Dean's memory on the subject of White House efforts to seek vengeance on their enemies. Which senators, in addition to Teddy Kennedy, were subjects of surveillance by Nixon's gumshoes? Which journalists, in addition to the man from Newsday who wrote unfavorable things about Bibi Rebozo, were put on the list to have their tax returns audited? Which athletes and actors, in addition to Joe Namath and Paul Newman, were put on the list to be screwed? Dean's answers were vague on these things. He's not interested in interpreting the motives of others, he says, which is an easy thing to forget after watching him on the tube for 3 days, repeatedly incriminating at least half the ranking fixers in Nixon's inner circle: Colson, Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Mitchell, Magruder, Strachan, Ziegler, Moore, LaRue, Kalmbach, Nofziger, Krogh, Liddy, Kleindienst. And the evidence is mind-boggling, in Senator Baker's words, when it comes in the form of verbatim memos and taped phone conversations. The simple-minded vengefulness of the language seems at least as disturbing as the vengeful plots unveiled. 5:35 p.m. Sitting out here on the porch, naked, in a rocking chair, in the half-shade of a dwarf juniper tree, looking out at snow-covered mountains from this hot lizard's perch in the sun with no clouds at 8,000 feet, a mile and a half high, as it were, it is hard to grasp that this dim blue tube sitting on an old bullet-pocked tree stump is bringing me every uncensored detail for 5 or 6 hours each day from a musty brown room 2,000 miles east of a story that is beginning to look like it can have only one incredible ending: the downfall of the President of the United States. 6 months ago, Richard Nixon was the most powerful political leader in the history of the world, more powerful than Augustus Caesar when he had his act rolling full bore. 6 months ago. Now, with the passing of each sweaty afternoon into what history will call the summer of '73, Richard Nixon is being dragged closer and closer with all deliberate speed, as it were, to disgrace and merciless infamy. His place in history is already fixed. He will go down with Grant and Harding as one of democracy's classic mutations. 9:22 p.m. Billy Graham crusade on both TV channels. But what? What's happening here? An acid flashback? A time warp? CBS has Graham in Orange County raving about redemption through blood. Yes, God demands blood. But ABC is running the Graham Crusade in South Africa, a huge all-white Afrikaner pep rally at Johannesburg's Wanderers Stadium. Did I finally get that right? Are these mushrooms deceiving me? Strange. On this eve of Nixon's demise, his private preacher is raving about blood in Los Angeles, invoking the actual bloody images of Robert Kennedy's brain on the cold concrete floor of the Ambassador Hotel kitchen and Jack Kennedy's blood on his widow's dress that tragic day in Dallas, and the blood of Martin Luther King on that motel balcony in Memphis. But wait! Is that a black face I see in the crowd at Wanderers Stadium? Yes! A wrapped black face, wearing aviator shades and a green army uniform. Stoned on Billy's message, along with all the others. Your soul is searching for God. Pause. Body crouched, both fists shaking defiantly in the air. They tore his flesh. They pulled his beard out. Graham is in a wild Charlton Heston fighting stance now. And while they were doing that, 72 million avenging angels had to be held back. Yes! By the bloody arm of the Lord! From sweeping this planet into hell! Kazart! 72 million of the fuckers, eh? That threat would never make the nut in L.A. It would have to be 72 billion there. But South Africa is the last of the white Nazi bush leagues. And when you mention 72 million of anything ready to sweep across the planet, they know what you mean in South Africa. Niggers. The avenging black horde. And suddenly it occurs to me that Graham's act is extremely subtle. He's actually threatening this weeping crowd of white supremacist burghers. Indeed! Redemption through fear. It knocked him dead in Houston, so why not here? 10:05. The news, and John Dean again, that fiendish little drone. Did the president seem surprised when you gave him this information? No, sir, he did not. The junkies are rolling up the tents at Camp David tonight. Mr. Nixon has cashed his check. Press reports from the Western White House in San Clemente say the president has no comment on Dean's almost unbelievably destructive testimony. No comment. The boss is under sedation. Who is with him out there on that lonely western edge of America tonight? B.B. Rebozo, Robert Abplanalp, W. Clement Stone. Probably not. They must have seen what Nixon saw today, that the Irvin Committee was going to give Dean a free ride. His victims will get their shots at him tomorrow, or next week. But it won't make much difference, because the only ones left to question him are the ones he publicly ridiculed yesterday as tools of the White House. Baker's credibility is so crippled. In the wake of Dean's references in his opening statement to Baker's alleged willingness to cooperate with the Nixon Brain Trust in the days before these hearings, that anything Baker hits Dean with tomorrow will seem like the angry retaliation of a much insulted man. And what can poor Gurney say? Dean contemptuously dismissed him in front of a nationwide TV audience of 70 million cynics as such a hopeless yo-yo that he wouldn't even have to be leaned on. Gurney was the only one of 7 senators on the Irvin Committee that Nixon's strategists figured was safely in their pocket before the hearing started. Weicker, the maverick Republican, was considered a lost cause from the start. "We knew we were in trouble when we looked at that lineup," Dean testified. There was something almost like a smile on his face when he uttered those words. The rueful smile of a good loser, perhaps? Or maybe something else. The crazy, half-controlled flicker of a laugh on the face of a man who was just beginning to think he might survive this incredible trip. By 4:45 on Tuesday, Dean had the dazed, still hypertense look of a man who knows he went all the way out to the edge with no grip at all for a while and suddenly feels his balance coming back. Well, maybe so. If Dean can survive tomorrow's inevitable counterattack, it's all over. The Harris poll in today's Rocky Mountain News, even before Dean's testimony, showed Nixon's personal credibility rating on the Watergate problem had slipped to a fantastic new low of 15, 70% negative. If the Irvin Committee lets even half of Dean's testimony stand, Richard Nixon won't be able to give away dollar bills in Times Square on the 4th of July. Monday, July 15th, 2:10 p.m. Watergate hearings, Old Senate Office Building. Mystery witness, Alex Butterfield. Impossible to see witness's face from periodical seat directly behind him. Rufus Pipe Edmiston, Irvin's man, the face behind Baker and Irvin. Politically ambitious, wants to run for Attorney General of North Carolina. Always sits on camera. Butterfield regales room with tales of elaborate taping machine in Oval Office. See clips. Nixon's official bugger. Liaison to Secret Service. Butterfield. Sharp dark blue suit. Yes, sir. It was a great deal more difficult to pick up in the cabinet room. Talmadge. Who installed the devices? Butterfield. Secret Service, Tech, Security Div, to record things for posterity. Talmadge. Why were these devices installed? Butterfield. Constant taping of all conversations in Oval Office for transcriptions for Nixon Library. Voice-activated mics all over Nixon's office. With time delay, so as not to cut out during pauses. Fred Thompson looks like a Tennessee moonshiner who got rich. Somebody sent him to a haberdasher when he heard he was going to Washington. 4 6x6 chandeliers, yellow cut glass, hanging from ceiling, but obscured by banks of Colortran TV lights. Stan Tredick and other photogs with cardboard shields taped over lenses to cut out TV lights from above. 234. Voting warning signal? Aha! Butterfield will produce Dean Nixon tape from September 15th? Talmadge. No warning signal? Butterfield. No, sir, not to my knowledge. Talmadge. This taping was solely to serve historical purposes? Butterfield. Yes, sir, as far as I know. Unknown speaker. Key Biscayne and San Clemente? Butterfield. No recording devices there. At least not by me. New York Post headline. Nixon bugs self. Full page. The most obvious difference between being in the hearing room and watching TV is the scale. Sense of smallness like a football stadium. The players seem human-sized and the grass seems real in some cases. Room 318 is only about 100 by 100, unlike the vast theater it looks like on TV. Constant stream of students being run in and out behind us. Kalmbach sitting right in front of me, waiting to testify, $300 gray linen suit, $75 wingtips, lacquered black hair and tailored shirt, thin blue stripes on off-white, large, rich, sitting with silver-haired lawyer. Irvin reads letter from Buzzard. Sends Buzz through room. Says LBJ did some taping. Interesting. Sitting directly behind witness chair, you can look right at Irvin and catch his facial expressions. As if he was looking at me. Nodding. Fixed stare. Occasional quick notes with yellow pencil. Kalmbach Ulasewicz phone calls, from phone booth to phone booth, like mafia operations. Check Honor Thy Father for similar. Kalmbach. It was about this time that I began to have a degree of concern about this assignment. 4:50. Tedium sets in. Sudden vision of reaching out with ostrich lasso and slipping it around Kalmbach's neck, then tightening it up and jerking him backwards. Sudden uproar in gallery. Cameras clicking feverishly as Kalmbach struggles with piano wire noose around his neck. Falling backwards, unable to control laughter at this image. Forced to leave hearing room, out of control, people staring at me. Ron McMahon, Baker's press secretary, ex-Tennessee newsman. How can they not give them to us? Nixon office tapes. Down in Tennessee, we used to have a courthouse fire now and then. Bernard J. Leenan, 27, Jerseyville, Illinois, 62052. Came to D.C. by train. 13 cars pulled by steam locomotive, coal tender. With 100 people, Chicago, Washington. Private train, Southern Railroad, Independence Limited, Watergate Special. Most people in Jerseyville only got interested when Dean produced the enemies list. Why? Because they couldn't understand why certain names were on it. Newman, Streisand, Channing, Cosby. They couldn't understand why such a list was kept. Carroll Arms Bar, like a tavern full of football fans with the game across the street. Hoots of laughter and bar at LaRue's deadpan account of Liddy's offer to be on any street corner at any time, and we could have him assassinated. All Watergate groupies seemed to be anti-Nixon, both in the hearing room and bars around Old Senate Building, like fans cheering the home team. The 7 blocks of jelly. Tuesday, July 24th, Benton Studio, 8 p.m. PBS in Aspen is off again, even worse than PBS in D.C. Ehrlichman takes the oath with Heil Hitler salute / no laughter from spectators. Boredom in hearing room, tedium at press tables. Ehrlichman's face. Arrogance! Keep the fucker on TV 10 hours a day, 10 straight days. Ehrlichman. We saw very little chance of getting FBI to move. Very serious problem. Right! The nation's crawling with communists, multiplying like rats. Ehrlichman must have seen himself on 60 Minutes, so he knows how he looks on TV. Keeps glancing sideways at camera. Ehrlichman's faulty memory. Brookings. Didn't remember who authorized firebombing. Didn't remember who he called to cancel Brookings' bomb plot. Same backgrounds. Civic Club, Country Club, JCC, USC/UCLA, law school, law firms, ad agencies. Attitudes of Thompson, Baker, and Gurney are critical. They related to Nixon's survival chances, rats sneaking off a sinking ship. Ehrlichman has insane gall to challenge Irvin on constitutional issues. Nixon's right to authorize Ellsberg burglary. Dan Rather says Nixon wants a confrontation now and also wants Cox to resign. Nixon, by withholding tapes, makes conviction of Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Dean, etc. impossible, thus holding this over their heads to keep them from talking. Hang together or hang separately. A quote from Benjamin Franklin. Editor's note. The following conversation between Ehrlichman and Herb Kalmbach arrived as a third-generation Xerox in a package with Dr. Thompson's notebooks. The transcript was released by Ehrlichman himself. He hadn't told Kalmbach he was taping their phone call for possible use in his defense. This was not one of those documents ferreted out by the Select Committee investigators. According to Thompson, the following transcript is the single most revealing chunk of testimony yet in terms of the morality of these people. It's like suddenly being plunged into the middle of the White House. Conversation with Herb Kalmbach, April 19th, 1973, 4:50 p.m. Ehrlichman. Kalmbach. Hi, how are you? I'm pretty good. I'm scheduled for 2 tomorrow afternoon. Where? At the jury or the U.S. Attorney? At the jury, and I'm scheduled at 5:30 this afternoon with Silver. Oh, are you? Yeah. I just wanted to run through quickly several things, John, in line with our conversation. I got in here last night, and there was a call from O'Brien. I returned it, went over there today, and he said the reason for the call is LaRue has told him to ask him to call me to say that he had to identify me in connection with this, and he wanted me to know that, and so on. Did he tell you about Dean? Nope. Well, Dean has totally cooperated with the U.S. Attorney in the hopes of getting immunity. Now, what he says or how he says, nobody seems to be able to divine but he. The whole enchilada? He's throwing on Bob and me heavily. He is? Yep. He is. And taking the position that he was a mere agent. Now, on your episode, he told me before he left, so to speak, he, Dean, told me that really my transaction with him involving you was virtually my only area of liability in this thing. And I said, well, John, what in the world are you talking about? He said, well, I came to you from Mitchell, and I said Mitchell needs money. Could we call Herb Kalmbach and ask him to raise some? And I said, and Dean says to me, and you said yes. And I said, yep, that's right. And he said, well, that does it. And I said, well, that's hard for me to believe. I don't understand the law, but I don't think Herb entered into this with any guilty intent, and I certainly didn't, and so I said I just find that hard to imagine. Now, since then, I've retained counsel. Oh, you have? Very good. And who agrees with me that it is the remotest kind of nonsense. But the point that I think has to be clarified, that I'm going to clarify if I get a chance, is that the reason that Dean had to come to me and to Bob where you were concerned is that we had promised you that you would not be run pillar to post by Morris Stans. And also that you knew I was your friend and you knew I was the president's attorney. Sure. Never do anything improper, illegal, unethical, or whatever. Right. But the point is that rather than Mitchell calling you direct, Mitchell knew darn well that you were no longer available. Yep. Now, this was post-April 6th, was it not? Yep, April 7th. So, that Mitchell and Stans both knew that there wasn't any point in calling you direct because we had gotten you out of that on the pretext that you were going to do things for us. That's right. And so it was necessary for Dean to come to me and then in turn to Bob and plead a very urgent case without really getting into any specifics except to say you had to trust me. This is very important, and Mitchell is up his tree, or, is really worked. He didn't use that phrase, but he is really exercised about this. And, John, if you tell me it's that important, why, yes. You know, when you and I talked, and it was after John had given me that word, and I came in to ask you, John, is this an assignment I have to take on? You said, yes, it is. Period. and move forward, then that was all that I needed to be assured that I wasn't putting my family in jeopardy. Sure. And I would just understand that you and I are absolutely together on that. No question about it, Herb, that I would never knowingly have put you in any kind of a spot. Yeah, well, and when we talked, you knew what I was about to do, you know. To go out and get the dough for this purpose. It was humanitarian. It was a defense fund to support the family. Now, the thing that was disquieting in this thing with O'Brien was that he said that there is a massive campaign evidently underway to indict all the lawyers, including you and me. And I was a little shocked, and I guess what I need to get from you, John, is assurance that this is not true. Well, I don't know of any attempt to target you at all. My hunch is that they're trying to get at me. They're trying to corroborate. See, what they said to Dean is that he gets no consideration from them unless they can corroborate Haldeman and my liability. God, if I can just make it plain that it was humanitarian and nothing else. Yeah, and the point that I undoubtedly never expressed to you, that I continually operated on the basis of Dean's representation to me. Yep, it was not improper. Right, and there was nothing illegal about it. See, he's the house lawyer. Yep, exactly. And I just couldn't believe that you and Bob and the president, just two good friends, to ever put me in the position I would be putting my family on the line. And it's just unbelievable, unthinkable. Now, if I'm asked by Silver, I'll just lay it out just exactly that way. Yeah, I wouldn't haul the president into it if you can help it. Oh, no, I will not. But I think the point at which I will make in the future, if I'm given the chance, that you were not under our control in any sort of a slavery sense, but that we had agreed that you would not be at the beck and call of the committee. And of course, too, that I acted only on orders and, on direction. And if this is something that you felt sufficiently important and that you were assured it was altogether proper, then I would take it on, because I always do it and always have. And you and Bob and the president know that. Yeah, well, as far as propriety is concerned, I think we both were relying entirely on Dean. Yep. I made no independent judgment. Yep. And I'm sure Bob didn't either. Nope. And I just have the feeling, John, that I don't know if this is a weak read. Is it? Who, Dean? No, I mean, are they still going to say, well, Herb, you should have known? I don't know how you could have. You didn't make any inquiries. Never. And the only inquiries I made, John, was to you after I talked to John Dean. And you found that I didn't know just a whole hell of a lot. You said this is something I have to do, and the reason that I said that, as you know, was not from any personal inquiry, but was on the basis of what had been represented to me. Yeah, and then on to provide the defense fund and to take care of the families of these fellows who were then indigent, not then been found guilty or not guilty. And the point being here, without attempting to induce them to do a damn thing. Absolutely not. And that was never. That was exactly right. Okay, now, can I get in to see you tomorrow before I go in there at 2? If you want to, they'll ask you. Will they? Yep. Well, maybe I shouldn't. They'll ask you to whom you've spoken about your testimony, and I would appreciate it if you would say you've talked to me in California, because at the time I was investigating this thing for the president. And not now? Well, I wouldn't ask you to lie. No, I know. But the point is, the testimony was in California. The point is, well, no, your recollection of facts and so forth, yes, I agree. See, I don't think we were ever seen together out there, but at some point I'm going to have to say that I talked to O'Brien and Dean and Magruder and Mitchell and you and a whole lot of people about this case. Yeah. And so it would be consistent. Do you feel, John, that, calling it straight shot here, do you feel assured, as you did when we were out there, that there's no culpability here? Yes. And nothing to worry about. And Herb, from everything I hear, they're not after you. Yes, sir. From everything I hear. Barbara, you know? They're out to get me and they're out to get Bob. My God. All right. Well, John, it'll be absolutely clear that there was nothing looking towards any cover-up or anything. It was strictly for the humanitarian, and when I talked to you, I just wanted you to advise me that it was all right on that basis. On that basis. To go forward. That it was necessary. And that'll be precisely the way it is. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Herb. Bye. 5:00 p.m. Monday, July 30th. Hearing room. Old Senate Office Building. Haldeman opening statement. Terrible heat from TV lights turned back towards press and gallery. Barking, sounds of dog kennel, in press room as Haldeman comes on. Not on Nat TV, but audible in hallway. Nor did I ever suggest the Super Eagle Scout wounded tone of voice. I had full confidence in Dean, as did the president at that time. Haldeman's 1951 burr cut seems as out of place, even weird, in this room as a bearded senator would have seemed in 1951, or a nigger in Beta Theta Phi fraternity in the late 1940s. Haldeman's head on camera looks like he got bashed on the head with a rake. Total tedium sets in as Haldeman's statement drones on. His story is totally different than Dean's on crucial points. Definite perjury here. Which one lying? From Joe Alsop, Washington Post, August 17th, 1973. If the recent speech, August 15th, does not produce the results the president wants, he will then do what he has already come to doing. He will use all the awe-inspiring resources of his office to come out swinging with both fists. Divisive will be a mild way of describing the predictable results. From Evans and Novak, Washington Post, August 17, 1973. The clear warning. Mr. Nixon will not do any more to clear himself of the taints of Watergate because he cannot. If the Democrats do not allow him to get back on the job of president, but continue what one high presidential aide called the vendetta against him, his next move will be full retaliation. From Stuart Alsop, Newsweek, August 6th, 1973. When I am attacked, Richard Nixon once remarked to this writer, it is my instinct to strike back. The president is now clearly in a mood to obey his instinct. So on Wednesday, July 18th, at a White House meeting, it was agreed unanimously that the tapes should not be released. This decision, to use the sports cliches to which the president is addicted, meant an entirely new ball game, requiring a new game plan. The new game plan calls for a strategy of striking back in accord with the presidential instinct rather than a policy of attempted accommodation. Kazart! It is hard to miss the message in those 3 shots. Even out here in Woody Creek at a distance of 2,000 miles from the source, a joint statement, as it were, from Evans and Novak and both Alsop brothers hits the nerves like a blast of summer lightning across the mountains. Especially when you read them all in the same afternoon while sifting through the mail heap that piled up in my box for 3 weeks, while I was wasting all that time back in Washington once again, trying to get a grip on the thing. Krause had warned me by phone about the hazards of coming east. I know you won't believe this, he said, so you might as well just get on a plane and find out for yourself. But the weird truth is that Washington is the only place in the country where the Watergate story seems dull. I can sit up here in Boston and get totally locked into it on the tube. But when I go down there to that goddamn hearing room, I get so bored and depressed I can't think. Now, after almost a month in that treacherous swamp of a town, I understand what Krauss was trying to tell me. After a day or so in the hearing room, hunkered down at a press table in the sweaty glare of those blinding TV lights, I discovered a TV set in the bar of the Capitol Hill Hotel just across the street from the old Senate office building, about a 3-minute sprint from the hearing room itself. So I could watch the action on TV, sipping a Carlsberg, until something looked about to happen, then dash across the street and up the stairs to the hearing room to see whatever it was that seemed interesting. After 3 or 4 days of this scam, however, I realized that there was really no point in going to the hearing room at all. Every time I came speeding down the hall and across the crowded floor of the high-domed, white marble rotunda where a cordon of cops kept hundreds of waiting spectators penned up behind velvet ropes, I felt guilty. Here was some ill-dressed geek with a bottle of Carlsberg in his hand, waving a press pass and running right through a whole army of cops, then through the tall oak doors and into a front row seat just behind the witness chair, while this mob of poor bastards who'd been waiting since early morning, in some cases, for a seat to open up in the SRO gallery. After a few more days of this madness, I closed up the National Affairs desk and went back home to brood. Part 3. To the mattresses. Nixon faces history and to hell with the Washington Post. The hazy emergence of a new and cheaper strategy. John Wilson draws the line. Strange troika and a balance of terror. McGovern was right. By Joseph Goebbels. When democracy granted democratic methods to us in times of opposition, this was bound to happen in a democratic system. However, we National Socialists never asserted that we represented a democratic point of view, but we have declared openly that we used the democratic methods only in order to gain power, and that, after assuming the power, we would deny to our adversaries without any consideration the means which were granted to us in times of our opposition. What will Nixon do now? That is the question that has every wizard in Washington hanging by his or her fingernails. From the bar of the National Press Club, to the Redwood Sauna in the Senate Gymnasium, to the hundreds of high-powered cocktail parties in suburbs like Bethesda, McLean, Arlington, Cabin John, and especially in the leafy white ghetto of the district's northwest quadrant. You can wander into Nathan's Tavern at the corner of M Street in Wisconsin in Georgetown and get an argument about Nixon's strategy without even mentioning the subject. All you have to do is stand at the bar, order a Bass Ale, and look interested. The hassle will take care of itself. The very air in Washington is electric with the vast implications of Watergate. Thousands of big-money jobs depend on what Nixon does next, on what Archibald Cox has in mind, on whether Uncle Sam's TV hearings will resume full bore after Labor Day, or be either telescoped or terminated like Nixon says they should be. The smart money says the Watergate hearings, as such, are effectively over. Not only because Nixon is preparing to mount a popular crusade against them, but because every elected politician in Washington is afraid of what the Irvin Committee has already scheduled for the third phase of the hearings. Phase 2, as originally planned, would focus on dirty tricks, a colorful, shocking, and essentially minor area of inquiry, but one with plenty of action and a guaranteed audience appeal. A long and serious look at the dirty tricks aspect of national campaigning would be a death blow to the daily soap opera syndrome that apparently grips most of the nation's housewives. The cast of characters and the twisted tales they could tell would shame every soap opera scriptwriter in America. Phase 3/campaign financing is the one both the White House and the Senate would prefer to avoid, and, given this mutual distaste for exposing the public to the realities of campaign financing, this is the phase of the Watergate hearings most likely to be cut from the schedule. Jesus Christ, said one Irvin Committee investigator. We'll have Fortune's 500 in that chair, and every one of those bastards will take at least one congressman or senator down with him. At the end of Phase 1, the facts and realities of the Watergate affair itself, the 7 senators on the Irvin Committee took an informal vote among themselves before adjourning to a birthday party for Senator Herman Talmadge, and the tally was 4-3 against resuming the hearings in their current format. Talmadge cast the deciding vote, joining the 3 Republicans, Gurney, Baker, and Weicker, in voting to wrap the hearings up as soon as possible. Their reasons were the same ones Nixon gave in his long-awaited TV speech on August 15th, when he said the time had come to end this daily bummer and get back to the business of the people. Watching Nixon's speech in hazy color on the Owl Farm tube with New York Mayor John Lindsay, Wisconsin Congressman Les Aspin, and former Bobby Kennedy speechwriter Adam Walensky, I half expected to hear that fine old Calvin Coolidge quote, "The business of America is business." And it only occurred to me later that Nixon wouldn't have dared to use that one because no president since Herbert Hoover has been forced to explain away the kind of root structural damage to the national economy that Nixon is trying to explain today. And Hoover at least had the excuse that he inherited his problems from somebody else, which Nixon can't claim because he is now in his 5th year as president. And when he goes on TV to explain himself, he is facing an audience of 50 to 60 million who can't afford steaks or even hamburger in the supermarkets, who can't buy gasoline for their cars, who are paying 15 and 20% interest rates for bank loans, and who are being told now that there may not be enough fuel oil to heat their homes through the coming winter. This is not the ideal audience for a second-term president, fresh from a landslide victory, to confront with 29 minutes of lame gibberish about mean nitpickers in Congress, the good old American way, and let's get on with business. Indeed, that's the first thing Richard Nixon and I have ever agreed on politically, and what we are dealing with now is no longer hard ideology, but a matter of simple competence. What we are looking at on all our TV sets is a man who finally, after 24 years of frenzied effort, became the President of the United States with a personal salary of $200,000 a year and an unlimited expense account, including a fleet of private helicopters, jetliners, armored cars, personal mansions, and estates on both coasts, and control over a budget beyond the wildest dreams of King Midas. And all the dumb bastard can show us after 5 years of total freedom to do anything he wants with all this power is a shattered national economy, disastrous defeat in a war he could have ended 4 years ago on far better terms than he finally came around to, and a hand-picked personal staff put together through 5 years of screening, whose collective criminal record will blow the minds of high school American history students for the next 100 years. Nixon's hand-picked vice president is about to be indicted for extortion and bribery. His former campaign manager and his former Secretary of Commerce and personal fundraiser have already been indicted for perjury. 2 of his ranking campaign managers have already pleaded guilty to obstruction of justice. The White House counsel is headed for prison on more felony counts than I have room to list here, and before the trials are finished. Senator Talmadge. Now, if the president could authorize a covert break-in and you do not know exactly where that power would be limited, you do not think it could include murder, do you? John Ehrlichman. I do not know where the line is, Senator. With the first phase of the Watergate hearings more or less ended, one of the few things now unmistakably clear, as it were, is that nobody in Nixon's White House was willing to draw the line anywhere short of re-electing the president in 1972. Even John Mitchell, whose reputation as a super-shrewd lawyer ran afoul of the Peter Principle just as soon as he became Nixon's first attorney general, lost his temper in an exchange with Senator Talmadge at the Watergate hearings and said, with the whole world watching, that he considered the re-election of Richard Nixon in '72 so important that it outweighed all other considerations. It was a classic affirmation of the attorney-client relationship, or at least a warped mixture of that and the relationship between an ad agency executive and a client with a product to sell. But when Mitchell uttered those lines in the hearing room, losing control of himself just long enough to fatally confuse executive loyalty with executive privilege, it's fair to assume that he knew he was already doomed. He had already been indicted for perjury in the Vesco case. He was facing almost certain indictment by Archibald Cox, and previous testimony by John Dean had made it perfectly clear that Nixon was prepared to throw John Mitchell to the wolves to save his own ass. This ominous truth was quickly reinforced by the testimony of John Ehrlichman and Harry Bob Haldeman, whose back-to-back testimony told most of the other witnesses and potential defendants all they needed to know. By the time Haldeman had finished testifying under the direction of the same criminal lawyer who had earlier represented Ehrlichman, it was clear that somebody in the White House had finally seen fit to draw the line. It was not quite the same line Mitchell and Ehrlichman had refused to acknowledge on TV, but in the final analysis, it will be far more critical to the fate of Richard Nixon's presidency. And, given Mitchell's long personal relationship with Nixon, it is hard to believe he didn't understand his role in the new strategy well before he drove down from New York to Washington by chauffeured limousine for his gig in the witness chair. The signs were all there. For one, it had been Haldeman and Ehrlichman, with Nixon's tacit approval, who had eased Mitchell out of his number one role at the White House. John Mitchell, a millionaire Wall Street lawyer until he got into politics, was more responsible than any other single person for the long comeback that landed Nixon in the White House in 1968. It was Mitchell who rescued Nixon from oblivion in the mid-'60s when Nixon moved east to become a Wall Street lawyer himself, after losing the presidency to John Kennedy in 1960 and then the governorship of California to Pat Brown in '62, a humiliating defeat that ended with his "you won't have Dick Nixon to kick around anymore" outburst at the traditional losers' press conference. The re-election of Mr. Nixon, followed so quickly by the Watergate revelations, has compelled the country to re-examine the reality of our electoral process. From George McGovern in the Washington Post, August 12, 1973. The unraveling of the whole White House tangle of involvement has come about largely by a series of fortuitous events, many of them unlikely in a different political context. Without these events, the cover-up might have continued indefinitely, even if a Democratic administration vigorously pursued the truth. In the wake of Watergate may come more honest and thorough campaign reform than in the aftermath of a successful presidential campaign which stood for such reform. I suspect that after viewing the abuses of the past, voters in the future will insist on full and open debate between the candidates and on frequent, no-holds-barred press conferences for all candidates and especially the president. And I suspect the Congress will respond to the fact that Watergate happened with legislation to assure that Watergate never happens again. Today, the prospects for further restrictions on private campaign financing, full disclosure of the personal finances of the candidates, and public finance of all federal campaigns seem to me better than ever. And even better than if a new Democratic administration had urged such steps in early 1973. We did urge them in 1972. But it took the Nixon landslide and the Watergate expose to make the point. I believe there were great gains that came from the pain of defeat in 1972. We proved a campaign could be honestly financed. We reaffirmed that a campaign could be open in its conduct and decent in its motivation. We made the Democratic Party a place for people as well as politicians. And perhaps, in losing, we gained the greatest victory of all. That Americans now perceive, far better than a new president could have persuaded them, what is precious about our principles and what we must do to preserve them. The nation now sees itself through the prism of Watergate and the Nixon landslide. At last, perhaps, we see through a glass clearly. Because of all this, it is possible that by 1976, the 200th anniversary of America's birth, there will be a true rebirth of patriotism. That we will not only know our ideals, but live them. that democracy may once again become a conviction we keep and not just a description we apply to ourselves. And if the McGovern campaign advanced that hope, even in defeat, then, as I said on election night last November, every minute and every hour and every bone-crushing effort was worth the entire sacrifice. Jesus! Sunday morning in Woody Creek, and here's McGovern on the mini-tube beside my typewriter, looking and talking almost exactly like he was in those speedy weeks between the Wisconsin and Ohio primaries, when his star was rising so fast that he could barely hang on to it. The sense of deja vu was almost frightening. Here is McGovern speaking sharply against the system once again in response to questions from CBS's Connie Chung and Marty Nolan from the Boston Globe, two of the most ever-present reporters on the 72 campaign trail. And McGovern, brought back from the dead by a political miracle of sorts, is hitting the first gong of doom for the man who made him a landslide loser 9 months ago. When that judicial process is complete and the Supreme Court rules that the president must turn over the tapes and he refuses to do so, I think the Congress will have no recourse but to seriously consider impeachment. Kazart! The fat is approaching the fire. Very slowly and in very cautious hands, but there is no ignoring the general drift of things. Sometime between now and the end of 1973, Richard Nixon may have to bite that bullet he's talked about for so long. 7 is a lucky number for gamblers, but not for fixers, and Nixon's 7th crisis is beginning to put his first 6 in very deep shade. Even the most conservative betting in Washington these days has Nixon either resigning or being impeached by the autumn of 1974. If not for reasons directly connected to the Watergate scandal, then because of his inability to explain how he paid for his beach mansion at San Clemente. Or why Vice President Agnew, along with most of Nixon's original White House command staff, is under indictment for felonies ranging from extortion and perjury to burglary and obstruction of justice. Another good bet in Washington, running at odds between 2 and 3 to 1 these days, is that Nixon will crack both physically and mentally under all this pressure and develop a serious psychosomatic illness of some kind. Maybe another bad case of pneumonia. This is not so wild a vision as it might sound, not even in the context of my own known taste for fantasy and savage bias in politics. Richard Nixon, a career politician who has rarely failed to crack under genuine pressure, is under more pressure now than most of us will ever understand. His whole life is turning to shit, just as he reached the pinnacle. And every once in a while, caving into a weakness that blooms in the cool, thinking hours around dawn, I have to admit that I feel a touch of irrational sympathy for the bastard. Not as the president, a broken little bully who would sacrifice us all to save himself, if he still had the choice. But the same kind of sympathy I might feel momentarily for a vicious cheap shot linebacker whose long career comes to a sudden end one Sunday afternoon when some rookie flanker shatters both his knees with a savage crackback block. Cheap shot artists don't last very long in pro football. To cripple another person intentionally is to violate the same kind of code as the legendary honor among thieves. More linebackers than thieves believe this. But when it comes to politics, to a 28-year career of cheap shots, lies, and thievery, there is no man in America who should understand what is happening to him now better than Richard Milhouse Nixon. He is a living monument to the old Army rule that says the only real crime is getting caught. This is not the first time Richard Nixon has been caught. After his failed campaign for the governorship of California in 1962, he was formally convicted, along with H.R. Haldeman, Maurice Stans, Murray Chotiner, Herb Klein, and Herb Kalmbach, for almost exactly the same kind of crudely illegal campaign tactics that he stands accused of today. But this time, in the language of the sergeants who keep military tradition alive, he got caught every which way, and his ass went into the blades. Not many people have ever written in the English language better than a Polak with a twisted sense of humor who called himself Joseph Conrad. And if he were with us today, I think he'd be getting a fine boot out of this Watergate story. Mr. Kurtz and Conrad's Heart of Darkness did his thing. Mr. Nixon also did his thing. And now, just as surely as Kurtz, Mr. Nixon, he dead. Fear and Loathing in Washington. The Boys in the Bag. From Rolling Stone, number 164, July 4th, 1974. A quote from Robert C. Odell, office administrator for CREEP. It was a nice place. They were principled people. Generally. From White House speechwriter Patrick J. Buchanan in the New York Times, November 24th, 1972. Mr. McGovern described the president personally as a blob out there, of no constant principle except opportunism and political manipulation, a man up to his ears in political sabotage, who was afraid of the people and regularly favored the powerful and greedy over the public interest. The president's defense programs were madness. He had degraded the Supreme Court, and on 3 occasions at least, Mr. McGovern drew parallels between the president and his government and Adolf Hitler and his Nazi Reich. As for the Nixon administration, it was the most morally bankrupt, the most morally corrupt, the trickiest, most deceitful in our entire national history. From columnist Stuart Alsop, Newsweek, August 6th, 1973. When I am attacked, Richard Nixon once remarked to this writer, it is my instinct to strike back. The president is now clearly in a mood to obey his instincts. So on Wednesday, July 18th, at a White House meeting, it was agreed unanimously that the tapes should not be released. This decision, to use the sports cliches to which the president is addicted, meant an entirely new ballgame, requiring a new game plan. The new game plan calls for a strategy of striking back, in accord with the presidential instinct, rather than a policy of attempted accommodation. From Rolling Stone correspondent Hunter S. Thompson, writing on the Nixon-McGovern campaign, September 1972. The tragedy of all this is that McGovern, for all his mistakes and all his imprecise talk about new politics and honesty in government, is one of the few men who've run for president of the United States in this century who really understands what a fantastic monument to all the best instincts of the human race this country might have been, if we could have kept it out of the hands of greedy little hustlers like Richard Nixon. McGovern made some stupid mistakes, but in context, they seem almost frivolous compared to the things Richard Nixon does every day of his life, on purpose, as a matter of policy, and a perfect expression of everything he stands for. Jesus! Where will it end? How low do you have to stoop in this country to be president? From author William Shirer, from The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. The Third Reich, which was born on January 30th, 1933, Hitler boasted would endure for 1,000 years, and in Nazi parlance, it was often referred to as the 1,000-Year Reich. It lasted 12 years and 4 months. For reasons that will never be clear to anyone, and especially not to the management and other guests in this place, the National Affairs Desk is operating once again at the Royal Biscayne Hotel, about 900 crooked meters from the Nixon-Rebozo compound on the other side of the island. The desk itself is a round slab of what appears to be low-grade jacaranda wood. The centerpiece is a bright orange electric typewriter that I rented several days ago from a business machine store on 125th Street in North Miami. It is a Swedish Facet, a deceptively sharp-looking machine about 5 times slower in both directions than the IBM Selectric and totally useless for any kind of speed-lashed gonzo work. For all its style and voltage, the Facet is about as quick in the hands as one of those 1929 model Underwoods that used to be standard equipment in the city room of the New York Mirror. Nobody knows exactly what happened to all those old Underwoods when the mirror died of bad age, but one rumor in the trade says they were snapped up at a dime on the dollar by Norman Cousins and then resold at a tidy profit to the Columbia Journalism Review. Which is interesting, but is not the kind of thing you normally want to develop fully in your classic pyramid lead. And that's what I was trying to deal with when I suddenly realized that my typewriter was as worthless as tits on a boar hog. Besides that, there were other mechanical problems. No water, no ice, no phone service, and finally, the discovery of 2 Secret Service men in the room right next to me. I was getting a little paranoid about the phone situation. It followed a series of unsettling events that caused me to think seriously about going back to Washington when Nixon left the next day, rather than staying on in order to open a special account in Bibi Rebozo's bank over in the shopping center across Ocean Drive. The Key Biscayne Bank seems like as good a place as any to do business, primarily because of the unusual investment opportunities available to special clients. I have applied for special status, but recent developments have made me less than optimistic. Several days ago, on my first visit to the Nixon compound, I got no further than the heavily guarded gatehouse on Harbor Drive. "Are they expecting you?" the state trooper asked me. "Probably not," I said. "I thought I'd just drop by for a drink or two, then have a look around. I've never seen the place, you know. What goes on in there?" The trooper seemed to stiffen. His eyes narrowed, and he stared intently at the black coral fist hanging on a chain around my neck. "Say, I'd like to see your identification, fella. You carrying any?" "Of course," I said. "But it's out there in the car. I don't have any pockets in these trunks." I walked across the hot asphalt road, feeling my bare feet stick to the tar with every step, and vaulted into the big bronze convertible without opening the door. Looking back at the gatehouse, I noticed that the trooper had been joined by 2 gentlemen in dark business suits with wires coming out of their ears. They were all waiting for me to come back with my wallet. To hell with this, I thought, suddenly starting the engine. I waved to the trooper. "It's not here," I shouted. "I guess I left it back at the hotel." Without waiting for an answer, I eased the car into gear and drove off very slowly. Almost immediately, the big railroad crossing-style gate across Nixon's Road swung up in the air and a blue Ford sedan rolled out. I slowed down even more, thinking he was going to pull me over to the side. But instead, he stayed about 100 feet behind me, all the way to the hotel, into the parking lot, and around the back almost into the slot behind my room. I got out, thinking he was going to pull up right behind me for a chat, but he stopped about 50 feet away, backed up, and drove away. Later that afternoon, sitting in the temporary White House press room outside the 4 Ambassadors Hotel in downtown Miami, about 10 miles away, I told New York Times correspondent Anthony Ripley about the incident. "I really expected the bastard to follow me right into my room." Ripley laughed. "That's probably where he is right now, with about 3 of his friends going through all your luggage." Which may have been true. Anybody who spends much time around the Secret Service and acts a little bent has to assume things like that. Especially when you discover by sheer accident that the room right next to yours is occupied by 2 SS agents. That was the second unsettling incident. The details are vaguely interesting, but I prefer not to get into them at this point, except to say that I thought I was becoming dangerously paranoid until I got hold of a carbon copy of their room registration receipt, which made me feel a little better about my own mental health at least. It is far better to know the Secret Service is keeping an eye on you than to suspect it all the time without ever being sure. It was the third incident, however, that caused me to start thinking about moving the desk back to Washington at once. I was awakened in the early hours of the morning by a telephone call and a strange voice saying, "The president is going to church. You'll have to hurry if you want to catch him." What? My mind was blank. What president? Why should I want to catch him, especially in a church? "Who the hell is this?" I said finally. "Tony," said the voice. I was reaching around in the darkness for a light switch. For a moment, I thought I was still in Mexico. Then I found a light switch and recognized the familiar surroundings of the National Affairs Suite. Jesus, I thought. Of course. Key Biscayne, President Nixon. It all made sense now. The bastards were setting me up for a bust on some kind of bogus assassination attempt. The agents next door have probably already planted a high-powered rifle in the trunk of my car, and now they're trying to lure me over to some church where they can grab me in front of all the press cameras as soon as I drive up and park. Then they'll find the rifle in the trunk about 2 minutes before Nixon arrives to worship, and that'll be it for me. I could already see the headlines. Nixon assassination plot foiled. Sharpshooter seized at Key Biscayne Church. Along with front-page photos of state troopers examining the rifle, me in handcuffs, Nixon smiling bravely at the cameras. The whole scene flashed through my head in milliseconds. The voice on the phone was yelling something at me. Panic fused my brain. No, I thought. Never in hell. You crazy son of a bitch, I yelled into the phone. I am not going near that goddamn church. Then I hung up and went instantly back to sleep. Later that afternoon, Ripley stopped by the hotel and we had a few beers out by the beach bar. Jesus Christ, he said. You were really out of your mind this morning, weren't you? What? He laughed. Yeah, you screamed at me. Hell, I just thought you might like to catch the scene over at Nixon's church. For Christ's sake, don't call me with any more tips for a while. Don't worry, he replied. We're leaving today anyway. Will you be on the plane? No, I said. I'm going to sleep for 2 days, then take a boat back to Washington. This has not been a good trip for me. I think I'll give up covering Nixon for a while. At least until I can whip this drinking problem. Maybe what you should do is get into a different line of work or have yourself committed. No, I said, I think I'll get a job teaching journalism. In the context of journalism here, we are dealing with a new kind of lead, the symbiotic trapezoid quote. The Columbia Journalism Review will never sanction it, at least not until the current editor dies of brain syphilis, and probably not even then. What? Do we have a libel suit on our hands? Probably not, I think, because nobody in his right mind would take a thing like that seriously, and especially not that gang of senile hags who run the Columbia Journalism Review, who have gone to considerable lengths in every issue during the past year or so to stress very heavily that nothing I say should be taken seriously. Those who can, do. Those who can't, teach. George Bernard Shaw said that, for good or ill, and I only mention it here because I'm getting goddamn tired of being screeched at by waterheads. Professors are a sour lot in general, but professors of journalism are especially rancid in their outlook because they have to wake up every morning and be reminded once again of a world they'll never know. Thump! Against the door. Another goddamn newspaper. Another cruel accusation. Thump! Day after day. It never ends. Hiss at the alarm clock. Suck up the headlines along with a beaker of warm Drano. Then, off to the morning class. To teach journalism, circulation, distribution, headline counting, and the classical pyramid lead. Jesus! Let's not forget that last one. Mastery of the pyramid lead has sustained more lame yo-yos than either Congress or the peacetime army. 5 generations of American journalists have clung to that petrified tit, and when the deal went down in 1972, their ranks were so solid that 71% of the newspapers in this country endorsed Richard Nixon for a second term in the White House. Now, 18 months later, the journalistic establishment that speaks for Nixon's erstwhile silent majority has turned on him with a wild-eyed, coast-to-coast venom rarely witnessed in the American newspaper trade. The only recent example that comes to mind is Nixon's own blundering pronouncement of Charles Manson's guilt while Manson was still on trial in Los Angeles. In addition to introducing the symbiotic trapezoid quote as the wave of the future in journalism, I have some other ideas to get into, mainly about Richard Nixon, and some of these are ugly. Are ugly by my standards, at any rate. because most of them revolve around the very distinct possibility that Nixon might survive his seventh crisis, and in surviving, leave us a legacy of failure, shame, and corruption beyond anything conceivable right now. This is a grim thing to say, or even think, in the current atmosphere of self-congratulation and renewed professional pride that understandably pervades the press and politics circuit these days. Not only in Washington, but all over the country, wherever you find people who are seriously concerned with the health and life expectancy of the American political system. The baseline is always the same. We almost blew it, they say, but somehow we pulled back from the brink. Names like Sirica, Woodward, Bernstein, Cox, Richardson, Ruckelshaus are mentioned almost reverently in these conversations, but anybody who's been personally involved in the Watergate affair and all its nasty sidebars for any length of time knows that these were only the point men, invaluable for their balls and their instincts, and their understanding of what they were doing in that never-ending blizzard of crucial moments when a single cop-out might have brought the whole scene down on top of them all. But there were literally hundreds, maybe thousands, of others who came up to those same kinds of moments and said, "Well, I wasn't really planning on this, but if that's the way it is, let's get it on." There are lots of people in this country, editors, congressmen, and lawyers, among others, who like themselves a lot better today for the way they reacted when the Watergate octopus got hold of them. There are also a lot of people who got dragged down forever by it, which is probably just as well for the rest of us because many of them were exposed as either dangerous bunglers, ruthless swine, or both. Others, many of them peripherally involved in one aspect or another of Watergate, but lucky enough not to get caught, will probably be haunted by a sense of nervous guilt for a while. But in a year or two, they will forget all about it. These, in a way, are almost as dangerous as the ones who are going to jail, because they are the good Germans among us, the ones who made it all possible. I've been trying to finish the rise and fall of the Third Reich for at least the last 3 months, hauling the huge bugger along in my baggage to places like Buffalo, Oakland, Ann Arbor, Houston, and finally, all the way down to the jungles and lost fishing villages of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. But things have been happening too fast, and there was never enough time or privacy to get seriously into the thing. Not even down in the Yucatan, lying around in big hammocks and 50-peso-night hotels where we had to keep the Hong Kong-built ceiling fans cranked up to top speed for enough wind in the room to drive the roaches back into the corners. At one point, I tried to read it in a hotel room near the ruins of the Mayan civilization at Chichen Itza, thinking to get a certain weird perspective on American politics in the 70s by pondering the collapse of the 1,000-year Reich while sitting on the stone remnants of another and totally different culture that survived for more than 1,000 years before anybody in Europe even knew that a place called America existed. The Aztec socio-political structure was a fine-tuned elitist democracy that would have embarrassed everybody connected with either the French or American revolutions. The ancient Greeks and Romans seemed like crude punks compared to what the Mayans, Aztecs, and Incas put together in Mexico and South America in the 20 or so centuries between 500 BC and the ill-fated Spanish conquest in 1525. The Mayan calendar, devised several centuries before the birth of Christ, is still more precise than the one we use today. They had the solar year broken down to exactly 365.24 days and 12 lunar months of 29.5 days each. None of this sloppy leap year business or odd-numbered months. According to most military experts, Adolf Hitler went over the hump somewhere around the middle of 1942. At that point, even according to Albert Speer, his personal architect and all-around technical wizard, the Reich was spread too thin. Militarily, financially, industrially, politically, and every other way. Speer had all the blueprints, the plans, the figures, and an almost daily fix on what was happening to boiling Hitler's head. Given all that, Speer says he knew in his heart they were headed downhill after the summer of '42. But it was almost 3 years and at least 3 million deaths later that Hitler finally admitted what Speer, one of his closest friends and advisors, says he knew all along. Or at least during those last 3 years when Albert and all the others in the Fuhrer's inner circle were working 20, 22, and sometimes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to keep the Reich propped up on an ever-eroding base of conquered slave labor and frenzied schemes to create a superweapon that would somehow turn the tide. None of this rotten madness worked out, of course, and as a reward for his stupid loyalty to Hitler, Albert Speer spent 20 years of his life locked up in Spandau prison as one of Germany's major war criminals. Hitler was consistent to the end. He had no stomach for jail cells or courtrooms, unless they were his. So as soon as he got word that Russo-American tanks were rumbling into the suburbs of Berlin, he went down in his private bunker and killed both himself and his faithful mistress, Eva Braun, with what some people say was a very elegant gold-plated Walther machine pistol. Nobody knows for sure because the bunker was ravaged by fire soon afterward, and the only alleged witness to Hitler's death was his personal aide and advisor, Martin Bormann, who either escaped at the last moment or was burned to such an unrecognizable cinder that his body was never found. Everybody who knew Bormann hated and feared him, even Hitler, who apparently treated him like a pet cobra, and few of the Reich's survivors ever accepted the fact of his death in that fiery bunker. He was too evil and crafty for that, they insisted, and the general assumption was that Bormann had kept his personal escape plan finely organized on a day-to-day basis since the winter of '43. West German military intelligence now lists him as officially dead, but not many people believe it, because he keeps turning up now and then in places like Asunción, Paraguay, the Brazilian Mato Grosso, or high in the Argentine Lake Country. Bormann was the Tex Coulson of his time, and his strange relationship with Hitler seems not much different from the paranoid fragments of the Nixon-Coulson relationship that emerged from the now infamous White House transcripts of April 1974. We are drifting into some ugly parallels here, and if I'd written this kind of thing 2 years ago, I'd have expected to pick up the New York Times a week later and see myself mangled all over the op-ed page by Pat Buchanan, and then beaten into a bloody coma the next evening by some of Coulson's hired thugs in an alley behind the National Press Building. A long stone's throw, as it were, from the White House. But like Tommy Rush says, times ain't now, but like they used to be. Which is true. There is not much doubt about that. But after watching the TV news on all 3 networks last night, and then reading all the Nixon stories in today's Washington Post, I have an eerie feeling that the times ain't now quite like they appear to be either. There was something oddly hollow and out of focus about last night's main TV news story on the U.S. Supreme Court's dramatic and potentially ominous decision to postpone its traditional June recess and stay on through July to render what will clearly be an historic judgment, one way or another, on Special Prosecutor Leon Jaworski's either bold or desperate leapfrog attempt to force an immediate high court decision on President Nixon's right to ignore a subpoena. For 64 tape recordings and other White House documents, from a special prosecutor appointed under extremely sensitive circumstances by the U.S. Senate, with his independence explicitly guaranteed by the new U.S. Attorney General as a condition of his taking office. All 3 networks treated this latest development in the strange and terrible saga of Richard Nixon as a staggering and perhaps even fatal blow to his chances of survival in the White House. The mere fact that the court was willing to stay over and hear Jaworski's argument, they implied, was a sure sign that at least 4 of the justices, enough in this case, were prepared to rule, just as soon as the question is formally presented against Nixon's claim of executive privilege with regard to Jaworski's subpoena. The special prosecutor had apparently won a major victory, and the president was in very deep trouble. Only David Schumacher on ABC hinted very briefly that there had been no victory celebrations among Jaworski's staff people that afternoon, but he didn't say why. And frankly,
I'll be fucked if I can either. I brooded on it for a while, but all that came to mind was some half-remembered snarl from the lips of President Andrew Jackson when the Supreme Court ruled against him on some kind of question involving a federal land grant to the Seminole Indians. Jackson, a veteran Indian fighter, took the ruling as a personal insult. Well, he said, the judges have made their decision. Now let them enforce it. Joseph Stalin, about 100 years later, had similar views with regard to the Roman Catholic Church. He had gone into one of his rages, according to the story as I heard it, and this one had something to do with a notion that seized him after 5 days and nights in a brutal vodka orgy that every Catholic in Moscow should be nailed up on a telephone pole by dawn on Easter Sunday. This announcement caused genuine fear in the Kremlin because Stalin, like Coulson, was known by his staff to be capable of almost anything. When he calmed down a bit, one of his advisors suggested that a mass crucifixion of Russian Catholics, for no reason at all, would almost certainly raise hackles in the Vatican and no doubt anger the Pope. Fuck the Pope, Stalin mumbled. How many divisions does he have? These stories are hard to nail down with any real certainty, but there is a mean kind of consistency in the punchlines that makes them hard to forget. Especially when you start pondering the spectacle of a borderline psychotic with the brain of a small-time chiseler and the power to literally blow up the world never more than 60 seconds away from his gnawed red fingertips, doing everything he can to force a hellish confrontation with the highest judicial and legislative authorities in his own country. This is what Nixon has been trying to do for at least the past 3 months. And if Stuart Alsop was right, since July 18th of last year. That was the Wednesday meeting at the White House, he said, when it was agreed unanimously that the tapes should not be released. I would like to have talked with Stuart Alsop about that meeting, but he died last month of leukemia, after writing very candidly, and even casually at times, about his impending death with a disease that he had known for at least 2 years was slowly and steadily killing him. I didn't know him personally, and as a journalist, I rarely agreed with him. But there was an uncommon sense of integrity and personal commitment in everything he wrote, and an incredible sense of style, strength, and courage in the way he chose to die. Stuart Alsop, for all his experience in politics and all his friends in every area in Washington, seemed baffled all the way to his grave by the reality of Watergate and its foul implications for some of the ideas and people he believed in. As one of Washington's ranking journalists, he was privy to things like that meeting last July in the White House, where Nixon and a handful of others sat down and gave serious thought to all their possible options with regard to those reels of harmless-looking celluloid that had suddenly turned into time bombs. Alsop could understand all the facts of a scene like that, but not the reality. Like most of the people he grew up with, Stuart Alsop was born a Republican. It was as much a way of life as a thought-out political philosophy, and along with all the privileges came a certain sense of noblesse oblige. Alsop understood these things, which explains probably better than anything else why it was almost genetically impossible for him to come to grips with the idea that the Oval Office of the White House, under a second-term Republican president who had also been a Republican vice president, senator, and congressman, was in fact a den of thieves, fixers, and felons. This kind of savage reality was too much for 60-year-old elitist Republicans like Stuart Alsop to cope with. It was like showing up at the White House for your monthly chat with the president on some normal afternoon and finding the Oval Office full of drunken Hell's Angels. And the president so stoned on reds that he can't even recognize you, babbling distractedly and shoveling big mounds of white powder around on his desk with the butt of a sawed-off shotgun. There are not many senior political columnists in Washington who can handle a scene like that. Their minds would refuse to accept it. For the same reason, they still can't accept the stark and fearful truth that President Richard Milhous Nixon is not only going to be impeached, but he actually wants to be impeached. Immediately. This is probably the one simple fact right now, in a story that is going to become so heinously complicated in the next few months, that every reporter assigned to it will need both a shrewd criminal lawyer and scholar in the field of constitutional law right next to him or her at all times. There is no question at all, even now, in these last moments of calm before the shit rain starts, that this Nixon impeachment saga is going to turn some of the best minds in American journalism to mush before it's over. And that statement will just have to sit there. I refuse to even try to explain it. There will be plenty of time for that. Thousands of hours and God only knows how many courtrooms. And Nixon will eventually be impeached, if only because he has the leverage to put the House of Representatives in a position where it will have no other choice. Nixon's lawyers, who have already cost the taxpayers nearly $400,000 in legal fees, have now abandoned all pretense in their efforts to insult and provoke Congressman Peter Rodino's House Judiciary Committee into exactly the kind of quick, angry, and ill-considered vote for impeachment that Rodino and committee counsels John Doerr and Albert Jenner have been bending over backward to avoid, until they can put together enough evidence, before the hearings are open to the public and the full House convenes on TV to hear the charges, to build a far more solid and serious case for impeachment than the one they appear to have now. Nixon would like nothing better than to stampede the House of Representatives into a televised yay or nay showdown, based on charges no more serious than contempt of Congress, contempt of courts, and, by implication, the grossest kind of contempt for everybody in the country with an IQ higher than 50. But not even Ron Ziegler is counting on a farce of that magnitude. On May 27th, the UPI wire carried an official statement by Ziegler from Key Biscayne to the effect that formal impeachment proceedings against the boss would come as no surprise to him. Nor would impeachment itself, he implied. So why don't they just get on with it? Why, indeed? One of the main reasons has to do with all those tapes that Nixon apparently decided quite a while ago that he would never turn over to anybody, anywhere, for any reason at all. Thus far, he has shrugged off subpoenas for more than 100 of his taped conversations, 64 from Jaworski and about 50 from the Rodino Committee. Many of these are overlapping, and nobody in Washington seems to know which set of subpoenas would have legal preference, or even who will have to decide that question if it ever comes up in real life. If Nixon hangs tough on his stonewalling strategy with regard to the tapes, not even a definitive ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court can force him to give them up. Noncompliance would put him in contempt of the highest court in the land and constitute further grounds for impeachment. But why should that worry him? The court has no more divisions than the Pope did in Stalin's time, and no more real power over Nixon than it did over Andrew Jackson. It is hard to imagine Chief Justice Berger signing a no-knock search warrant and sending a squad of U.S. Marshals over to the White House with instructions to kick down the door and tear the place apart until they find those goddamn tapes. Special Prosecutor Jaworski is aware of all this, but it doesn't seem to bother him. He wants a ruling from the High Court anyway, and before the end of July, he will have one. It may not make any tangible difference in the end, but at the very least, it will be one more nail in Nixon's plastic coffin. And another piece of sharp, hard-nosed legal work by Jaworski, who must be feeling about 9 feet tall today after replacing Archibald Cox in a cloud of almost universal scorn and suspicion that he was nothing but a hired fixer brought in by Nixon and Connally to put the cap on the bottle. Jaworski was a definite sleeper, or at least that's the way it looks from outside his amazingly leakless operation. If he's a Nixon-Connally fixer, he's been pretty clever about it so far, and he's fooled a lot of people, including some of the most cynical heads in Washington. But not all. There are still some people around town who remind you that Houston, Jaworski's home, is a breeding ground for some of the most vicious golf hustlers in the country, the kind who will lose the first 15 holes to you for $100 each, then whack you for $5,000 a hole on the last 3. Which may be true, but if it is, Leon is cutting his margin pretty thin. He will have to play his last 3 holes all at once on July 8th, when he argues his tape subpoena case in front of what Washington lawyers call a bobtailed U.S. Supreme Court. Justice William Rehnquist, the fourth and most virulently conservative of the 4 Nixon appointees, has been either pressured or cajoled by the others to remove himself from the case because of his previous association with the Nixon administration. Rehnquist was an assistant attorney general in John Mitchell's Justice Department before Nixon picked him up by his jackboots and hoisted him onto the court. This leaves an interesting lineup to decide the legal fate of the tapes. The three right-bent Nixon appointees, Berger, Blackman, and Powell, to balance the three-man liberal bloc, Douglas, Marshall, and Brennan. The two critical swing votes will be Byron White, a closet fascist appointed by John Kennedy, and Eisenhower nominee Potter Stewart, a sort of libertarian conservative who recently shocked many of his friends and philosophical brethren by publicly denouncing Nixon's blatant politicalization of the court. Stewart, far more than White, seems genuinely and even personally offended at finding himself grouped with what he plainly considers four half-bright political hacks who don't know the law from a leach field. If Jaworski can mount a sound enough legal argument to convince Stewart that Nixon has no basic or inalienable right to withhold the tapes, he will probably win the case even if White goes along once again with Nixon's gunsels. Because there will only be three of them this time, with Rehnquist brooding darkly on the sidelines. And in the case of a 4-4 tie, Jaworski wins. He has already won a verdict on essentially the same question in the U.S. Court of Appeals, and when a lower court verdict is carried up as high as it can go and results in a tie vote, the lower court verdict stands. Whatever the verdict, it will almost certainly come before the House of Representatives votes on impeachment. And if Nixon loses and then decides to defy the Supreme Court, that will give many of the publicly undecided congressmen a hard nudge in the direction of voting against him. The final vote will probably come sometime in late August, and if I had to bet on the outcome now, I'd guess the margin will be almost 2-1 against the president, although a simple majority would do it. Nixon would probably agree with me on that, and also on the idea that betting on the outcome of the House impeachment vote right now is more a matter of the point spread than simple winning or losing. The real test will come in the Senate, where Nixon can afford a 2-1 point spread against him and still win the verdict. Out of 100 votes in the Senate, Nixon will need only 34 to beat the whole rap, which is not a really formidable nut to have to make given the nature of politicians and the ever-increasing likelihood that the final vote in the Senate, the savage climax to the whole enchilada, will happen no earlier than mid-October, about 2 weeks before Election Day on the first Tuesday in November. Exactly 1/3 of the Senate, just one vote less than Nixon needs for acquittal, will be running for re-election this November, and every one of them, either 33 or 34 because 3 into 100 won't go, is reportedly terrified at the prospect of having to campaign for re-election back home while at the same time having to participate in a nationally televised trial on one of the heaviest questions in American history, and then being forced to cast a monumentally public vote either for or against President Nixon on the very eve of their own election days. If it comes down to that, in terms of timing, the public opinion polls will no doubt be a much more potent factor than they have been up to now, for the same reason that Congress waited until the polls climbed over 50% in favor of impeachment before getting the process underway. And there is not much Nixon can do now to affect the polls enough to change the House vote on impeachment. But his ability to affect the outcome of the Senate/conviction vote is a hard thing to argue with. For one thing, he plans to spend most of the summer flashing around Europe, Israel, Egypt, Russia, and anywhere else where they'll talk to him in what will probably be a fairly effective effort to grab enough headlines to keep the impeachment story at least below the fold on most front pages. Meanwhile, the haggard remnants of his presidential staff will be working about 18 hours a day to suppress and deflate any new evidence that might affect either his standing in the polls or the outcome of his Senate/conviction trial. Less than half of those 34 votes he needs for acquittal are up for re-election in 74, and any incumbent president, even one who's already been impeached, has a massive amount of leverage when it comes to using the political pork barrel. There is not much doubt on the numbers question that at least 20 of the 100 senators will not vote to convict Nixon under any circumstances, unless he violates that old law of Indiana politics about being found in bed with either a live man or a dead woman. Nixon is not one of your more vulnerable politicians in this area. It is difficult, in fact, to imagine him being in bed at all, and especially not with anything human. So we can scratch 20 votes for starters, which means he needs only 14 more. And we want to remember here that he'll be dealing almost entirely with Yahoo Republicans and redneck Southern Democrats. Given the 34/66 cut, he can afford to ignore every man in the Senate who has ever been even remotely suspected of anti-Nixon sympathies. So he can write off at least 50 votes with one stroke, which means he will not be far off if he assumes a mathematical base of 50 votes definitely against him, 20 definitely for him, and 30 undecided. Of those 30, he needs only 14. And any man who has spent his entire adult life dealing on the ethical fringes of Washington politics should feel fairly comfortable with those numbers. Any president who can't piece off 14 senators would never have made it to the White House in the first place. And Nixon has two extremely heavy hold cards. One, he has personal control over most of the potentially fatal evidence that might be used against him if he ever comes to trial. The Oval Office tapes, which he retains the option to destroy now or later if he hasn't already done that. And two, he has become such a personal embarrassment and political millstone around the neck of the Republican Party that he could easily buy at least 10 of those votes by agreeing, in secret, to resign the presidency in a gesture of splendid martyrdom within 48 hours after the Senate votes not to convict him on the House impeachment charges. This solution would get a lot of people off the hook, especially Nixon, who has nothing to gain from hanging on for another 2 years in the White House. His effectiveness as president was a wasted hope from the very beginning, but it has taken 5 years, 2 elections, and 1 mind-bending scandal to make the cheap little bastard understand it. Even Nixon should understand now that the only hope for his salvation in the history books is to somehow become a martyr, and the most obvious way to do that, at this point in the saga, is to make some kind of a deal with the heavies in his own party to get him off their backs as quickly as possible by trading the guarantee of a dignified resignation for a vote of acquittal in the Senate. This is a pretty good bet, I think. And unless the Rodino Committee comes up with some unnaturally strong evidence before the House votes on impeachment, I don't have much faith in a Senate vote for conviction. A working figure for now would be about 60-40 against Nixon. But 60-40 is not enough. It has to be 67-33 against, and that will be a hard nut to make. In addition to the leverage it gives Nixon with the gurus of his own party, the resignation in exchange for acquittal strategy has a certain appeal for the Democrats, but only if it can be arranged and finished off before January 20th of 1975. If Gerald Ford assumes the presidency before that date, he will only be legally eligible to run for 1 more term. But if Ford becomes president anytime after January of 1975, he'll be eligible for 2 terms, and most Democrats in the Senate would prefer to short-circuit that possibility. So Nixon is not without options when it comes down to nut-cutting time. There is very little chance that he will finish his 2nd term, but the odds for a scenario of impeachment in the House, acquittal in the Senate, and then a maudlin spectacle of martyred resignation before January 20th of next year are pretty good. One of the very few drastic developments that could alter that timetable would be an unexpected crunch of some kind that would force Nixon to yield up his tapes. But nothing in the recent behavior of either the president or his lawyers shows any indication of that. As long as he clings to the tapes, Nixon has a very strong bargaining position vis-a-vis both the people who insist on hearing them and those few whose physical freedom depends on nobody hearing them. At least a half dozen voices on those tapes belong to people who are scheduled to go on trial very soon on serious felony charges. And they are the same ones, presumably, who attended that secret meeting in the White House last July when it was decided that the tapes should never be released. It is safe to assume that there was probably some very strong and pragmatic reasons for that decision, particularly in the cases of Bob Haldeman and John Ehrlichman, whose fate in the courts is considered to be almost entirely dependent on Nixon's resolve to hang on to those tapes at all costs. Or, failing that, to destroy them if that ever seems necessary. Nixon understands this. On the basis of his own crudely edited transcripts, there is enough evidence on those tapes to have Nixon impeached, convicted, and jailed for his own protection before the first football Sunday in September. For some reason that probably not even Nixon understands now, He gave 7 of these tapes to Judge Sirica last winter. 2 or 3 of them at least were found to be unaltered originals, and Sirica eventually turned these over to the House Judiciary Committee as evidence in the impeachment inquiry. So there are 100 or more people wandering around Washington today who have heard the real stuff, as they put it, and despite their professional caution when the obvious question arises, there is one reaction they all feel free to agree on: that nobody who felt shocked, depressed, or angry after reading the edited White House transcripts should ever be allowed to hear the actual tapes, except under heavy sedation or locked in the trunk of a car. Only a terminal cynic, they say, can listen for any length of time to the real stuff without feeling a compulsion to do something like drive down to the White House and throw a bag of live rats over the fence. Yes, looking back at that line I just wrote, it occurs to me that almost half the people I know have been feeling that kind of compulsion almost steadily for the last 8 or 9 years. My friend Yale Bloor, for instance, claims to have thrown a whole garbage can full of live rats, roaches, and assorted small vermin over the White House fence about a week before Lyndon Johnson announced his retirement in 1968. It was a wonderful feeling, he says, but only because it was Johnson. I knew for some reason that he would really hate the sight of big rats on the White House lawn. He paused and reached for his snuff box, taking a huge hit of Dr. Johnson's best in each nostril. I'm not sure why, he went on, but I wouldn't get any satisfaction out of doing a thing like that to Nixon. He might actually like rats. Mother of babbling God! I just took a break from this gibberish long enough to watch the evening news. And there was the face and voice of Tex Coulson, jolting a Washington courtroom with a totally unforeseen confession of guilt on one count of obstruction of justice in return on the basis of an elaborately covered TV statement on the subject of his own guilt and deep involvement in almost every aspect of Watergate, for the opportunity to take whatever punishment he deserves and purge himself once and for all by telling everything I know about many things I have not been able to talk freely about until now. Coulson! Of all people! First he converts to Jesus, and now he's copying a plea and holding a press conference on national TV to announce that he intends to confess everything, which means, apparently, that he is now available to testify for the prosecution in every Watergate-related trial from now until all his old friends and conspirators are either put behind bars with a Gideon Bible in their hands or standing in line at a soup kitchen in Butte, Montana. What will Nixon make of this freak out? Tex Coulson, one of the most unprincipled thugs in the history of American politics, was supposed to be a main link in that unbreakable and fatally interdependent inner circle, along with Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Nixon, who wouldn't think twice about stonewalling God himself. Not even Richard Nixon, at the peak of his power and popularity, felt comfortable with the knowledge that a monster like Coulson had an office in the White House. Nixon felt so strongly about Coulson's savagery, in fact, that he went out of his way to defame him by deliberately publishing some of his own harsh judgments on Coulson's total lack of any sense of ethics or morality in the official White House transcripts. And Nixon speechwriter Pat Buchanan, widely regarded as one of the most aggressive, hardline right-wingers since Joseph Goebbels, once described Coulson as the meanest man in American politics. Which is no small compliment coming from Buchanan, who has spent the better part of his last decade working with some of the meanest and most congenitally fascistic bastards ever to work for any government. I will have to call Buchanan tomorrow and ask him what he thinks about Tex Coulson now. As a matter of fact, I will have to call a lot of people tomorrow about this thing, because if Coulson really is serious about telling everything he knows, Richard Nixon is in very deep trouble. He may as well go out on Pennsylvania Avenue tomorrow and start peddling those tapes to the highest bidder, because Coulson knows enough ugly stories about the Nixon regime to make most of the talk on those tapes seem like harmless cocktail gossip. At a glance, there are 2 ways to view Coulson's breakdown. One is to take his conversion to Jesus seriously, which is difficult, and the other is to take it as a warning that even the president should have better sense than to cross the meanest man in American politics. There is another way to interpret it, but that will have to wait for later, along with a lot of other things. This is not the kind of story to try to cope with while roaming back and forth across the country in jet airliners. Although there is nothing in any of the current journalism out of Washington, on the tube or in print, to indicate that it is any easier to cope with there than in Key Biscayne, Calgary, or even Mexico City. The entire Washington press corps seems at least temporarily paralyzed by the sheer magnitude and complexity of the thing. It will be a nasty story to cover, especially in the swamp-like humidity of a Washington summer, but it is definitely worth watching, and perhaps even being a part of. Because whatever kind of judgment and harsh reality finally emerges will be an historical landmark in the calendar of civilizations and a beacon for good or ill to all the generations that will inherit this earth, or whatever we leave of it, just as surely as we inherited it from the Greeks and the Romans, the Mayans and the Incas, and even from the 1,000-Year Reich. The impeachment of Richard Nixon will end in a trial that will generate an interminable blizzard of headlines, millions of dollars worth of media coverage, and a verdict that will not matter nearly as much to the defendant as it will to the jurors. By the time the trial starts, assuming that Nixon can sustain his lifelong appetite for humiliation that has never been properly gratified, the fate of Nixon himself will have shrunk to the dimensions of a freakish little side effect. The short-lived disaster of his presidency is already neutralized, and the outcome of his impeachment ordeal will have very little effect on his role in tomorrow's history texts. He will be grouped, along with presidents like Grant and Harding, as a corrupt and incompetent mockery of the American dream he praised so long and loud in all his speeches. Not just as a crook, but so crooked that he required the help of a personal valet to screw his pants on every morning. By the time Richard Milhous Nixon goes on trial in the Senate, the only reason for trying him will be to understand how he ever became president of the United States at all. And the real defendant at that point will be the American political system. The trial of Richard Nixon, if it happens, will amount to a de facto trial of the American dream. The importance of Nixon now is not merely to get rid of him. That's a strictly political consideration. The real question is why we are being forced to impeach a president elected by the largest margin in the history of presidential elections. So, with the need for sleep coming up very fast now, we want to look at two main considerations. One, the necessity of actually bringing Nixon to trial in order to understand our reality in the same way the Nuremberg trials forced Germany to confront itself. And two, the absolutely vital necessity of filling the vacuum that the Nixon impeachment will leave and the hole that will be there in 1976. Fear and Loathing in Limbo. The Scum Also Rises. Rolling Stone, number 171, October 10th, 1974. From Joseph Conrad, Heart of Darkness. Before I could come to any conclusion, it occurred to me that my speech or my silence, indeed any action of mine, would be a mere futility. What did it matter what anyone knew or ignored? What did it matter who was manager? One gets sometimes such a flash of insight. The essentials of this affair lay deep under the surface, beyond my reach, and beyond my power of meddling. Well, this is going to be difficult. That sold-out knucklehead refugee from a 1969 Mr. Clean TV commercial has just done what only the most cynical and paranoid kind of malcontent ever connected with national politics would have dared to predict. If I followed my better instincts right now, I would put this typewriter in the Volvo and drive to the home of the nearest politician, any politician, and hurl the goddamn machine through his front window. Flush the bugger out with an act of lunatic violence, then soak him down with mace and run him naked down Main Street in Aspen with a bell around his neck and black lumps all over his body from the jolts of a high-powered bullbuster cattle prod. But old age has either mellowed me or broken my spirit to the point where I will probably not do that. At least not today, because that blundering dupe in the White House has just plunged me into a deep and vicious hole. About 5 hours after I'd sent the final draft of a massive article on the demise of Richard Nixon off on the Mojo Wire and into the cold maw of the typesetter in San Francisco, Gerald Ford called a press conference in Washington to announce that he had just granted a full, free, and absolute presidential pardon covering any and all crimes Richard Nixon may or may not have committed during the entire 5.5 years of his presidency. Ford sprung his decision with no advance warning at 10:40 on a peaceful Sunday morning in Washington after emerging from a church service with such a powerful desire to dispense mercy that he rushed back to the White House, a short hump across Lafayette Park, and summoned a weary Sunday morning skeleton crew of correspondents and cameramen to inform them, speaking in curiously zombie-like tones, that he could no longer tolerate the idea of ex-President Nixon suffering in grief-crazed solitude out there on the beach in San Clemente, and that his conscience now compelled him to end both the suffering of Nixon and the national angst it was causing by means of a presidential edict of such king-sized breadth and scope as to scourge the poison of Watergate from our national consciousness forever. Or at least that's how it sounded to me when I was jolted out of a sweat-soaked coma on Sunday morning by a frantic telephone call from Dick Tuck. "Ford, pardon the bastard," he screamed. "I warned you, didn't I? I buried him twice, and he came back from the dead both times. Now he's done it again. He's running around loose on some private golf course in Palm Desert." I fell back on the bed, moaning heavily. No, I thought, I didn't hear that. Ford had gone out of his way during his first White House press conference to impress both the Washington press corps and the national TV audience with his carefully considered refusal to interfere in any way with Special Prosecutor Leon Jaworski's legal duty to proceed on the basis of evidence and prosecute any and all individuals. Given the context of the question, Ford's reply was widely interpreted as a signal to Jaworski that the former president should not be given any special treatment. And it also meshed with Ford's answer to a question in the course of his confirmation hearings in the Senate a few months earlier, when he'd said, "I don't think the public would stand for it," when asked if an appointed vice president would have the power to pardon the president who'd appointed him if the president were removed from office under criminal circumstances. I recalled these things Ford had said, but I was not so sure I'd heard Dick Tuck correctly, or if I'd really heard him at all. I held my right hand up in front of my eyes, trying to remember if I'd eaten anything the night before that could cause hallucinations. If so, my hand would appear to be transparent, and I would be able to see all the bones and blood vessels very clearly. But my hand was not transparent. I moaned again, bringing Sandy in from the kitchen to find out what was wrong. "Did Tuck just call?" I asked. She nodded. He was almost hysterical. Ford just gave Nixon a full pardon. I sat up quickly, groping around on the bed for something to smash. "No!" I shouted. "That's impossible!" She shook her head. I heard it on the radio, too. I stared at my hands again, feeling anger behind my eyes and noise coming up in my throat. "That stupid, lying bastard! Jesus! Who votes for these treacherous scumbags? You can't even trust the dumb ones. Look at Ford. He's too goddamn stupid to arrange a deal like that. Hell, he's almost too stupid to lie." Sandy shrugged. He gave Nixon all the tapes, too. Holy shit! I leaped out of bed and went quickly to the phone. "What's Goodwin's number in Washington? That bonehead Rotarian son of a bitch made a deal? Maybe Dick knows something." But it was 24 hours later when I finally got hold of Goodwin, and by that time I had made a huge chart full of dates, names, and personal connections, all linked and cross-linked by a maze of arrows and lines. The 3 names on the list with far more connections than any others were Laird, Kissinger, and Rockefeller. I had spent all night working feverishly on the chart, and now I was asking Goodwin to have a researcher check it all out. "Well," he replied, "a lot of people in Washington are thinking along those same lines today. No doubt there was some kind of arrangement, but," he paused, "aren't we pretty damn close to the deadline? Jesus Christ, you'll never be able to check all that stuff before—" "Mother of babbling God," I muttered. The word deadline caused my brain to seize up momentarily. Deadline? Yes, tomorrow morning, about 15 more hours, with about 90% of my story already set in type. One of the threads that ran all the way through it was my belief that nothing short of a nuclear war could prevent Richard Nixon's conviction. The only thing wrong with that argument was its tripod construction, and one of the three main pillars was my assumption that Gerald Ford had not been lying when he'd said more than once, for the record, that he had no intention of considering a presidential pardon for Richard Nixon until the legal process has run its course. Kazart! I hung up the phone and tossed my chart across the room. That rotten, sadistic little thief had done it again. Just 1 month earlier, he had sandbagged me by resigning so close to the deadline that I almost had a nervous breakdown while failing completely. And now he was doing it again, with this goddamn presidential pardon, leaving me with less than 24 hours to revise completely a 15,000-word story that was already set in type. It was absolutely impossible, no hope at all, except to lash as many last-minute pages as possible into the mojo and hope for the best. Maybe somebody in San Francisco would have time when the deadline crunch came to knit the two versions together. But there was no way at all to be sure, so this will be an interesting article to read when it comes off the press. Indeed. Cast your bread on the waters. Why not? I was brooding on this and cursing Nixon more out of habit than logic for his eerie ability to make life difficult for me, when it suddenly occurred to me that the villain this time was not Nixon, but Gerald Ford. He was the one who decided to pardon Nixon for reasons we can hopefully deal with later on August 30th, when he instructed his White House counsel, Philip Buchan, to work out the legal details and consult with Nixon's new defense lawyer, John Miller, one-time campaign aide to Robert Kennedy. Incredibly, Miller informed Buchan that he would have to make sure a presidential pardon was acceptable to Nixon, and 24 hours later, he came back with word that the ex-president, whose condition had been publicly described by anonymous friends that week as almost terminally disturbed and depressed at the prospect of his imminent indictment by Jaworski's grand jury, had been able to get a grip on himself long enough to decide that he would not be offended by the offer of a full presidential pardon, just as long as the offer also granted Nixon sole ownership and control of all the White House tapes. Ford quickly agreed, a concession that could mean $5 million or more to Nixon. He can milk him for the bulk of his presidential memoirs, for which his new agent claims already to have been offered a $2 million advance, and after that, he has the legal right either to destroy the tapes or sell them to the highest bidder. Arrangements for the presidential pardon were not completed until Friday, September 6th, and only then after President Ford sent his personal emissary, Benton L. Becker, out to San Clemente to make sure things went smoothly. Becker, a vaguely sinister Washington attorney who is currently under investigation by the IRS for alleged tax evasion, describes himself as an unpaid legal advisor to President Ford and also a personal friend. They first met in 1969, Becker says, when he volunteered to help then-Congressman Ford in his ill-advised campaign to persuade the House of Representatives to impeach U.S. Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas. That effort failed miserably, and Ford now seems embarrassed at the memory of it, but he still defends Becker as a man of the highest professional ethics. There is some disagreement on this. According to the Washington Post, Justice Department sources said they were astounded when they learned that Becker had been used by the White House to negotiate with the former president. "My God, doesn't Ford know about this case?" said one source. "The guy's under investigation." Which is not necessarily a bad sign in this day and age. Most of my friends have been under investigation at one time or another in the past 10 years or so, and my own FBI file dates back at least to 1958. When I refused to accept a security clearance from the Air Force on the grounds that I didn't honestly consider myself a good security risk because I disagreed strongly with the slogan, "My country, right or wrong." My clearance was not granted, but I was never hassled about it, and instead of being sent to a top-secret radar installation near the Arctic Circle, I was passed over for promotion and placed in a job as sports editor of a base newspaper on the Gulf Coast of Florida. But we seem to be wandering here. I was talking about Benton Becker and his delicate task of negotiating the details of a full presidential pardon for Richard Nixon, whose tragic mental condition was even then being slandered almost daily at this stage of the pardon by unnamed friends and advisors. At this point in the pardon negotiations, both Ford and Nixon had learned that Jaworski's grand jury planned to indict the ex-president on as many as 10 counts, an ugly prospect that led Ford to suggest that Nixon might temper the grand jury's aggressive attitude by volunteering to admit at least some small measure of guilt for his role in the Watergate cover-up in exchange for the pardon that would give him total immunity from prosecution anyway, regardless of what he admitted. This suggestion almost torpedoed the negotiations. Nixon angrily rejected it, says one of Ford's White House advisors, and Becker was hard-pressed to keep the deal on its rails. By Friday evening, however, Nixon's mood had improved to the point where he agreed to accept both the pardon and the tapes. Becker was elated. He flew back to Washington and reported to Ford that his mission had been 100% successful. The new president received the news gratefully and scheduled a short-notice press conference on Sunday to lay the fine news on his public. Yeah, I know. There is something just a little bit weird about that story, but I don't have any time to check on it right now. All the details, however, have appeared in one form or another in either the Washington Post or the Washington Star-News. I cite those sources only because the story makes no sense at all on its face. But then none of the other stories in the New York or Washington papers on the Monday after the announcement of the Ford-Nixon treaty made much sense either. Primarily because Sunday is a very hard day to find anybody in Washington who doesn't want to be found. Which includes just about everybody with good sense except the kind of man who calls a press conference at 10:30 on Sunday morning and drones out a stone-faced announcement that he knows will have half the nation howling with rage before nightfall. But by nightfall, Ford's version of the pardon was spread all over the country on the wires, while enraged editors at the Times, the Post, and the Star were still trying to pry their hot rod investigative reporters out of weekend cabins in the Virginia mountains and beach houses on the Maryland shore. I have very dim memories of Tuck's call. Less than 5 hours earlier, I had passed out very suddenly in the bathtub after something like 133 hours of nonstop work on a thing I'd been dragging around with me for 2 months and revising in ragged notebooks and on rented typewriters in hotels from Key Biscayne to Laguna Beach, bouncing in and out of Washington to check the pressure and keep a fix on the timetable, then off again to Chicago or Colorado, before heading back to Washington again, where the pressure valves finally blew all at once in early August, catching me in a state of hysterical exhaustion and screeching helplessly for speed when Nixon suddenly caved in and quit, ambushing me on the brink of a deadline and wasted beyond the help of anything but the most extreme kind of chemotherapy. It takes about a month to recover physically from a collapse of that magnitude, and at least a year to shake the memory. The only thing I can think of that compares to it is that long, long moment of indescribably intense sadness that comes just before drowning at sea. Those last few seconds on the cusp when the body is still struggling but the mind has given up. A sense of absolute failure and a very clear understanding of it that makes the last few seconds before blackout seem almost peaceful. Getting rescued at that point is far more painful than drowning. Recovery brings back terrifying memories of struggling wildly for breath. This is precisely the feeling I had when Tuck woke me up that morning to say that Ford had just granted Nixon full, free, and absolute pardon. I had just written a long, sporadically rational brief of sorts, explaining how Nixon had backed himself into a corner and why it was inevitable that he would soon be indicted and convicted on a felony obstruction of justice charge. And then Ford would pardon him, for a lot of reasons I couldn't agree with, but which Ford had already stated so firmly that there didn't seem to be much point in arguing about it. The logic of sentencing Nixon to a year in the same cell with John Dean was hard to argue with on either legal or ethical grounds. But I understood politics well enough by then to realize that Nixon would have to plead guilty to something like the rape/murder of a Republican senator's son before Gerald Ford would even consider letting him spend any time in jail. I'd accepted this, more or less, just as I had more or less accepted, after 18 months of total involvement in the struggle to get rid of Nixon, the idea that Gerald Ford could do just about anything he felt like doing, as long as he left me alone. My interest in national politics withered drastically within hours after Nixon resigned. After 5.5 years of watching a gang of fascist thugs treating the White House and the whole machinery of the federal government like a conquered empire to be used like the spoils of war for any purpose that served either the needs or whims of the victors, the prospects of some harmless, half-bright jock like Jerry Ford running a cautious, caretaker-style government for 2 or even 6 years was almost a welcome relief. Not even the ominous sight of Vice President Nelson Rockefeller hovering a heartbeat away from the presidency had much effect on my head. After more than 10 years of civil war with the White House and all the swine who either lived or worked there, I was ready to give the benefit of the doubt to almost any president who acted half-human and had enough sense not to walk around in public wearing a swastika armband. This is more or less what I wrote, I think, after Nixon resigned and I was faced with the obligation to fill enough space to justify all those expenses I ran up while chasing Nixon around the country and watching him sink deeper and deeper in the quicksand of his own excrement. In the early stages of the Death Watch, there was a definite high in watching the Congress reluctantly gearing up for a titanic battle with Richard Nixon and his private army of fixers who had taken over the whole executive branch of the government by the time he sailed triumphantly into his second term. By the middle of last summer, the showdown had become inevitable, and when Nixon looked at the balance sheet in August and saw both the legislative and judicial branches of the federal government joining forces against him, he knew he was finished. On August 9th, he quit and was gone from Washington 12 hours later in a cloud of disgrace. He was finished. There was no doubt about it. Even his ranking staffers were muttering about his dangerously irrational state of mind toward the end, and his farewell speech to the cabinet and White House staff was so clearly deranged that even I felt sorry for him. And when the helicopter whisked him off to exile in California, an almost visible shudder of relief swept through the crowd on the White House lawn that had gathered for the sad spectacle of his departure. Nixon was about 30,000 feet over St. Louis and Air Force One when his chosen successor, Gerald Ford, took the oath. Ford had been selected by Nixon to replace Spiro Agnew, convicted several months earlier of tax fraud and extortion. And Nixon himself, before quitting, had tacitly admitted his guilt in a felony conspiracy to obstruct justice. I left Washington the day after Ford was sworn in, too tired to feel anything but a manic sense of relief as I staggered through the lobby at National Airport with about 200 pounds of transcripts of the Senate Watergate and House Judiciary Committee hearings that had been rendered obsolete as evidence by Nixon's forced resignation 2 days earlier. I was not quite sure why I wanted them, but evidence of any kind is always reassuring to have, and I felt that after 2 or 3 months of sleep, I might be able to use them in some way. Now, almost exactly 4 weeks later, that suitcase full of transcripts is still lying open beside my desk, and now that Gerald Ford has granted Nixon a presidential pardon so sweeping that he will never have to stand trial for anything, those books of evidence that would have guaranteed his impeachment if he hadn't resigned are beginning to pique my interest. Honky-tonk tunes and a long-remembered dream. Constant haggling, useless briefings, and a howling voice at the door. From Senator George McGovern, acceptance speech, July 13, 1972, Miami, Florida. American politics will never be the same again. Another hot, heavy rain in Washington at 4:33 on a wet Wednesday morning, falling like balls of sweat against my window. 12 feet wide and 6 feet tall, the high yellow eye of the National Affairs Suite looking out across the rotting roofs of our nation's capital at least a mile away through the haze and the rain to the fine white marble spire of the Washington Monument and the dark dome of the Capitol. Hillbilly music howling out of the radio across the room from the typewriter. And when it's midnight in Dallas, I'll be somewhere on a big jet plane. If I could only understand you, maybe I could cope with the loneliness I feel. Honky-tonk tunes and a quart of wild turkey on the sideboard. Ripped to the tits on whatever it was in that bag I bought tonight from the bull fruit in Georgetown, looking down from the desk at yesterday's huge Washington Post headline. President admits withholding data. Tapes show he approved cover-up. Every half hour on the half hour, WXRA, the trucker station over in Alexandria, keeps babbling more and more hideous news of rapidly dissolving support in the House and the Senate. All 10 members of the House Judiciary Committee who voted against the articles of impeachment on national TV last week have now reversed themselves, for the record, and said they plan to vote for impeachment when or if it comes to a vote in the House on August 19th. Even Barry Goldwater has leaked and then denied a UPI report that he thinks Nixon should resign for the good of the country, and also for the good of Goldwater and everybody else in the Republican Party, such as it is. Indeed, the rats are deserting the ship at high speed. Even the dingbat senator from Colorado, Peter Dominic, the GOP claghorn who nominated Nixon for the Nobel Peace Prize less than 2 years ago, has called the president's 11th hour admission of complicity in the Watergate cover-up sorrowful news. We will not have Richard Nixon to kick around much longer, which is not especially sorrowful news to a lot of people, except that the purging of the cheap little bastard is going to have to take place here in Washington and will take up the rest of our summer. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. That's all I'm asking from you. And now the Compton brothers with a song about when the wine ran out and the jukebox ran out of tunes. Jesus, we need more ice and whiskey here. Fill the bag with water and suck down the dregs. The rain is still lashing my window, the dawn sky is still black, and this room is damp and cold. Where's the goddamn heat switch? Why is my bed covered with newspaper clips and U.S. government printing office evidence books from the Nixon impeachment hearings? Ah! Madness. Madness. On a day like this, not even the prospect of Richard Nixon's downfall can work up the blood. This is stone, flat-out fucking weather. On another day like this, a long time ago, I was humming across the bridge out of Louisville, Kentucky, in an old Chevy with 3 or 4 good old boys who worked with me at a furniture factory in Jeffersonville, Indiana. The tires were hissing on the wet asphalt. The windshield wipers were lashing back and forth in the early morning rain, and we were hunkered down in the car with our lunch bags and moaning along with a mean country tune on the radio when somebody said, "Jesus Christ! Why are we going to work on a day like this? We must be goddamn crazy. This is the kind of day when you want to be belly to belly with a good woman in a warm bed under a tin roof with the rain beating down and a bottle of good whiskey right next to the bed. Let me be there in your morning. Let me be there in your night. Let me be there when you need me. And make it right." Ah, this haunting, honky music. I am running a serious out-of-control fever for that long-remembered dream of a tin roof, hard-rain, belly-to-belly day with a big iron bolt on the door and locked away in a deep, warm bed from every connection to the outside world except a $14.95 tin radio wailing tunes like "I Smell a Rat" and "The Wild Side of Life." This is not your ideal flying weather. Both National and Dulles airports are closed for the rest of the morning, they say. But despite all that, I find myself on the phone demanding plane reservations back to Colorado. Fuck the weather. Whoever answered the phone at United Airlines said the weather was expected to be clear by early afternoon and there were plenty of seats open for the 4:40 flight to Denver. Wonderful, I said, but I want a first-class seat in the smokers section. I'll check, she said, and moments later she was back with bad news. The smoking seats are all taken, sir, but if it makes no difference to you— It does, I said. I must smoke. I insist on it. She checked again, and this time the news was better. I think we can open a smoking seat for you, sir. Could I have your name? Nader, I said. R. Nader. How do you spell that? I spelled it for her, then set my alarm for 2 and fell asleep on the couch, still wearing my wet swimming trunks. After 2 months on the Nixon impeachment trail, my nerves were worn raw from the constant haggling and frustrated hostility of all those useless, early morning White House press briefings, and long, sweaty afternoons, pacing aimlessly around the corridors of the Rayburn office building on Capitol Hill, waiting for crumbs of wisdom from any 2 or 3 of those 38 luckless congressmen on the House Judiciary Committee hearing evidence on the possible impeachment of Richard Nixon. It was an eerie spectacle. The whole Nixonian empire, seemingly invincible less than 2 years ago, was falling apart of its own foul weight right in front of our eyes. There was no denying the vast and historic proportions of the story, but covering it on a day-to-day basis was such a dull and degrading experience that it was hard to keep a focus on what was really happening. It was essentially a lawyer's story, not a journalist's. I never made that plain. Sometime around noon, I was jolted awake by a pounding on my door and a voice shouting, "Wake up, goddammit! The whole town's gone crazy! The son of a bitch is caved in! He's quitting!" No, I thought. Not now. I'm too weak to handle it. These goddamn rumors had kept me racing frantically around Washington day and night for almost a week, and when the shit rain finally began, I was helpless. My eyes were swollen shut with chlorine poisoning, and when I tried to get out of bed to open the door, I almost snapped both ankles. I had fallen asleep wearing rubber-soled basketball shoes, which had wedged themselves between the sheets at the foot of the bed so firmly that my first thought was that somebody had strapped me down on the bed. The howling voice at my door was Craig Vetter, another Rolling Stone writer who had been in town for 2 weeks trying to make some kind of connection with Nixon's priest. But the priest was finished now, and the town was going wild. A Washington Post reporter said he had never seen the newsroom so frantic, not even when John Kennedy was murdered or during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The prevailing rumors on Capitol Hill had Nixon either addressing a joint session of Congress at 4:30 that afternoon or preparing a final statement for delivery at 7 o'clock on all 3 networks. But a call to the White House press room spiked both these rumors, although the place was filling up with reporters who picked up an entirely different rumor, that either Ziegler or Nixon himself would soon appear in the press room to make a statement of some kind. 6 more calls from the National Affairs Suite churned up at least 6 more impossible rumors. Every switchboard in town that had any connection with either journalism or politics was jammed and useless. Later that night, even the main White House switchboard jammed up for the first time most reporters could remember. And for the next 2 days, almost everybody who worked in the White House, even private secretaries, kept their home phones off the hook because of the chaos. It was about 1:30 on Wednesday afternoon when I got through to Marty Nolan in the White House press room. We compared rumors and killed both lists very quickly. "This is all crazy bullshit," said Nolan. "We're just being jerked around. He's not going to do anything serious today, but just on the chance that he might, I don't dare leave this goddamn dungeon." I'd been on the verge of going down there, but after arranging with Nolan and about 6 other people in strategic positions in different parts of town to call me instantly if anything started to happen, I decided that the best thing to do was to take both the TV set and the FM radio down to a table by the pool and have all my calls transferred down to the lifeguard's telephone, which turned out to be the best of all possible solutions. Vetter and I set up a totally efficient communications post beside the pool, and for the next 48 hours, we were able to monitor the whole craziness from our table beside the pool. The suck tide reaches San Clemente. Ziegler brings the news to the boss. General Haig and the bag of dimes. The sybaritic priest and the mentally retarded rabbi. More talk of the suicide option. Well, the goddamn thing is over now. It ended on Thursday afternoon with all the grace and meaning of a Coke bottle thrown off a 3rd-floor fire escape on the Bowery, exploding on the sidewalk and scaring the shit out of everybody in range, from the ones who got righteously ripped full of glass splinters to the swarm of innocent bystanders who still don't know what happened. And probably never will. There is a weird, unsettled, painfully incomplete quality about the whole thing. All over Washington tonight is the stench of a massive psychic battle that nobody really won. Richard Nixon has been broken, whipped, and castrated all at once. But even for me, there is no real crank or elation in having been a front-row spectator at the final scenes. The Death Watch. The first time in American history that a president has been chased out of the White House and cast down in the ditch with all the other geeks and common criminals. Looking back on the final few months of his presidency, it is easy to see that Nixon was doomed all along. Or at least from the moment when Archibald Cox first decided to force a showdown on the executive privilege question by sending a U.S. Marshal over to the White House with a subpoena for some of the Oval Office tapes. Nixon naturally defied that subpoena, but not even the crazed firing of Cox, Richardson, and Ruckelshaus could make it go away. And when Jaworski challenged Nixon's right to defy that subpoena in the U.S. Supreme Court, the wheels of doom began rolling. And from that point on, it was clear to all the principals except Nixon himself that the unthinkable was suddenly inevitable. It was only a matter of time. And it was just about then that Richard Nixon began losing his grip on reality. Within hours after Jaworski and Nixon's Watergate lawyer James St. Clair had argued the case in a special session of the court, I talked to Pat Buchanan, and was surprised to hear that Nixon and his wizards in the White House were confident that the verdict would be 5-3 in their favor. Even Buchanan, who thinks rationally about 79% of the time, apparently believed less than 2 weeks before the court ruled unanimously against Nixon that 5 of the 8 justices who would have to rule on that question would see no legal objection to ratifying Nixon's demented idea that anything discussed in the president's official office, even a patently criminal conspiracy, was the president's personal property, if he chose to have it recorded on his personal tape recording machinery. The possibility that even some of the justices the boss himself had appointed to the court might not cheerfully endorse a concept of presidential immunity that mocked both the U.S. Constitution and the Magna Carta had apparently been considered for a moment and then written off as too far-fetched and crazy even to worry about by all of Nixon's personal strategists. It is still a little difficult to believe, in fact, that some of the closest advisors to the president of a constitutional democracy in the year 1974 might actually expect the highest court in any constitutional democracy to crank up what is probably the most discredited precedent in the history of Anglo-American jurisprudence, the divine right of kings, in order to legalize the notion that a president of the United States or any other would-be democracy is above and beyond the law. That Nixon and his personal Gestapo actually believed this could happen is a measure of the insanity quotient of the people Nixon took down in the bunker with him when he knew the time had come to get serious. But even as they raved, you could hear a hollow kind of paranoid uncertainty in their voices, as if they could already feel the ebb tide sucking around their ankles. Just as Nixon must have felt it when he walked alone on the beach at San Clemente a few weeks earlier, trudging slowly along in the surf with his pant legs rolled up, while he waited in angry solitude for the results of the Supreme Court vote on his claim of executive privilege. That rush of sucking water around his ankles must have almost pulled him out to sea, when Ziegler called down from the big dune in front of La Casa Pacifica, "Mr. President, Mr. President, we just got the news. The vote was unanimous, 8-0. Nixon whoops with delight. He stops in his water-filled tracks and hurls out both arms in the twin victory sign. "Wonderful," he shouts. "I knew we'd win it, Ron, even without that clown Lynchburg. It wasn't for nothing that I appointed those other dumb farts to the court." Ziegler stares down at him, at this doomed scarecrow of a president down there on the edge of the surf. Why is he grinning? Why does he seem so happy at this terrible news? "No," Ziegler shouts. "This is not what I meant. That is not what I meant at all." He hesitates, choking back a sob. "The vote was 8-0, Mr. President. Against you." "What?" The scarecrow on the beach goes limp. His arms collapse. His hands flap crazily around the pockets of his wet pants. Those dirty bastards, he screams. We'll break their balls. Yes, sir, Ziegler shouts. They'll wish they'd never been born. He jerks a notebook out of his inside coat pocket and jots, break their balls. By this time, the wet president is climbing the dune in front of him. What happened? Nixon snarls. Did somebody get to Berger? Ziegler nods. What else? Probably it was Edward Bennett Williams. Of course, says Nixon. We should never have left that dumb son of a bitch back there in Washington by himself. We know he'll do business. That's why we put him there. He kicks savagely at a lone ice plant in the sand. God damn it! Where was Coulson? Berger was his assignment, right? Ziegler winces. Coulson's in jail, sir. Don't you remember? Nixon stares blankly, then recovers. Coulson? In jail? What did he do? He picks up a kelp head and lashes it against his shin. Never mind, I remember now. But what about Ehrlichman? He can jerk Berger and those other clowns around like a goddamn Punch and Judy show. Ziegler stares out to sea for a moment, his eyes cloud over. Well, sir, John's not much good to us anymore. He's going to prison. Nixon stiffens, dropping the kelp head in the sand. Holy shit, Ron! Why should John go to prison? He's one of the finest public servants I've ever had the privilege of knowing. Ziegler is weeping openly now. His emaciated body is racked by deep sobs. I don't know, sir. I can't explain it. He stares out to sea again, fighting to gain control of himself. These are terrible times, Mr. President. Our enemies are closing in. While you were out there on the beach, the Avis agency in Laguna called and canceled our credit. They took my car, Mr. President. My gold Cadillac convertible. I was on the phone with Buzzhart about the Supreme Court business, you know, when I looked out the window and saw this little nigger in an Avis uniform driving my car out the gate. The guard said he had a writ of seizure signed by the local sheriff. My God, Nixon exclaims. We'll break his balls. Where's a telephone? I'll call Haldeman. It's no use, sir, Ziegler replies. We can't make any outgoing calls until we pay the phone company $33,000. They sent a man down to fix the line so we can only take incoming calls for the next 86 hours, and then we'll be cut off entirely. If you want to call Washington, we'll have to walk to the San Clemente Inn and use a pay phone. I think General Haig has a bag of dimes in his room. Nixon stiffens again. His brain is mired in deep thought. Then his eyes light up and he grabs Ziegler by the arm, dragging him toward the house. Come on, Ron, he snaps. I have an idea. Ziegler stumbles along behind the president. He feels the energy flowing into him. The boss is on the move. Nixon is talking as he runs. I think I've isolated our problem, Ron. We need credit, right? Okay, where's that Jew? Jew? You know who I mean, goddammit, that rabbi. They can always get credit, can't they? A rabbi? We'll send some of the Secret Service boys up there to Laguna to round him up. He's probably in the bar up there on top of the surf and sand. That's where he hangs out. Nixon laughs wildly now. Shit! Nobody questions a rabbi's credit. You tell the SS boys to pick him up and throw a real scare into him. Then bring him down here and I'll stroke him. Now Ziegler is laughing. His eyes are bright and he is writing fast in his notebook. It's a wonderful idea, sir. Just wonderful. First we stonewall the bastards, then we outflank them with a Jew. Nixon nods happily. They'll never know what hit 'em, Ron. You know what I've always said. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. That's right, sir. I remember when Coach Lombardi... Nixon cuts him off with a sudden clap of his wet hands. The sound causes two Secret Service agents in the nearby shrubbery to go for their guns. Hold on, Ron. Just hold it right there. You know who taught Coach Lombardi everything he knew? He smiles deeply. Me! The President! Ziegler wrings his hands. His eyeballs bulge. His face is twisted with reverence. I remember that, sir. I remember. Good, Ron, good. Only losers forget. And you know what Coach Lombardi said about that? Nixon seizes his press secretary by both elbows and comes up close to his face. His breath is foul, his eyeballs are bloodshot, his pupils are dangerously dilated. His words come in short, high-pitched barks like a rabid hyena. "You show me a good loser, Ron, and I'll show you a loser!" Ziegler is overwhelmed. His eyes are so wide that he can't even blink. His body is rigid, but his soul is on fire. His face is a mask of pure zeal. Ron Ziegler, left-hand man to a doomed and criminal president, the political flip side of every burned-out acid freak who voted for Goldwater and then switched to Tim Leary until the pain got too bad and the divine light of either Jesus or Maharaji lured him off in the wake of another perfect master. Ah, poor Ron. I knew him well enough. It was Ziegler, in fact, who tipped me off many months ago that Nixon was finished. This was back in July, in that lull before the storm, when the wizards in Washington were beginning to nod glumly at each other whenever somebody suggested that the impeachment drive seemed to be faltering and that maybe Nixon was bottoming out, that in fact he had already bounced off the bottom and was preparing to take the offensive once again. These were the salad days of early summer, before the fateful Supreme Court decision when Nixon's Goebbels, ex-White House Communications Director Ken Clausen, was creating a false dawn over the White House by momentarily halting Nixon's year-long slide in the public opinion polls with a daily drumbeat of heavy, headline-grabbing attacks on professional Nixon haters in the press and unprincipled knee-jerk liberals in Congress. At that point in time, most of Nixon's traditional allies were beginning to hear the death shrieks of the banshee floating over the White House lawns at night, and even Billy Graham had deserted him. So Clausen, in a stroke of cheap genius, put a sybaritic Jesuit priest and a mentally retarded rabbi on the payroll and sent them forth to do battle with the forces of evil. Father John McLaughlin, the Jesuit, wallowed joyfully in his role as Nixon's priest for a month or so, but his star faded fast when it was learned he was pulling down more than $25,000 a year for his efforts and living in a luxury apartment at the Watergate. His superiors in the church were horrified, but McLaughlin gave them the back of his hand and instead merely cranked up his speech-making act. In the end, however, not even Clausen could live with the insistent rumor that the good Jesuit father was planning to marry his girlfriend. This was too much, they say, for the rigid sensibilities of General Haig, the White House chief of staff, whose brother was a legitimate priest in Baltimore. McLaughlin disappeared very suddenly after 6 giddy weeks on the national stage, and nothing has been heard of him since. But Clausen was ready for that. No sooner had the priest been deep-sixed than he unveiled another holy man, the Rabbi Baruch Korf, a genuine dingbat with barely enough sense to tie his own shoes, but who eagerly lent his name and his flaky presence to anything Clausen aimed him at. Under the banner of something called the National Citizens Committee for Fairness to the President, he organized rallies, dinner parties, and press conferences all over the country. One of his main financial backers was Hamilton Fish Sr., a notorious fascist and the father of New York Congressman Hamilton Fish Jr., one of the Republican swing votes on the House Judiciary Committee, who quietly voted for impeachment. From R.W. Apple Jr., The New York Times, July 28, 1974. Only a month ago, the storms of destiny seemed to be subsiding for President Nixon. Among the knowledgeable in Washington, the conviction was growing that the impeachment campaign against him had spent its moment. But it is now clear that the knowledgeable were wrong, that they mistook a break in the clouds for lasting sunshine. In fact, however, Nixon was already doomed by the time the Rodino Committee got around to voting. The unanimous Supreme Court vote on the question of executive privilege with regard to the 64 disputed tapes was the beginning of the end. Nixon had known all along that the release of those tapes would finish him, but he had consistently lied about their contents, not only to the press and the public, but also to his wife and his daughters and all the hardcore loyalists on his staff. He lied about the tapes to Barry Goldwater and Jerry Ford, to Hugh Scott and John Rhodes, to Al Haig and Pat Buchanan, and even to his own attorney, James St. Clair, who was stupid enough, like the others, to have believed him when he swore that the tapes he refused to let anybody listen to would finally prove his innocence. Both of his lawyers, in fact, had done everything in their power to avoid hearing the goddamn things. It finally required a direct order from Judge Sirica on 2 separate occasions to compel Buzzard and St. Clair to listen to the tapes. Buzzard was first, and within hours after hearing the fatal conversation with Haldeman of June 23, 1972, he was rushed to the intensive care ward of a private hospital in Virginia with a serious heart attack that rendered him incommunicado for almost 2 months. I was sitting in a bar called the Class Reunion, about 2 blocks from the White House, when I heard the tragic news. And I recall saying to Boston Globe correspondent Marty Nolan, "We'll never see Buzzard again. They can't afford to let him live. If he survives whatever Ziegler put in his coffee when he was listening to those tapes, Haldeman will go out there and stick a hat pin up his nose while he's wasted on Demerol, jam it straight into his brain when the nurse gets out of the room. Take my word for it, Marty. I know how these people operate. Buzzard will never leave that hospital alive." Nolan nodded, oblivious to Buzzard's grim fate. At that point, almost every journalist in Washington assigned to the Nixon death watch had been averaging about 2 hours sleep a night since the beginning of summer. Many were weak and confused, succumbing to drink or drugs whenever possible. Others seemed to hover from day to day on the brink of terminal fatigue. Radio and TV reporters in the White House press room were reduced to tearing articles out of the nearest newspaper and reading them verbatim straight over the air, while the newspaper and magazine people would tape the live broadcasts and then transcribe them word for word under their own bylines. By the end of July, the prospect of having to cover an impeachment debate in the House and then a trial in the Senate for 3 or 4 months without relief was almost unbearable. As August began and Nixon still showed no signs of giving up, there was more and more talk of the suicide option. Last breakfast at the White House. The scumbag I passed to a new generation. Cold turkey swoops down and panic for Watergate junkies. Sometime around dawn on the Friday morning of Richard Milhouse Nixon's last breakfast in the White House, I put on my swimming trunks and a red rain parka, laced my head with some gray Argentine snuff, and took an elevator down to the big pool below my window in the National Affairs Suite at the Washington Hilton. It was still raining, so I carried my portable TV set, a notebook, and 4 bottles of Bass Ale in a waterproof canvas bag. The lower lobby was empty, except for the night watchman, a meaty black gentleman whose main duty was to keep people like me out of the pool at night, but we had long since come to a friendly understanding on this subject. It was against the rules to swim when the pool was closed, but there was no rule to prevent a doctor of divinity from going out there to meditate on the end of the diving board. "Morning, Doc," said the watchman. "Up a little early, ain't you? Especially on a nasty day like this." "Nasty?" I replied. "What are you, some kind of goddamn Uncle Tom Republican? Don't you know who's leaving town today?" He looked puzzled for a moment, then his face cracked into a grin. "You're right, by God, I almost forgot. We finally got rid of that man, didn't we, Doc?" He nodded happily. "Yes, sir, we finally got rid of him." I reached into my bag and opened 2 Bass Ales. "This is a time for celebration," I said, handing him one of the bottles. I held mine out in front of me. "To Richard Nixon," I said. "May he choke on the money he stole." The watchman glanced furtively over his shoulder before lifting his ale for the toast. The clink of the 2 bottles coming together echoed briefly in the vast, deserted lobby. "See you later," I said. "I have to meditate for a while, then hustle down to the White House to make sure he really leaves. I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes." The flat surface of the pool was pocked with millions of tiny raindrops, beating steadily down on the water. There was a chain lock on the gate, so I climbed over the fence and walked down to the deep end, where I located a dry spot under a tree near the diving board. The CBS Morning News would be on in about 20 minutes. I turned on the TV set, adjusted the aerial, and turned the screen so I could see it from the pool about 20 feet away. It was a system I'd worked out last summer at the Senate Watergate hearings. After every 2 laps, I could look over the edge of the pool and check the screen to see if Hughes Rudd's face had appeared yet. When it did, I would climb out of the water and lie down on the grass in front of the set, turn up the sound, light a cigarette, open a fresh Bass Ale, and take notes while I watched the tiny screen for a general outline of whatever action Sam Irvin's Roman circus might be expected to generate that day. I stayed out there by the pool for almost 2 hours, sliding in and out of the water to run a few laps, and then back out to stretch out on the grass to make a note now and then on the news. Not much was happening, except for a few kinky interviews down by the White House gate with people who claimed to have been on the death watch for 3 days and nights without sleeping. But very few of them could even begin to explain why they were doing it. At least half the crowd around the White House during those last few days looked like people who spent every weekend prowling the demolition derby circuit. The only other action on the news that Friday morning was an occasional rerun of Nixon's official resignation speech from the night before. I'd watched it with Vetter in the Watergate bar. It seemed like a good place to be on that night, because I'd also been there on the night of June 17, 1972, while the Watergate burglary was happening 5 floors above my head. But after I'd watched Nixon's speech for the 3rd time, a strange feeling of nervousness began working on me, and I decided to get out of town as soon as possible. The movie was over, or at least it would be over in 2 or 3 hours. Nixon was leaving at 10 o'clock, and Ford would be sworn in at noon. I wanted to be there on the White House lawn when Nixon was lifted off. That would be the end of my movie. It was still raining when I left, and the pool was still empty. I put the TV set back in the canvas bag and climbed over the gate by the lifeguard shack. Then I stopped and looked back for a moment, knowing I would never come back to this place, and if I did, it would not be the same. The pool would be the same, and it would be easy enough to pick up a case of Bass Ale or a battery TV set, and I could even come down here on rainy summer mornings and watch the morning news. But there would not be this kind of morning anymore, because the main ingredient for that mix was no longer available in Washington. And if you asked any of the people who were known to have a real taste for it, the hardcore Nixon aficionados, they all understood that it would not be available again for a hell of a long time, and probably never. Nobody even talks about substitutes or something almost exactly the same. The mold disappeared about 3 minutes after they made that evil bastard, and although there was never any doubt about who stole it, nobody had any proof. No. Even with the pool and the ale and grass and the portable TV set, the morning news will not be the same without the foul specter of Richard Nixon glaring out of the tube. But the war is over now, and he lost. Gone, but not forgotten. Missed, but not mourned. We will not see another one like him for quite a while. He was dishonest to a fault. The truth was not in him. And if it can be said that he resembled any other living animal in this world, it could only have been the hyena. I took a cab down to the White House and pushed through the sullen mob on the sidewalk to the guardhouse window. The cop inside glanced at my card, then looked up, fixing me with a heavy-lidded quaalude stare for just an instant, then nodded and pushed his buzzer to open the gate. The press room in the West Wing was empty, so I walked outside to the Rose Garden, where a big olive-drab helicopter was perched on the lawn about 100 feet out from the stairs. The rain had stopped, and a long red carpet was laid out on the wet grass from the White House door to the helicopter. I eased through the crowd of photographers and walked out, looking back at the White House, where Nixon was giving his final address to a shocked crowd of White House staffers. I examined the aircraft very closely, and I was just about to climb into it when I heard a loud rumbling behind me. I turned around just in time to see Richard and Pat coming toward me, trailing their daughters and followed closely by Gerald Ford and Betty. Their faces were grim, and they were walking very slowly. Nixon had a glazed smile on his face, not looking at anybody around him, and walked like a wooden Indian full of Thorazine. His face was a greasy death mask. I stepped back out of his way and nodded hello, but he didn't seem to recognize me. I lit a cigarette and watched him climb the steps to the door of the helicopter. Then he spun around very suddenly and threw his arms straight up in the famous twin victory signal. His eyes were still glazed, but he seemed to be looking over the heads of the crowd at the White House. Nobody was talking. A swarm of photographers rushed the plane as Nixon raised his arms, but his body had spun around too fast for his feet, and as his arms went up, I saw him losing his balance. The grimace on his face went slack. Then he bounced off the door and stumbled into the cockpit. Pat and Ziegler were already inside. Ed Cox and Tricia went in quickly without looking back, and a Marine in dress blues shut the door and jumped away as the big rotor blades began turning and the engine cranked up to a dull, whining roar. I was so close that the noise hurt my ears. The rotor blades were invisible now, but the wind was getting heavier. I could feel it pressing my eyeballs back into their sockets. For an instant, I thought I could see Richard Nixon's face pressed up to the window. Was he smiling? Was it Nixon? I couldn't be sure. And now, it made no difference. The wind blast from the rotors was blowing people off balance now. Photographers were clutching their equipment against their bodies, and Gerald Ford was leading his wife back toward the White House with a stony scowl on his face. I was still very close to the helicopter, watching the tires. As the beast began rising, the tires became suddenly fat. There was no more weight on them. The helicopter went straight up and hovered for a moment, then swooped down toward the Washington Monument and then angled up into the fog. Richard Nixon was gone. The end came so suddenly and with so little warning that it was almost as if a muffled explosion in the White House had sent up a mushroom cloud to announce that the scumbag had been passed to what will have to pose for now as another generation. The main reaction to Richard Nixon's passing, especially among journalists who had been on the death watch for 2 years, was a wild and wordless orgasm of long-awaited relief that tailed off almost instantly to a dull, post-coital sort of depression that still endures. Within hours after Nixon's departure, every bar in downtown Washington normally frequented by reporters was a sinkhole of gloom. Several hours after Gerald Ford was sworn in, I found ex-Kennedy speechwriter Dick Goodwin in a bar not far from the Rolling Stone office across the street from the White House. He was slumped in a booth by himself, staring blankly into his drink like a man who had just had his teeth ripped out by a savage bill collector. "I feel totally drained," he said. "It's like the circus just left town. This is the end of the longest-running continuous entertainment this city ever had." He waved his arm at the waitress for another drink. "It's the end of an era. Now I know how all those rock freaks felt when they heard the Beatles were breaking up." I felt the same way. All I wanted to do was get the hell out of town as soon as possible. I had just come from the White House press room where a smog-like sense of funk, or smunk, as somebody over there might describe it, had settled on the room within minutes after Ford took the oath. The death watch was finally over. The evil demon had been purged and the good guys had won, or at least the bad guys had lost. But that was not quite the same thing. Within hours after Richard Nixon left Washington, it was painfully clear that Frank Mankiewicz had spoken too soon when he'd predicted just a few weeks before the fall that Washington would be the Hollywood of the 70s. Without Nixon to stir up its thin juices, the Washington of the 70s could look forward to the same grim fate as Cinderella's gilded coach at the stroke of midnight. It would turn back into a pumpkin, and any mysterious shoes left lying around on the deserted ballroom floors of the Watergate era would not interest a genial pragmatist like Gerald Ford. He would not have much time for a while to concern himself with anything but the slide into national bankruptcy that Nixon had left him to cope with. And, despite all its menacing implications, The desperate plight of the national economy was not a story that called up the same kind of journalistic adrenaline that Washington and most of the country had been living on for so long that the prospect of giving it up caused a serious panic in the ranks of all the Watergate junkies who never even knew they were hooked until the cold turkey swooped into their closets. We all knew it was coming. The press, the Congress, the public, all the backstage handlers in Washington, and even Nixon's own henchmen. But we all had our own different timetables, and when his balloon suddenly burst on that fateful Monday in August, it happened so fast that none of us were ready to deal with it. The Nixon presidency never really had time to crumble, except in hazy retrospect. In reality, it disintegrated with all the speed and violence of some flimsy and long-abandoned gazebo suddenly blasted to splinters by chain lightning. The bolts came so fast that it was hard to keep count. On the Wednesday morning after the House Judiciary Committee voted to recommend his impeachment, Richard Nixon was a beleaguered Republican president with powerful Republican and Southern Democratic allies in both the House and the Senate. His impeachment seemed almost certain. But the few people in Washington crass enough to bet money on a thing like this were still calling his chances of conviction in the Senate just about even. This prognosis held for about 72 hours, which was time enough for almost everybody in Washington to start gearing down for an endless summer, a humid nightmare of booze, sweat, and tension, of debate in the House, delay in the courts, and finally, a trial in the Senate that might drag on until Christmas. It was an ugly prospect, even for those of us who openly welcomed the prospect of seeing Richard Nixon in the dock. On the last afternoon of the judiciary hearings, I found myself leaning against a tree on the grass of the U.S. Capitol lawn, hopelessly stoned, staring up at the huge Golden Dome, while loud knots of tourists wearing Bermuda shorts and Instamatic cameras climbed the marble steps 100 yards in front of me, and wondering, what in the fuck am I doing here? What kind of sick and twisted life have I fallen into that would cause me to spend some of the best hours of my life in a crypt-like room full of cameras, hot lights, and fearful politicians debating the guilt or innocence of Richard Milhouse Nixon? The politician and the pawnbroker. The New York Times hits the trenches. The Washington Post opens a multi-pronged panzer offensive. Lessons of a crime spree in Lexington. A compound tangent mushrooms dangerously. Innocence? It is difficult even to type that word on the same page with Nixon's name. The man was born guilty, not in the traditional Vatican sense of original sin, but in a darker and highly personalized sense that Nixon himself seems to have recognized from the very beginning. Nixon's entire political career, and in fact his whole life, is a gloomy monument to the notion that not even pure schizophrenia or malignant psychosis can prevent a determined loser from rising to the top of the heap in this strange society we have built for ourselves in the name of democracy and free enterprise. For most of his life, the mainspring of Richard Nixon's energy and ambition seems to have been a deep and unrecognized need to overcome at all costs that sense of having been born guilty, not for crimes or transgressions already committed, but for those he somehow sensed he was fated to commit as he grappled his way to the summit. If Nixon had been born Jewish instead of Black Irish, he would probably have been a pawnbroker instead of a politician. Not only because the suburbs of Los Angeles would never have elected a Jewish congressman in 1946, but because running a big league pawn shop would have fueled him with the same kind of guilt-driven energy that most of our politicians, from the county assessor level all the way up to the White House, seem to thrive on. On any given morning, both the politician and the pawnbroker can be sure that by sundown, the inescapable realities of their calling will have forced them to do something they would rather not have to explain, not even to themselves. The details might vary, but the baseline never changes. I will feel more guilty tomorrow than I felt yesterday. But of course, I have no choice. They have made me what I am, and by God, they'll pay for it. So the cycle runs on. Both the politician and the pawnbroker are doomed to live like junkies, hooked on the mutant energy of their own unexplainable addictions. In this baleful sense, Richard Nixon is definitely one of us, as New York Times columnist Tom Wicker wrote in a very different context back in the early 60s. The phrase was Conrad's from Lord Jim. He was one of us. And when I read Wicker's piece more than a decade ago, I remember feeling angry that the New York Times had the power to hire another one of these goddamn gothic southern sots and turn him loose to stumble around Washington and spew out this kind of bullshit. Anybody stupid enough to identify with Richard Nixon the same way Conrad's Marlowe identified with Lord Jim was beyond either help or any hope of credibility, I felt. And for the next 7 or 8 years, I dismissed everything Wicker wrote as the mumblings of a hired fool. And when Wicker's point of view began swinging very noticeably in the direction of my own in the late 1960s, I was almost as disturbed, for entirely different reasons, as the Times editors in New York who also noticed the drift and swiftly deposed him from his heir-apparent role to James Reston as the new chief of the paper's Washington bureau. The masthead of the New York Times' Washington bureau is a reliable weather vane for professional observers of the changing political climate. Control of the bureau is usually in the hands of somebody the magnates in New York believe is more or less on the same wavelength as the men in control of the government. Arthur Kroc, for instance, got along fine with Eisenhower, but he couldn't handle the Kennedys and was replaced by Reston, a JFK partisan in 1960, and a Roosevelt coalition neo-populist who also got along well with Lyndon Johnson. But when Johnson quit in 1968 and the future looked very uncertain, Reston was promoted to a management job in New York and was succeeded by Wicker at about the same time Robert Kennedy was deciding to make his move for the presidency. But when Bobby was killed and McCarthy collapsed, the Times hedged its bet on Humphrey by deposing Wicker and replacing him with Max Frankel, a smooth and effective diplomat/journalist who could presumably get along with either Hubert or Nixon. But not even Frankel could handle 4 more years, apparently, and the Nixon/Agnew landslide in 1972 forced the admittedly anti-Nixon Times into a stance of agonizing reappraisal. Frankel moved up to New York, and since the most obvious candidates for his job were relatively liberal young Turks like Bob Semple, Anthony Lewis, or Johnny Apple, who were clearly out of step with the mandate of vengeance that Nixon claimed by virtue of his shattering victory over McGovern, the Times management in New York made a fateful policy decision that would soon come back to haunt them. On the theory that the best offense at that point was a good defense, they pulled in their editorial horns for the duration and sent an elderly conservative mediocrity named Clifton Daniel down from the executive backwaters of New York to keep the aggressive Washington bureau under control. At almost the same time, they hired one of Nixon's top speechwriters, Bill Safire, and gave him a prominent ranking columnist spot on the Times editorial pages. Both of these moves were thinly veiled concessions to the prospect of a revenge-hungry Nixon/Agnew juggernaut that had already telegraphed its intention to devote as much of its second and final term energies to their enemies in the national media as they had already successfully devoted in the first term to scuttling the U.S. Supreme Court. It was clearly a management decision, safely rooted in the Times concept of itself as a newspaper of record, not advocacy. And when you're in the business of recording history, you don't declare war on the people who are making it. If you want to get along, go along. That is an ancient political axiom often attributed to Boss Tweed, the legendary Paul and Brute fixer who many journalists in Washington insist still sits on the editorial board of the New York Times. Which is probably not true, if only because the Times got burned so badly by going along with Tweed's crude logic in the winter of 1972-73 that the whole Washington bureau, except perhaps Clifton Daniel, is still reeling from the beating they took from the Washington Post on the Nixon-Watergate story. While the Times was getting down in the trenches and methodically constructing its own journalistic version of a Maginot Line against the inevitable Nixon/Agnew offensive, the Post was working 25 hours a day on a multi-pronged Panzer-style offensive that would soon become one of the most devastating scoops in the history of American journalism. Rather than be cowed by Nixon and his army of power-crazed thugs, the Post elected to meet them head-on, hitting both flanks and the center all at once. And when the bloody dust began settling, just a few weeks ago, with both Agnew and Nixon having resigned in disgrace, the Washington Post had unquestionably replaced the New York Times as the nation's premier political newspaper. To compensate for the loss of what is widely regarded as one of the fattest and heaviest jobs in journalism, the Times gave Wicker a column, his own chunk of turf, as it were, and that unexpected burst of freedom seemed to have an almost consciousness-expanding effect on his head. When I met him for the first time in Miami, in that star-crossed political summer of 1972, he was writing one of the sanest columns on the market, and he talked like a happy man. We were sitting at a beach table near the surf, outside the Fontainebleau Hotel on Miami Beach, taking a break from the chaos of the Democratic Convention, and I took the opportunity to tell him about my reaction to his long-ago comment on Nixon. "Yeah," he said, "I'm not sure what I was thinking when I wrote that, but—" "No," I said, "you were right." He stared at me, looking puzzled. It was one of those days that we all hit once in a while, when everything you mean to say sounds wrong when you hear it coming out of your mouth. I tried briefly to explain what I really meant, but even the explanation came out bent, so I decided to drop the subject. What I had in mind, I think, was the idea that Nixon really was one of us, not in Conrad's sense of that term or my own, but as an almost perfect expression of the American way of life that I'd been so harshly immersed in for the past 8 or 9 months of traveling constantly around the country to cover the presidential primaries. Jesus! This idea seems just as tangled tonight as it did 2 years ago when I was trying to explain it to Wicker. So I think I'll let it drop, once again, and move on to something else. But not without a final backward glance at the election results in November of '72, when Richard Nixon was reelected to the White House by the largest margin of any president since George Washington. There is no way to erase that ominous fact from the record books, any more than Nixon will ever be able to erase from the history books the fact that he was the first American president to be driven out of the White House because of admittedly criminal behavior while in office. Looking back on that crippled conversation with Wicker in Miami, it occurs to me that maybe almost everybody in the country, except possibly Wicker, might have been spared what Gerald Ford called our national nightmare if Tom had been kept on as the New York Times Washington bureau chief in 1968 instead of being converted to a columnist. The social and political pressures of the job would have driven him half crazy, but his then emerging sense of outrage at the whole style and content of the Nixon administration might have been contagious enough within the bureau to encourage a more aggressive kind of coverage among the Times reporters he would have been assigning to look behind Nixon's facade. As it turned out, however, those fascist bastards had to be given so much rope that they came close to hanging all the rest of us along with themselves before the Washington Post finally filled the power vacuum created by the New York Times' sluggish coverage of those 4 years when Nixon and his fixers were organizing vengeful plans like John Dean's list of our enemies to be harassed by the IRS, and the Tom Charles Houston domestic intelligence plan that amounted to nothing less than the creation of a White House Gestapo. But the climate of those years was so grim that half the Washington press corps spent more time worrying about having their telephones tapped than they did about risking the wrath of Haldeman, Ehrlichman, and Colson by poking at the weak seams of a mafia-style administration that began cannibalizing the whole government just as soon as it came into power. Nixon's capos were never subtle. They swaggered into Washington like a conquering army, and the climate of fear they engendered apparently neutralized the New York Times along with all the other pockets of potential resistance. Nixon had to do everything but fall on his own sword before anybody in the Washington socio-political establishment was willing to take him on. Like the black teenage burglars who are terrorizing chic Georgetown these days, Nixon conquered so easily that he soon lost any fear of being caught. Washington police have noted a strange pattern involving burglaries in Georgetown and other posh neighborhoods in the white ghetto of the city's northwest sector. A home that has been robbed once is far more likely to be hit again than a home that has never been hit at all. Once they spot an easy mark, the burglars get lazy and prefer to go back for seconds and even thirds, rather than challenge a new target. The police seem surprised at this pattern, but in fact it's fairly traditional among amateurs, or at least among the type I used to hang around with. About 15 years ago, when I was into that kind of thing, I drifted into Lexington, Kentucky one evening with two friends who shared my tastes. We moved into an apartment across the street from a gas station, which we broke into and robbed on 3 consecutive nights. On the morning after the first hit, we stood transfixed at the apartment window, drinking beer and watching the local police investigating the robbery. And I remember thinking, now that poor fool over there has probably never been hit before. And what he's thinking now is that his odds of being hit again anytime soon are almost off the board. Hell, how many gas stations have ever been robbed 2 nights in a row? So we robbed it again that night. And the next morning we stood at the window drinking beer and watched all manner of hell break loose between the station owner and the cops around the gas pumps across the street. We couldn't hear what they were saying, but the proprietor was waving his arms crazily and screaming at the cops as if he suspected them of doing it. Christ, this is wonderful, I thought. If we hit the bugger again tonight, he'll go stark raving mad tomorrow morning when the cops show up. Which was true. On the next morning, after 3 consecutive robberies, the parking lot of that gas station was like a war zone, but this time the cops showed up with reinforcements. In addition to the 2 police cruisers, the lot filled up with chromeless, dust-covered Fords and crew-cut men wearing baggy brown suits and shoes with gum-rubber soles. While some of them spoke earnestly with the proprietor, others dusted the doorknobs, window latches, and the cash register for fingerprints. It was hard to know from our window across the street if we were watching the FBI, local detectives, or insurance agency investigators at work. But in any case, I figured they'd have the whole station ringed with armed guards for the next few nights, so we decided to leave well enough alone. About 6 in the evening, however, we stopped there and had the tank filled up with ethyl. There were about 6 bony-faced men hanging around the office, killing the time until dark by studying road maps and tire pressure charts. They paid no attention to us until I tried to put a dime in the Coke machine. "It ain't working," one of them said. He shuffled over and pulled the whole front of the machine open, like a broken refrigerator, and lifted a Coke bottle out of the circular rack. I gave him the dime, and he dropped it into his pocket. "What's wrong with the machine?" I asked, remembering how hard it had been to rip the bastard open with a crowbar about 12 hours earlier to reach the money box. "No concern of yours," he muttered, lighting up a Marvel and staring out at the pump where the attendant was making change for a $10 bill after cleaning our windshield and checking the oil. "Don't worry," he said. "There's some folks going to be a lot worse off than that there machine before this night's out tonight." He nodded. "This time, we're ready for them sons of bitches." And they were. I noticed a double-barreled shotgun standing in a corner by the rack full of oil cans. 2 big coonhounds were asleep on the greasy linoleum floor, with their collar chains looped around the base of the chewing gum machine. I felt a quick flash of greed as I eyed the glass bulb filled with all those red, white, blue, and green gumballs. We had looted the place of almost everything else, and I felt a pang of regret at having to leave the gum machine untouched. All those pennies just sitting there with nobody to fondle them. But in retrospect, I think that moment was the beginning of wisdom for me. We had pushed our luck far enough with that place, and the world was full of colorful gumball machines. There was a weird and menacing edge in the man's voice that it took me a long time to forget. We drove downtown and cruised around, drinking warm beer for a while. Then we robbed a crowded liquor store on Main Street by starting a fight with the clerks and then cleaning out the cash register while they struggled to defend themselves. We got less than $200 out of that one, as I recall. About the same as we picked up from 3 hits on the gas station. And on the way out of town, I remember thinking that maybe I could do something a little better in this life than robbing gas stations and liquor stores. After taking enough crazy risks to put all 3 of us in prison for at least 5 years, we had about $135 apiece to show for it, and about half of that was already spent on gas, food, beer, and hiring winos to buy whiskey for us because we were too young to get served, and the winos were charging double for anything they bought for us. That weekend crime spree in Lexington was my last haul, as they say. I even gave up shoplifting, which altered my lifestyle pretty severely for a while because it had taken me several years to master the kind of skill and mental attitude it takes to walk into a jewelry store and come out with 6 watches, or in the front door of a tavern and hassle the bartender with a false ID long enough to let a friend slip out the back door with a case of Old Forester. But when I quit that gig, I quit it completely, and after 15 years on the wagon, my skills are so hopelessly atrophied that now I can't even steal a newspaper from an open rack on the street. Ah, mother of jabbering God, how in the hell did I get off on that tangent about teenage street crime? This is supposed to be a deep and serious political essay about Richard Nixon. Although maybe that wasn't such a tangent after all. The original point, I think, had to do with street punk mentality that caused Nixon to push his luck so far that it was finally almost impossible not to get himself busted. For a while, he had the luck and arrogance of a half-smart amateur. From their base in the White House, Nixon and the LA account execs he brought with him treated the old-line Washington power structure with the same kind of contempt that young burglars casing Georgetown seemed to have for the forts of the rich and powerful, or that I had for that poor bastard who owned the gas station in Lexington. This is a very hard thing for professional cops, journalists, or investigators to cope with. Like doctors and lawyers, most of the best minds in police work have been trained since puberty to think in terms of patterns and precedents. Anything original tends to have the same kind of effect on their investigative machinery as a casually mutilated punch card fed into a computer. The immediate result is chaos and false conclusions. But both cops and computers are programmed to know when they've been jammed by a wild card or a joker, and in both cases, there are usually enough competent technicians standing by to locate the problem and get the machinery working again pretty quickly. Right. And now we have gone off on a dangerous compound tangent, and it has mushroomed into something unmanageable. But before we zoom off in whatever direction might come next, it would be unfair not to mention that the Times was the first paper to break the Pentagon Papers story, a command decision that forced Nixon and his would-be enforcers to come out in the open with fangs bared, snarling threats to have everybody connected with the publication of the Pentagon Papers either lashed into jail or subpoenaed into so many courtrooms that all their minds would snap before they finally wound up in the poorhouse. As it turned out, however, the Times management strapped on its collective balls and announced that they were prepared to go to the mat with Nixon on that one. A surprisingly tough stance that was almost instantly backed up by influential papers like the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, and the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. And the appearance of that solid front, however shaky, caused serious turmoil in the White House. Spiro Agnew was pried loose from his kickback racket and sent out on the stump to stir up the silent majority against the radic libs and liberal elitists of the Eastern media establishment, the nattering nabobs of negativism. Jesus! Those were the days, eh? Strange interlude. An aborted prediction for the record. Grim dispatches from San Clemente, a pitiful basket case, a chronic bedwetter. The millionaire felon on the federal dole. The sudden news from Mr. Ford. from the Marshall Tucker Band. Won't you fly, oh eagle fly? You better run, little cottontail, run. I hope you both live long enough to see the setting sun. September 6th, 1974. The headline in today's Washington Post says Richard Nixon is lonely and depressed down there in his exile hideout in San Clemente. He sucks eggs for breakfast and wanders back and forth on the beach, spitting frequently into the surf and brooding about some vicious Polak whose name he can't remember. Some low-life friend of John Connolly from Houston, the same white-haired little bugger who caused all the trouble with the Supreme Court, and now he has a runaway grand jury full of uppity niggers who, in Nixon's own words, want to pick the carcass. Indeed! What the hell is a carcass good for anyway, except to pick at? Gnaw the skull, suck the bones, then soak the bastard with gasoline and toss a match on it. Jesus! How much more of this cheap-jack bullshit can we be expected to take from that stupid little gunsel? Who gives a fuck if he's lonely and depressed out there in San Clemente? If there were any such thing as true justice in this world, his rancid carcass would be somewhere down around Easter Island right now in the belly of a hammerhead shark. But no! He is sitting out there in the imitation leather-lined study of his oceanside estate, still guarded constantly by a detail of Secret Service agents and still communicating with the outside world through an otherwise unemployable $40,000 a year mouthpiece named Ron Ziegler. And still tantalizing the national press with the same kind of shrewdly programmed leaks that served him so well in the last months of his doomed presidency. He's terribly depressed, with much to be depressed about, says a friend. Anyone would be depressed in his situation. I don't mean he's going off the deep end. I just mean that everything happened to him, seemingly all at once, and he doesn't know what to do about it. Well, shucks. I'd be tempted to put my mind to the task of helping the poor bastard figure out what to do about this cruel nutcracker that he somehow stumbled into. But I have a powerful suspicion that probably that gang of mean niggers in Washington has already solved Nixon's problem for him. They are going to indict the bastard and try to put him on trial. Nixon knows this. He is not the kind of lawyer you'd want to hire for anything serious, but the reality of his situation vis-a-vis the Watergate grand jury is so bleak that even he has to grasp it. And this is the reason, I think, for the more or less daily front-page comments on his half-mad and pathetically crippled mental condition. He has devised another one of his famous fourth-down game breakers, the same kind of three-fisted brainstorm that climaxed with his decision to defuse the whole impeachment process by releasing his own version of the tapes, or the time he figured out how to put a quick lid on the Watergate burglary investigation by blaming the whole thing on John Dean. According to one Washington topsider, widely respected as an unimpeachable source and a shrewd judge of presidential character, Dick Nixon is in a league all by himself when you're talking about style and grace under pressure. His instincts when the crunch comes are absolutely amazing. Nobody will argue with that, although his strategy since leaving the White House has been marked by an unnatural focus on subtlety. The savage warrior of old now confronts us in the guise of a pitiful, frightened old Paul, a whipped and broken man, totally at the mercy of his enemies and baffled by the firestorm of disasters that drove him out of the White House. Which may even be partially true. He will probably go to his grave believing he was not really guilty of anything except underestimating the power of his enemies. But the fact remains that Jaworski will very likely break the news of Nixon's formal indictment before this article appears on the newsstands. And when that happens, there will be only one man in the country with the power to arbitrarily short-circuit the legal machinery that in theory could land Richard Nixon in the same cell block with John Dean. That man is Gerald Ford, but he will have a hard time justifying a blanket presidential pardon for an admitted felon without at least the appearance of a groundswell of public sympathy to back him up. So we may as well get braced for a daily dose of extremely grim news out of San Clemente once Nixon is formally indicted. We will hear reports that the ex-president frequently bursts into tears for no reason at all, that he utters heart-rending screams every night in his sleep, and the Los Angeles Herald-Examiner will quote an unnamed prominent Beverly Hills psychiatrist who will describe Nixon as a pitiful basket case and a chronic bedwetter. And if Ford still seems reluctant to let Nixon go free, we will start seeing front-page exclusive photos of Nixon alone on the beach, staring soulfully at the sunset with tears drooling out of his eyes. It will be a carefully orchestrated public relations campaign in the classic Nixon tradition. Ziegler will hold daily press briefings and read finely crafted descriptions of the former president's pitiful condition from the typewriter of Ray Price, Nixon's former chief speechwriter at the White House. Both Price and Pat Buchanan, the left and right forks of Nixon's tongue ever since he decided to make his move on the White House back in 1965, showed up at the San Clemente Fortress in early September, both insisting they had just come out to say hello and check up on the old man. As it happened, however, they both appeared about the same time rumors began surfacing in New York about a $2 million advance that Nixon had been offered for his memoirs. Neither Price nor Buchanan claimed to know anything definite about the book offer, but in New York, Spiro Agnew's literary agent was telling everybody who asked that the Nixon deal could be closed momentarily for at least $2 million and maybe more. That is a hell of a lot of money for anybody's memoirs, even people who might reasonably be expected to tell the truth. But even a ridiculously fraudulent version of his 5.5 wretched years in the White House and his own twisted view of the scandal that finished him off would be an automatic bestseller if the book-buying public could be conned somehow into believing Richard Nixon was actually the author. Meanwhile, with either Price or Buchanan, or both, standing ready to write his memoirs for him, Nixon was pondering an offer from Reader's Digest to sign on as a consulting editor at a salary of $100,000 a year. And Thursday of that week, President Ford made headlines by urging the Congress to appropriate $850,000 to cover Nixon's pension, living expenses, and other costs of the painful transition from the White House to San Clemente. When the $850,000 runs out, he will have to scrimp until July 1st of next year, when he will pick up another $400,000 that will have to last him until July 1st, 1976. For as long as he lives, Richard Nixon will be on the federal dole forever at $400,000 a year. $60,000 pension, $96,000 to cover his personal staff salaries, $40,000 for travel, $21,000 to cover his telephone bills, and $100,000 for miscellaneous. On top of his $300,000 annual expense account, Nixon's 24-hour-a-day Secret Service protection will cost the taxpayers between $500 and $1,000 a day for as long as he lives. A conservative figure considering the daily cost of things like helicopters, patrol boats, walkie-talkies, and car telephones, along with salaries and living expenses for 10 or 12 full-time agents. There is also the $40,000 a year Ron Ziegler still commands as a ranking public servant. Add another $30,000 to $50,000 each for personal aides like Stephen Bull and Rosemary Woods, plus all their living and travel expenses, and the cost of maintaining Richard Nixon in exile adds up to something like $750,000 a year. And these are merely the expenses. His personal income will presumably derive from things like the $2 million advance on his memoirs, his $100,000 a year stipend from Reader's Digest, and the $5,000 a crack he can average with no effort at all on the year-round lecture circuit. So, what we're looking at here is a millionaire ex-president and admitted felon, a congenital thief and pathological liar who spent 28 years on the public sugar tit and then quit just in time to avoid the axe. If he had fought to the bitter end, as he'd promised Julie he would as long as even one senator believes in me, he risked losing about 95% of the $400,000 annual allowance he became qualified for under the Former President's Act by resigning. But a president who gets impeached, convicted, and dragged out of the White House by U.S. Marshals is not covered by the Former President's Act. If Nixon had fought to the end and lost, which had become absolutely inevitable by the time he resigned, he would have forfeited all but about $15,000 a year from the federal dole. So, in retrospect, the reason he quit is as easy to see as the numbers on his personal balance sheet. The difference between resignation and being kicked out of office was about $385,000 a year for the rest of his life. Most of this annual largesse will come, one way or another, out of the pockets of the taxpayers. All of the taxpayers, even George and Eleanor McGovern, will contribute a slice of their income to Richard Nixon's retirement fund. And so will I, unless Jaworski can nail the bastard on enough felony counts to strip him not only of his right to vote, like Agnew, but also his key to the back door of the federal treasury. Which is not very likely now that Ford has done everything but announce the date for when he will grant the pardon. From the Washington Post, September 9, 1974. The White House announced yesterday a negotiated agreement with Richard M. Nixon under which the former president and the U.S. government will have joint custody of White House tapes and presidential documents, but with Mr. Nixon determining who shall have access to them. In the letter of agreement making him the sole legal owner of the papers and tapes until their future donation to the government, Mr. Nixon specifically asserted his legal title to all literary rights accompanying possession of the materials. Mr. Nixon has reportedly been told that a book of memoirs would be worth at least $2 million. From the Washington Star-News, September 9, 1974. President Ford virtually made up his mind 5 days ago to grant a pardon to former President Richard M. Nixon. On Wednesday, Presidential Counsel Philip Buchan met with Herbert Miller, Nixon's attorney, at the White House and disclosed that Ford was considering executive clemency. Would Nixon accept a pardon, Buchan asked? Miller responded that he did not know, according to Buchan. But after checking with Nixon by telephone, the ex-president was at his home in San Clemente, California. Miller reported that a pardon was acceptable. With that, the pardon was set, though Ford was unable to announce the pardon publicly until yesterday morning because it took several days to complete the arrangements. From the Washington Post, September 9, 1974. Only 10 days ago, in the first formal press conference of his administration, Mr. Ford had said that it would be unwise and untimely of him to make any commitment to a pardon until legal action was taken. But the president was aware that political reaction was building in favor of prosecution of Mr. Nixon, a point dramatically confirmed by a Gallup poll last week, which showed that 56% of the American people thought that Mr. Nixon should be tried, while only 37% opposed such action. Powerful men brought weeping to their knees. The stinking realities of Richard Nixon's place in history. The Mushwit son-in-law and the last tape. From Letters to the Editor, The New York Times, September 4th, 1974. The Ex-President's Gifts. To the Editor. The letter of Sylvia Wallace, August 23rd, warning that we may yet see a Nixon renaissance, caused me such grave concern that I immediately consulted the ineffable wisdom of the I Ching for some clue to the future of Mr. Nixon. I was unerringly directed to the Poe hexagram and the learned commentaries thereon. The book confirmed my worst fears. Its strong subject, notwithstanding the attempts against him, survives and acquires fresh vigor. The people again cherish their sovereign, and the plotters have wrought to their own overthrow. The legal steps that your correspondent suggests to prevent Nixon's rebirth could prove woefully ineffective. I suggest that after hanging, the body be drawn, quartered, and burned, and the ashes buried in an unmarked grave in a distant field guarded by an elite corps, lest his hardcore followers come and steal the remains and proclaim he is risen. Please! If Mr. Nixon regains popular favor, it will not be through any revisionism or reworking of the facts supporting the charges of guilt. It will probably be that coming events will force a careful reevaluation of his contributions to the nation and crystallize an awareness of the misfortune suffered by the nation in the loss of his special gifts in these critical times. We may come to feel like the shepherd, who had no sooner been conned by some pointy-eared gentleman into getting rid of his mean, tough sheepdog because of its fleas, than the wolves reappeared on the scene. Theodore P. Daly, Somers, New York. From the New York Times, September 9th, 1974. A prominent San Clemente supporter of Mr. Nixon since he went to Congress in 1946, who asked not to be identified, said he had heard that the Lincoln Club of Orange County, made up largely of wealthy industrialists who contributed millions of dollars to Republican campaign coffers, including Mr. Nixon's, had invited the former president to become a member of the select and influential group. "You won't find Mr. Nixon living the life of a recluse," the Republican informant said. "Now that he is clear of any criminal prosecution, don't be surprised if he comes back into California politics. I think he should. I'd like to see him run for Senator John V. Tunney's seat in 1976. We're still too mired in it now to fit all the pieces together and understand what really happened in these last 2 frenzied years, or to grasp that the real meaning of what our new president calls the national nightmare and what historians will forever refer to as Watergate will probably emerge not so much from the day-to-day events of the crisis, or even from its traumatic resolution, but more from what the survivors will eventually understand was prevented from happening. I was out there on the crowded concrete floor of the Miami Beach Convention Center in August of 1972 when that howling mob of Republican delegates confirmed Richard Nixon's lust for another term in the White House with their constant thunderous chant of 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years. It was bad enough just listening to that demagogic swill, but I doubt if there were more than a dozen people in Miami that week who really understood what that cheap, demented little fascist punk had in mind for his 4 more years. It involved the systematic destruction of everything this country claims to stand for, except the rights of the rich to put saddles on the backs of the poor and use public funds to build jails for anybody who complained about it. The tip of the iceberg began emerging about 6 months after Nixon took his second oath of office, when Senator Sam Ervin took his initially harmless-looking Watergate Committee act on national TV. It didn't catch on at first. The networks were deluged with letters from angry housewives, cursing Ervin for depriving them of their daily soap operas. But after 2 or 3 weeks, the Senate Watergate hearings were the hottest thing on television. Here, by God, was a real soap opera. Tragedy, treachery, weird humor, and the constant suspense of never knowing who was lying and who was telling the truth, which hardly mattered to the vast audience of political innocents who soon found themselves as hooked on the all-day hearings as they'd previously been on the soaps and the quiz shows. Even Hollywood scriptwriters and apolitical actors were fascinated by the dramatic pace and structure of the hearings. The massive complexities of the evidence, the raw drama of the daily confrontations, and the deceptively elfin humor of Senator Sam came together in a multi-leveled plot that offered something to almost everybody, from bleeding hearts and Perry Mason fans to S&M freaks and the millions of closet Hells Angels whose sole interest in watching the hearings was the spectacle of seeing once powerful men brought weeping to their knees. Consider John Mitchell, for instance. A millionaire Wall Street lawyer and close friend of the president, an arrogant, triple-chinned Roman who was Nixon's campaign manager in '68 and Attorney General of the United States for 4 years until his old buddy put him in charge of the committee to re-elect the president in 1972. Here was a 61-year-old man with more money than he could count and so much power that he saw nothing unusual in treating the FBI, the Secret Service, and every federal judge in the country like serfs in his private police force, who could summon limousines, helicopters, or even Air Force One to take him anywhere he wanted to go by merely touching a buzzer on his desk. And suddenly, at the very pinnacle of his power, he casually puts his initials on a memo proposing one of at least a dozen or so routine election year bits of undercover work. And several months later, while having breakfast in the Polo Lounge of the Beverly Hills Hotel, he gets a phone call from some yo-yo named Liddy, whom he barely knows, saying that 4 Cubans he's never even met have just been caught in the act of burglarizing the office of the Democratic National Committee located in an office building about 200 yards across the plaza below his own balcony in the Watergate apartments. Which seems like a bad joke at first, but when he gets back to Washington and drops by the White House to see his old buddy, he senses that something is wrong. Both Haldeman and Ehrlichman are in the Oval Office with Nixon. The president greets him with a nervous smile, but the other two say nothing. The air reeks of tension. What the hell is going on here? Mitchell starts to sit down on the couch and call for a drink, but Nixon cuts him off. We're working on something, John. I'll call you at home later on, from a payphone. Mitchell stares at him, then picks up his briefcase and quickly says goodbye. Jesus Christ! What is this? On the way out to the limousine in the White House driveway, he sees Steve Bull's secretary reading a late edition of the Washington Star-News and idly snatches it out of her hands as he walks by. Moments later, as the big Cadillac rolls out into traffic on Pennsylvania Avenue, he glances at the front page and is startled by a large photo of his wife. She is packing a suitcase in the bedroom of their Watergate apartment, and next to the photo is a headline saying something like, Martha on the rampage again, denounces dirty business at White House. Good God, he mutters. The Secret Service man in the front seat glances back at him for a moment, then looks away. Mitchell scans the story on Martha. She has freaked out again. Where does she keep getting that goddamn speed, he wonders. Her eyes in the photo are the size of marbles. According to the story, she called UPI reporter Helen Thomas at 4 a.m, cursing incoherently about Mr. President and saying she has to get out of Washington at once, go back to the apartment in New York for a few days of rest. Wonderful, Mitchell thinks. The last thing I need right now is to have her screaming around the apartment all night with a head full of booze and speed. Mitchell hates speed. In the good old days, Martha would just drink herself into a stupor and pass out. But when they moved down to Washington, she began gobbling a pill here and there just to stay awake at parties, and that's when the trouble started. Then his eyes shift up to the lead story, and he suddenly feels his balls contract violently, crawling straight up into his belly. Watergate burglary connected to White House, says the headline, and in the first graph of the story, he sees the name of E. Howard Hunt, which he recognizes instantly, and a few graphs lower, God damn it, is Gordon Liddy's name. No need to read any further. Suddenly, it all makes sense. He hears himself moan and sees the agent glance back at him again, saying nothing. He pulls the paper up in front of his face, but he is no longer reading. His finely tuned lawyer's mind is already racing, flashing back over all the connections. Phone calls to Hunt, arguments with Liddy, secret meetings in Key Biscayne, Larry O'Brien, Cuban burglars with CIA connections. Howard Hughes. He is fucked. It has taken less than 30 seconds for his brain to connect all the details. And yes, of course, that's what Nixon was talking about with those bastards Haldeman and Ehrlichman. They knew. The president knew. Hunt and Liddy knew. Who else? Dean? Magruder? LaRue? How many others? The limousine slows down, making the turn off Virginia Avenue and into the Watergate driveway. Instinctively, he glances up at the 5th floor of the office building and sees that all the lights are still on in O'Brien's office. That was where it had happened. Right here in his own goddamn fortress. His mind is still racing when the agent opens the door. "Here we are, sir. Your luggage is in the trunk. We'll bring it right up." John Mitchell crawls out of the bright black Cadillac limousine and walks like a zombie through the lobby and into the elevator. Dick will be calling soon, he thinks. We'll have to act fast on this goddamn thing, isolate those dumb bastards, and make sure they stay isolated. The elevator stops, and they walk down the soft, red-carpeted hall to his door. The agent goes in first to check all the rooms. Mitchell glances down the hall and sees another Secret Service man by the door to the fire exit. He smiles, hello, and the agent nods his head. Jesus Christ! What the hell am I worried about? We'll have this thing wrapped up and buried by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. They can't touch me, goddammit. They wouldn't dare. The agent inside the apartment is giving him the all-clear sign. I put your briefcase on the coffee table, sir, and your luggage is on the way up. We'll be outside by the elevator if you need anything. Thanks, Mitchell says. I'll be fine. The agent leaves, closing the door softly behind him. John Mitchell walks over to the TV console and flips on the evening news, then pours himself a tall glass of scotch on the rocks and stretches out on the sofa, watching the tube, and waits for Nixon to call. From a payphone. He knows what that means, and it has nothing to do with dimes. That was John Mitchell's last peaceful night in Washington. We will probably never know exactly what he and Nixon talked about on the telephone, because he was careful to make the call from one of the White House phones that was not wired into the tape recording system. Mitchell had not been told officially about the president's new tape toy. The only people who knew about it officially were Nixon, Haldeman, Larry Higby, Steve Bull, Alex Butterfield, and the 3 Secret Service agents responsible for keeping it in order. But unofficially, almost everybody with personal access to the Oval Office had either been told on the sly or knew Richard Nixon well enough so they didn't need to be told. In any case, there is enough testimony in the files of the Senate Watergate Committee to suggest that most of them had their own recording systems and taped most of what they said to each other anyway. Neither John Ehrlichman nor Charles Colson, for instance, were officially aware of the stunningly sophisticated network of hidden bugs that the Technical Security Division of the Secret Service had constructed for President Nixon. According to Alex Butterfield's testimony in closed hearings before the House Judiciary Committee, Nixon told Chief Secret Service Agent Wong to have his electronics experts wire every room, desk, lamp, phone, and mantelpiece inside the White House grounds where the president was likely ever to utter a word of more than one syllable on any subject. I've been using tape recorders in all kinds of journalistic situations for almost 10 years. All kinds of equipment, ranging from 10-inch studio reels to raisin-sized mini-bugs. But I have never even seen anything like the system Wong's Secret Service experts rigged up for Nixon in the White House. in addition to dozens of wireless, voice-activated mics about the size of a pencil eraser that he had built into the woodwork, there were also custom-built sensors, delay mechanisms, and standby switches wired into telephones that either Bull or Butterfield could activate. In the cabinet room, for instance, Nixon had microphones built into the bases of the wall lamps that he could turn on or off with harmless-looking buzzers labeled Haldeman and Butterfield on the rug underneath the cabinet table in front of his chair. The tapes and recording equipment were installed in a locked closet in the basement of the West Wing. But Nixon could start the reels rolling by simply pressing on the floor buzzer marked Butterfield with the toe of his shoe. And to stop the reels, putting the machinery back on standby, he could step on the Haldeman button. Any serious description of Nixon's awesome tape recording system would take thousands of words and boggle the minds of most laymen. But even this quick capsule is enough to suggest two fairly obvious but rarely mentioned conclusions. Anybody with this kind of a tape system, installed and maintained 24 hours a day by Secret Service electronics experts, is going to consistently produce extremely high-quality voice reproductions. And since the White House Personnel Office can hire the best transcribing typists available and provide them with the best tape transcribing machinery on the market, there is only one conceivable reason for those thousands of maddening, strategically spotted unintelligibles in the Nixon version of the White House tapes. Any Kelly Girl agency in the country would have given Nixon his money back if their secretaries had done that kind of damage to his transcripts. Sloppiness of that magnitude can only be deliberate, and Nixon is known to have personally edited most of those tape transcripts before they were typed for the printer. Which doesn't mean much. Now that Nixon's version of the transcripts is no longer potential evidence but sloppy artifacts that are no longer even interesting to read except as an almost criminally inept contrast to the vastly more detailed and coherent transcripts that the House Judiciary Committee transcribers produced from the same tapes. The only people with any reason to worry about either the implications of those butchered transcripts or the ham-fisted criminal who did the final editing job are the editors of whichever publishing house decides to pay Richard Nixon $2 million for his presidential memoirs, which will be heavily dependent on that vast haul of Oval Office tapes that Gerald Ford has just decreed are the personal property of Richard Nixon. He will have the final edit on those transcripts, too, just before he sends the final draft of his memoirs to the printer. The finished book will probably sell for $15, and a lot of people will be stupid enough to buy it. The second and more meaningful aspect vis-a-vis Nixon's tape system has to do with the way he used it. Most tape freaks see their toys as a means to bug other people. But Nixon had the Secret Service technicians install almost every concealed bug in his system with a keen eye for its proximity to Richard Nixon. According to Butterfield, Nixon was so obsessed with recording every move and moment of his presidency for the history books that he often seemed to be thinking of nothing else. When he walked from the White House to his office in the EOB, for instance, he would carry a small tape recorder in front of his mouth and maintain a steady conversation with it as he moved in his stiff-legged way across the lawn. And although we will never hear those tapes, the mere fact that he was constantly making them, for reasons of his own, confirms Alex Butterfield's observation that Richard Nixon was so bewitched with the fact that he really was the president that his only sense of himself in that job came from the moments he could somehow record and squirrel away in some safe place for tomorrow night or the ages. There is a bleeding kind of irony in this unnatural obsession of Nixon's with his place in history when you realize what must have happened to his mind when he finally realized, probably sometime in those last few days of his doomed presidency, just exactly what kind of place in history was even then being carved out for him. In the way it is usually offered, the sleazy little argument that Nixon has been punished enough is an ignorant, hack politician cliché. But that image of him, walking awkward and alone across the White House lawn at night, oblivious to everything in front or on either side of him except that little black and silver tape recorder that he is holding up to his lips, talking softly and constantly to history with the brittle intensity of a madman. When you think on that image for a while, remember that the name Nixon will seem to give off a strange odor every time it is mentioned for the next 300 years. And in every history book written from now on, Nixon will be synonymous with shame, corruption, and failure. No other president in American history has been driven out of the White House in a cloud of disgrace. No other president has been forced to preside over the degrading collapse of his own administration, or been forced to stand aside and watch helplessly, and also guiltily, while some of his close friends and ranking assistants are led off to jail. And finally, no president of the United States has ever been so vulnerable to criminal prosecution, so menaced by the threat of indictment and trial, crouched in the dock of a federal courtroom, and so obviously headed for prison that only the sudden grant of presidential pardon from the man he appointed to succeed him could prevent his final humiliation. These are the stinking realities that will determine Richard Nixon's place in American history. And in this ugly context, the argument that Richard Nixon has been punished enough takes on a different meaning. He will spend many nights by himself in his study out there in San Clemente, listening over and over to those tapes he made for the ages, and half remembering the feel of thick grass on the rose garden lawn, adding a strange new spring to his walk, even making him talk a bit louder as he makes his own naughty, plastic kind of love to his sweet little Japanese bride, telling it over and over again that he really is the president, the most powerful man in the world. And God damn it, you better never forget that. Richard Nixon is free now. He bargained wisely and well. His arrangement with Ford has worked nicely, despite that week or so of bad feeling when he had to get a little rough with Jerry about the pardon, threatening to call in the LA Times man and play that quick little tape of their conversation in the Oval Office. The one where he offered to make Jerry the vice president in exchange for a presidential pardon whenever he asked for it. And he had known by then that he would probably need it, a lot sooner than Jerry realized. Once their arrangement was made and taped, Nixon just rode for as long as he could, then got off in time to sign up for his lifetime dole as a former president. He will rest for a while now, then come back to haunt us again. His mush-wit son-in-law, David Eisenhower, is urging him to run for the U.S. Senate from California in 1976, and Richard Nixon is shameless enough to do it. Or if not in the Senate, he will turn up somewhere else. The only thing we can be absolutely sure of at this point in time is that we are going to have Richard Milhouse Nixon to kick around for at least a little while longer. Part 3. Traveler, here's mountain music where it's sung. From the Chicago Tribune, February 18th, 1962. Renfro Valley, Kentucky. The bluegrass country is cold and brown in the winter. Night comes early, and the horses are taken inside to sleep in heated barns. The farmers sit around pot-bellied stoves and pass the time with a banjo and a jug, and sometimes a bit of talk. Not many visitors in the winter. Not much to do, either. Here in Rockcastle County, the biggest event of the week is the Saturday night show in a little spot on the map called Renfro Valley, a big barn and a recording studio on U.S. Highway 25, about 50 miles south of Lexington. 10 years ago, they flocked to this place like pilgrims to the shrine, not just from the nearby bluegrass towns, but from all over the nation. They came for the country music and the all-day sings, and to get a look at the old Kentucky barn dance they'd heard so often on their radios at home. It got so big that 15,000 people showed up one summer Saturday night, and a national magazine sent down a team of cameras to record the scene for posterity. Now perhaps 150 will show up. They come down from Berea and Crab Orchard and Preachersville, and from places like Egypt and Shoulder Blade across the mountains. Not many from out of state, not even enough to justify using the barn, which is closed until spring, when the crowds will pick up again. Only the locals show up in the winter. They come with guitars and bass fiddles and old songbooks, and they gather in the studio to do a radio show that you can still hear in some cities, but not in so many as you could a few years back. The show starts around 7 and winds up at 9:30, just about the time the hillbilly singers and the bluegrass banjo champs are warming up at Gertie's in New York's Greenwich Village. Folks around here don't have much time for strangers. You ask what goes on at Renfro Valley, and they shrug and say, "Not much." You want to find a restaurant after 8 p.m., and, if you can find anybody to ask, they'll direct you to Lexington, an hour's drive. You have a thirst, and they tell you, "This here's a dry county." Pause. Yep. Dry county. Another pause. Maybe if you go up the road a piece to where you find a sort of restaurant, maybe somebody there can fix you up. So if you want entertainment in these parts, you go to Renfro Valley and you go early. The studio is warm and the music is every bit as real as the people who sing it. Well now, for all you folks out there in Radio Land, I want to say that we got a little gal visiting with us this evening, little Brenda Wallen, from up in Winchester, I believe. And little Brenda sings, "Beautiful eyes, beautiful eyes, each one a heartbreak in perfect disguise." Then the Hibbard Brothers Quartet, lean mountain faces and huge hands poking out of gabardine sleeves. "Oh, what a time we will have up in heaven." A murmur of approval from the audience. A flashbulb pops near the back of the room. Things are picking up. The Farmer Sisters take their turn at the mic with a rippling version of "You're the Reason." A few cheers from the crowd, a quick burst of fiddle music from a man beside the piano, then somebody holds up a hand for silence. Time for the commercial. "This here's a long one," says the announcer, glancing at a yellow script in his hand. "So let's do it all at once and get it over with." Snickers from the audience. Everybody grins as the commercial is read very earnestly into the mic that will carry it out to the good Lord only knows where. The announcer finishes and heaves a sigh of relief, also into the mic. Everybody laughs and the show goes on. Meanwhile, the Greenbrier boys are tuning their instruments at Gertie's. In a few hours, there will be a long, buttoned-down line outside the Hungry Eye in San Francisco, waiting to hear the latest hillbilly sensation. It's 9:30 in Rockcastle County, and the old Kentucky barn dance is over until next week. Only a few people remain in the studio. One of them is John Lair, a local boy and a one-time Chicago disc jockey who came back home to put Renfro Valley on the map. Red Foley got his start here. So did the Coon Creek sisters, from a place back in the hills called Pencham-Tight Holler. Lair seems genuinely puzzled by the term bluegrass music. He thinks it's a misnomer. It's plain old mountain music, he insists. Same stuff they've been singing for more than 100 years. He chuckles and shakes his head. You go up to Lexington and call it bluegrass music, and you'll have a fight on your hands. Lair says goodnight and leaves to go home. Outside, the parking lot is almost empty. A visitor has two choices: drive up to Lexington for something to eat and maybe a good fight, or hurry to the nearest motel. A few miles up the road is a town called Nicholasville, where motel owners won't even answer the door after what they consider a decent hour. When I stopped a man on the street and asked him why this was, he said he was the chief of police and offered to rent me a bed in his house. I went back to one of the motels, went into the office, turned on the light, picked a key off the desk, and located a cabin by myself. The next morning, it took me 20 minutes to find somebody to pay. And then I was told I wouldn't be welcome there in the future because my car had a license plate from Louisville. They don't care much for city boys, especially when they're roaming around late at night. If you drive through Kentucky and plan to spend the night, get your room early. And if you like a toddy before bedding down, remember that 86 of the 120 counties are bone dry until you make friends. Grog shops are few and far between, and a man without foresight will usually go to bed thirsty. Winter mornings are bleak. Almost always, you wake up to a gray sky and a good country breakfast. Fried sausage or ham, fried eggs, fried potatoes, and a plate of biscuits with butter and apple jelly. Then, after a pot of coffee, you move on. No matter which way you go, you'll drive through a lot of cold, barren country to get there. North through the heart of the bluegrass, west toward Louisville, east into the mountains, or south to Tennessee. Not much speed on those narrow highways. Plenty of time to look off across the white fences and wonder how the cows find anything to eat in the frozen fields. Time to listen to the sermons on the radio, or the lonely thump of a shotgun somewhere back from the road. Not much to hurry about in the bluegrass, especially in the winter, when the trees are bare and the barns are white with frost, and most folks are inside by the stove. Footloose American in a smuggler's den. National Observer, August 6th, 1962. In Puerto Estrella, Colombia, there is little to do but talk. It is difficult to say just what the villagers are talking about, however, because they speak their own language, a tongue called Guajiro, a bit like Arabic, which doesn't ring well in a white man's ear. Usually they're talking about smuggling, because this tiny village with thatched roof huts and a total population of about 100 South American Indians is a very important port of entry. Not for humans, but for items like whiskey and tobacco and jewelry. It is not possible for a man to get there by licensed carrier because there are no immigration officials and no customs. There's no law at all, in fact, which is precisely why Puerto Estrella is such an important port. It is far out at the northern tip of a dry and rocky peninsula called La Guajira, on which there are no roads and a great deal of overland truck traffic. The trucks carry contraband, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of it, bound for the interiors of Colombia and Venezuela. Most of it comes from Aruba, brought over at night on fast trawlers and put ashore at Puerto Estrella for distribution down the peninsula on the trucks. I arrived at dusk on a fishing sloop from Aruba, and since there is no harbor, I was put ashore in a tiny rowboat. Above us, on a sharp cliff, stood the entire population of the village, staring grimly and without much obvious hospitality at Puerto Estrella's first tourist in history. In Aruba, the Guajiro Indians are described as fierce and crazy and drunk all day on coconut whiskey. Also in Aruba, you will hear that the men wear nothing but neckties, knotted just below the navel. That sort of information can make a man uneasy, and as I climbed the steep path, staggering under the weight of my luggage, I decided that at the first sign of unpleasantness, I would begin handing out neckties like Santa Claus. 3 fine paisleys to the most menacing of the bunch, then start ripping up shirts. As I came over the brink of the cliff, a few children laughed, an old hag began screeching, and the men just stared. Here was a white man with 12 Yankee dollars in his pocket and more than $500 worth of camera gear slung over his shoulders, hauling a typewriter, grinning, sweating, no hope of speaking the language, no place to stay, and somehow they were going to have to deal with me. There was the conference, and then a small man stepped forward and made motions indicating that I should put my gear on an ancient truck which started with a crank. I was taken to an abandoned hospital where I was given a sort of cell with a filthy mattress and broken windows to let in the air. There is not much for the tourist in Puerto Estrella. No hotels, restaurants, or souvenirs. Nor is the food palatable. 3 times a day, I faced it. Leaves, maize, and severely salted goat meat served up with muddy water. The drinking was a problem too, but in a different way. At the crack of dawn on the day after my arrival, I was awakened and taken before a jury of village bigwigs. Its purpose was to determine the meaning of my presence. These gentlemen had gathered in the only concrete block house in town, and before them on the table was a cellophane-wrapped bottle of Scotch whiskey. After an hour or so of gestures, a few words of Spanish, and nervous demonstrations of my camera equipment, they seemed to feel a drinking bout was in order. The Scotch was opened, 5 jiggers were filled, and the ceremony began. It continued all that day and all the next. They tossed it off straight in jiggers, solemnly at first, and then with mounting abandon. Now and then one of them would fall asleep in a hammock, only to return a few hours later with new thirst and vigor. At the end of one bottle, they would proudly produce another, each one beautifully wrapped in cellophane. As it turned out, 3 things made my visit a success. One was my size and drinking capacity. It was fear. A man traveling alone among reportedly savage Indians dares not get drunk. Another was the fact that I never turned down a request for a family portrait. Fear again. And the third was my lifelong acquaintance with Jacqueline Kennedy, whom they regard as some sort of goddess. With the exception of a few sophisticates and local bigwigs, most of the men wore the necktie, a Guajiro version of the time-honored loincloth. The women, again with a few exceptions, wore dull and shapeless long black gowns. A good many of the men also wore $200 and $300 wristwatches, a phenomenon explained by the strategic location of Puerto Estrella and the peculiar nature of its economy. It would not be fair to say that the Indians arbitrarily take a healthy cut of all the contraband that passes through their village, but neither would it be wise to arrive and start asking pointed questions, especially since anyone arriving on his own is wholly dependent on the goodwill of the Indians to get him out again. Trying to leave can turn a man's hair white. You are simply stuck until one of the Indians has to run some contraband down the peninsula to Maicao. There is nothing to do but drink, and after 50 hours of it, I began to lose hope. The end seemed to be nowhere in sight. And it is bad enough to drink scotch all day in any climate, but to come to the tropics and start belting it down for 3 hours each morning before breakfast can bring on a general failure of health. In the mornings, we had scotch and arm wrestling. In the afternoons, scotch and dominoes. The break came at dusk on the third day when the owner of a truck called the Power Wagon rose abruptly from the drinking table and said we would leave immediately. We had a last round, shook hands all around, and shoved off. The truck was fully loaded, and I rode in back with my gear and a young Indian girl. The drive from Puerto Estrella to Maicao is 10 to 12 hours, depending on which rut you take, but it seems like 40 days on the rack. On top of the heinous discomfort, there is the distinct possibility of being attacked and shot up by either bandits or the law. As far as the contrabandista is concerned, one is as bad as the other. The smugglers travel armed, but they put their faith in speed, punishing both truck and passengers unmercifully as they roar through dry riverbeds and across long veldt-like plains on a dirt track which no conventional car could ever navigate. We rumbled into Maicao at 3 p.m. They dropped me at the airport, where my luggage was thoroughly searched by a savage-looking gendarme before I was allowed on the plane for Barranquilla. An hour later, there was another search at the Barranquilla airport. When I asked why, they replied I was coming from an area called Guajira, known to be populated by killers and thieves and men given over to lives of crime and violence. I had a feeling that nobody really believed I had been there. When I tried to talk about Guajira, people would smile sympathetically and change the subject. And then we would have another beer, because scotch is so expensive in Barranquilla that only the rich can afford it. Why anti-gringo winds often blow south of the border. From the National Observer,
August 19th, 1963.
One of my most vivid memories of South America is that of a man with a golf club, a 5-iron if memory serves, driving golf balls off a penthouse terrace in Cali, Colombia. He was a tall Britisher and had what the British call a stylish pot instead of a waistline. Beside him on a small patio table was a long gin and tonic, which he refilled from time to time at the nearby bar. He had a good swing, and each of his shots carried low and long out over the city. Where they fell, neither he nor I nor anyone else on the terrace that day had the vaguest idea. The penthouse, however, was in a residential section on the edge of the Rio Cali, which runs through the middle of town. Somewhere below us in the narrow streets that are lined by the white adobe blockhouses of the urban peasantry, a strange hail was rattling on the roofs. Golf balls. Old practice duds, so the Britisher told me, that were hardly worth driving away. In the weeks that followed, when I became more aware of the attitude a good many Colombians have towards that nation's Anglo-Saxon population, I was glad nobody had traced the source of those well-hit mashies. Colombians, along with their Venezuelan neighbors, may well be the most violent people on the continent, and a mixture of insult and injury does not rank high as a national dish. It is doubtful that the same man would drive golf balls off a rooftop apartment in the middle of London, but it is not really surprising to see it done in South America. There, where the distance between the rich and the poor is so very great, and where Anglo-Saxons are automatically among the elite, the concept of noblesse oblige is subject to odd interpretations. The attitude, however, does not go unnoticed. The natives consider it bad form indeed for a foreigner to stand on a rooftop and drive golf balls into their midst. Perhaps they lack sporting blood, or maybe a sense of humor. But the fact is that they resent it, and it is easy to see why they might go to the polls at the next opportunity and vote for the man who promises to rid the nation of arrogant gringo imperialists. Whether the candidate in question is a fool, a thief, a communist, or even all three does not matter much when emotions run high. And few elections south of the Rio Grande are won on the basis of anything but blatant appeals to popular emotion. The North American presence in South America is one of the most emotional political questions on the continent. In most countries, especially Argentina and Chile, there is a considerable European presence as well. But with recent history as it is, when the winds of anti-gringo opinion begin to blow, they blow due north, toward the United States, which to the Latin American is more easily identifiable with capitalism and imperialism than any other country in the world. With this in mind, a traveler in South America gets one shock after another at the stance generally taken by his fellow gringos, and sometimes a worse shock at the stance he takes himself. One young American put it this way: "I came down here a real gung-ho liberal. I wanted to get close to these people and help them. But in 6 months, I turned into a hard-nosed conservative. These people don't know what I'm talking about. They won't help themselves, and all they want is my money. All I want to do now is get out." It is a sad fact that living for any length of time in a Latin American country has a tendency to do this to many Americans. To avoid it takes tremendous adaptability, idealism, and faith in the common future. Take the example of a young man named John, a representative in a Latin American country for an international relief organization. His work consists mainly in distributing surplus food to the poor. He works hard, often going out on field trips for 3 or 4 days of rough driving, bad food, primitive living, and dysentery. But the people he has to work with bother him. He can't understand why the principal of a backcountry school will steal food earmarked for the pupils and sell it to speculators. He can't understand why his warehouse, lying in the middle of a district where food is distributed regularly, is constantly being looted by the very people who were standing in line the week before to get their regular share. He broods on these things and wonders if he's really accomplishing anything, or just being taken for a sucker. Then, one day, when he is in a particularly bad mood over some new evidence of callousness or corruption, he hears below his window the shouting of a mob. A man is standing on the steps of a fountain, shouting hoarsely about the rights of the people and what should be done to secure them. And the crowd happily roars in answer, "Down with the capitalist swine!" Our man standing at his window suddenly loses his temper and shakes his fist. "Abajo del pueblos," he yells, meaning, "Down with the people." Then he quickly ducks back inside. But the Latin family next door, standing at their window, hears the gringo abusing the crowd. Word gets around, and several days later, our man is insulted as he walks to the corner cantina for a pack of cigarrillos. He speaks good Spanish and curses back, not understanding why his neighbors are no longer friendly. But it makes him even more bitter, and once the tide starts running in that direction, it is hard to reverse. One day, a new American appears in town, a trainee for one of the United States banks that have branches in South America. Our man John meets him at the Anglo-American Club and, in the course of conversation, tells him what to expect from the Nationals. A bunch of rotten ingrates, stupid and corrupt to the last man. The newcomer hears other gringos say the same kind of thing. At night, in his new and unfamiliar apartment, he begins to think the neighbors are making noise on purpose to wear on his nerves. Soon, he is as bitter as most of the others. When the inevitable bank strike comes along, as it does at regular intervals in most Latin American countries, our newcomer takes the advice of an old gringo employee and shows up at work with a pistol, which he puts on his desk like a paperweight to show the employees he means business. The reaction of the Nationals hardly needs to be cataloged. Our trainee is chalked up as one more bit of two-legged evidence that gringos are vicious fools. The net result, as far as both John and the young banker are concerned, is a grievous setback for the hope that North and South America will come to understand each other, and thus avoid a split-up that would wreck the Western Hemisphere. The young American in a Latin American country faces other hazards. For one thing, he has to contend with the American colony that blooms in every city of any size. Americans living in Latin American countries are often more snobbish than the Latins themselves. The typical American has quite a bit of money, by Latin American standards, and he rarely sees a countryman who doesn't. An American businessman who would think nothing of being seen in a sports shirt on the streets of his hometown will be shocked and offended at a suggestion that he appear in Rio de Janeiro, for instance, in anything but a coat and tie. The same man, often no more than 30 years old, might have been living in a prefabricated tract house in the States, but in Rio, he will live on Copacabana Beach with 2 maids, servants' quarters, and a balcony overlooking the sea. Some people say that the American is fouling his own image in South America, that instead of being a showpiece for democracy, he not only tends to ape the wealthy, anti-democratic Latins, but sometimes beats them at their own game. Suddenly finding himself among the elite, the nervous American is determined to hold his own. And, unlike the genuine aristocrat who never doubts his own worth, the newcomer to status seeks to prove it at every turn. Others, though, repeat the old familiar, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. In South America, so the thinking goes, the lower classes have no grasp of equality and take informality for weakness. So the only alternative is to make them respect you. "I know it's silly to shout at the maid every time she makes a mistake," said one American housewife in Brazil. "But she's lazy, and I want her to know I'm watching her. With these people, it's either discipline or anarchy." Another problem that plagues the gringo is drink. Because he never really feels at home in a foreign language, because his income is usually embarrassingly large by local standards, because he worries continually about being cheated whenever he buys anything, because he never gets over the feeling that most upper-class Latins consider him a boob from a country where even the boobs are rich, and because he can never understand why people don't seem to like him for what he is. Just a good guy who feels a bit out of place among these strange surroundings and customs. Because of all these tensions, and many more of the same kind, he tends to drink far more than he does at home. To relax is the usual excuse, but sometimes there's almost no choice. In Rio, for instance, the evening traffic jams are so bad that getting from the business district out to Copacabana, where everybody lives, is almost impossible between the hours of 5 and 8. One of the first things a new arrival is told is, if you can't get out of town by 5, forget about it and settle down to serious drinking until 8. This hiatus in the day is termed the drinking hour. With many people, the drinking hour soon becomes a necessary habit. Sometimes it leads to disaster. Often an American will arrive home broke and bleary-eyed at 3 or 4 in the morning, still lugging his briefcase and cursing the long-gone traffic. Because of things like the drinking hour and other purely local situations, a man returning to the States after a stay in Latin America is often struck dumb by the question, "What can we do about that place?" He has no idea, because he's never had time enough to relax and give it much thought. His concern has been survival. Objectivity is one of the first casualties of culture shock, a term for the malady that appears when a North American, with his heritage of Puritan pragmatism, suddenly finds himself in a world with different traditions and a different outlook on life. It is an odd feeling to return from a year in South America and read a book by some expense account politician who toured the continent in 6 weeks and spoke only with presidents, cabinet ministers, and other leading figures like himself. The problems and the issues suddenly become quite clear, as they never were when you were right there in the midst of them. Now, looking back on that man with the golf club, it is easy to see him as a fool and a beast. But I recall quite well how normal it seemed at the time, and how surprised I would have been if any of the dozen people on the terrace had jumped up to protest. Democracy dies in Peru, but few seem to mourn its passing. From the National Observer, August 27th, 1962. The death of democracy has not left much of a vacuum in Peru. It was more like the death of somebody's old uncle, whose name had been familiar in the household for many years, but who died, where he had always lived, in some far-off town the family never quite got around to visiting, although they'd always meant to, or at least that's what they said. If there is one profound reality in Peruvian politics, it is the fact that this country has absolutely no democratic tradition, and any attempt to introduce one is going to meet violent opposition. The people who need democracy don't even know what the word means. The people who know what it means don't need it, and they don't mind saying so. If the Alliance for Progress requires that democracy in Peru become a fact instead of just a pleasant word, then the Alliance is in for rough sledding too. This is the basis of the current misunderstanding between Washington and Lima. If the Peruvian people were as concerned about democracy as is President Kennedy, this country would right now be in the throes of a violent civil war. What happened in Lima on July 18th was more than enough to touch off armed conflict in many countries of the world, but democracy has never been a reality in Peru. And for that reason, it goes largely unmourned, especially in Lima, which voted heavily for the return of an ex-dictator. On July 24th, the unelected government of Peru issued a decree law, assuming all executive and legislative powers, and the third largest country in South America passed officially into the hands of the military. The second largest, Argentina, had provided an easy-to-follow example some 5 months before. Next on the list, according to current speculation in Washington and other hemisphere capitals, will be Venezuela, and what might be precipitated by Brazil's congressional elections in October is anybody's guess. It requires little guesswork, however, to see what this trend means for the Alliance for Progress, and also for the future of democracy in South America. The outlook is dreary at best, and as the pressure from Washington mounts, the reaction will mount just as fast. Peru was a good example. Even so, after all these months of tension, all this talk and campaigning, all the space devoted in newspapers to the Peruvian elections, a visitor to Lima arrives with a feeling that there's bound to be some evidence that the whole thing was a bust, that it was all a put-up job, because the armed forces did exactly what they said they were going to do all along. When the American Popular Revolutionary Alliance, APRA, won the recent elections, the military called it a fraud, took over the government, annulled what was undeniably the most honest and least fraudulent election in Peru's history, and installed a four-man junta that is a military dictatorship no matter which way you look at it. Yet life goes on in Lima, as if nothing had happened. The evening streets are full of pretty girls and slick-haired men in business suits. The opulent shops that flank the trolleys on Avenida Pierola are full of silver and alpaca and the soft rustle of money changing hands. And the all-night cantinas still sound as if their frenzied, pisco-swilling patrons had abandoned all hope of ever seeing another dawn. This is Lima. Democracy or no democracy, dictators or no dictators. The city is full of people, in fact, who say that what happened is precisely nothing at all. They point out that the people in power now are those who have always been in power, and that those faces on the outside looking in are the same faces that have been there for as long as anyone in Peru can remember. It is foolish, they say, to talk about the junta seizing the reins because the junta is nothing more than a dress uniform version of the same power block that has held the reins for centuries. It is only in times of crisis that it puts on the jackboots and goes into the street with truncheons. In times of peace, it wears mufti and busies itself with other less militant pursuits, primarily that of maintaining itself in the style to which it has long been accustomed. It is as old as the Incas and every bit as ruthless with opposition. Its counterpart in the U.S. has been labeled the power elite. In Peru, it is called the 40 Families, an all-powerful aristocracy that makes its North American cousin look weak and tame by comparison. That's what Kennedy doesn't understand, explained one Lima-based American businessman. You just can't have democracy down here. The people don't understand it. Loeb was the same way. He went out to the football game and sat down in the grandstand with the common people. I saw him myself with his feet propped up on the rail and the top of his hose showing. Why, they thought he was crazy. It was absolutely incomprehensible, even to the people he was trying to make friends with. If you want to get anywhere down here, you have to make people respect you. However sad a commentary that may be on a lot of things, American businessmen included, it is sadder still because there's a lot of truth in it. From the beginning of their history, the Peruvian people have been conditioned to understand that there are only two kinds of human beings in this world, the ins and the outs, and a vast gulf in between. In a book called The Ancient Civilizations of Peru, you read that the Inca state ensured the people against hunger, exploitation, undue hardship, and all kinds of want, but regimented them rigorously and left them no choice, independence, or initiative. There was a large class of nobles and priests, supported by the masses. Heavy tribute in the form of labor was demanded of the peasants, who profited very little from it. That was in 1438, and little has changed since then except that the peasants are no longer insured against hunger, exploitation, undue hardship, and all kinds of want. There is ample evidence of all those conditions, even in Lima, which differs from the rest of Peru much like Manhattan differs from the mountains of eastern Kentucky. The strange assumption in Lima's business community, Americans and Peruvians alike, is that President Kennedy would join them in their endorsement of the system in Peru. If he could only understand it and stop paying so much attention to Loeb. U.S. Ambassador James Isaac Loeb is undoubtedly the most second-guessed man in recent Peruvian history. There is not a man at the Bankers Club, among other places, who cannot tell you where he went wrong and exactly what he should have done instead. The most common criticism is that he tried to force-feed democracy to a people who had not the faintest idea what he was talking about. The nominal chief of the junta, General Manuel Perez Godoy, has flatly called Loeb an aprista, which is tantamount now to being called an enemy of the state. He is sure to be declared persona non grata if he returns to Lima, and in business circles, it is Loeb who draws most of the blame for the U.S. refusal to recognize the junta. The general sentiment is that Kennedy has been misled. General Perez is of the same mind. In a recent statement on the U.S. stand, he called the whole thing a misunderstanding. General Perez has impressed foreign journalists in Lima with his unique feeling for words and their fundamental meanings. He is no mean orator, and in his first statement after the takeover, he explained it this way. We have seen a fraudulent electoral process in which not even the most basic and elementary rights of the citizens have been respected. The armed forces have seen with pain, with anxiety, with tight lips and dry eyes, this sacrifice of our people, of our country, of our future. The fact that the armed forces have been able to dig up only 70 fraudulent ballots out of a total of some 2 million did not deter General Perez from going on TV to amplify and reiterate his feelings. To the humble, to the forgotten worker, To the voter, who has been deprived in many cases of the elementary social, economic, and cultural benefits, it is now being attempted to take from him also his only hope, that of gaining the progress and social justice he deserves, to wipe out his liberty to vote with fraud.
We will not consent to it. A military imperative forces on us the hard obligation of assuming the functions of government that normally should be in civilian hands, in order to establish peace, order, and respect for the laws that rule the Republic.
We are stirred by a great ambition to save democracy. Earlier in the same speech, General Perez had talked of the great electoral fraud, said the people have been grossly cheated, accused the National Elections Board of an attempt to cover up this conduct, and explained that ex-President Prado, then languishing on a prison ship, had showed a lack of objectivity for not having annulled the elections himself. This was a little hard for some people to take, notably those 600,000 or so humbled and forgotten voters who had cast their ballots for APRA and Dr. Victor Raul Aya de la Torre. General Perez drew praise, however, from those quarters where it had not been previously understood that democracy is best preserved by installing a military dictatorship. He was also admired for his eloquent attack on those who would tamper with the people's right to express themselves by means of the ballot. What is more than obvious in Lima is that the biggest fraud in the whole affair was the military's attempt to explain and justify the coup. It is hard to find anyone who seriously believes they took over because of a great electoral fraud. The National Elections Board, a group of respected jurists with no ties to APRA, investigated the charges and found that, although there had been isolated cases of false registration and multiple voting, the sum of the infractions was far too small to have any effect on the outcome. President Prado agreed and was exiled to Paris for his efforts when the military decided to back its charges with a Sherman tank and a U.S.-trained Ranger battalion. The junta has scheduled new elections for June 9, 1963, but the only people in Lima who seem to believe it are taxi drivers, hotel clerks, and a varied assortment of small job holders who voted for General Manuel Odria, dictator from 1948 to 1956. In the circle most heartily in agreement with the takeover, namely the businessmen and finance community, the betting is against elections next year. These boys are in to stay, said the president of a U.S. Businessmen's Society. Once they get the taste of sugar on their tongues, they're not going to give it up. Nor was he much alarmed by the prospect. These people are like children, he explained. They'll complain all day about discipline, but deep down, they like it. They need it. Let's be smart about it, he added. The rich people are running this country. They're running the country back home. Why not face facts and be thankful for what stability we have? These people who are anti-communist, let's recognize the junta, keep the aid flowing, and get on with it. He smiled indulgently. We think young Kennedy up there just flew off the handle. Now he's out on a limb and he doesn't know how to get back. Nearly everybody who wears a tie in Lima feels the same way. Business is good in Peru. It is the only South American country without a balance of payments deficit, and the vested interests want to keep it that way. Even the taxi driver, who is making a good living because there are enough people on the streets with money in their pockets, does not particularly care who sits in the presidential palace as long as they don't upset the apple cart. This is what almost happened. APRA is more than just another political party. It is a genuine threat to a way of life that was 500 years old when the U.S. was born. To say that the takeover came simply because of the military's long-standing feud with APRA is to gloss over the fact that the entire ruling class in Peru regards APRA as more dangerous than communism. APRA has an ally in the Alliance for Progress, and therefore an ally in the U.S. Communism has never been more than a minor threat in Peru and is more a convenient whipping boy than anything else. If anyone has carried the battle to the communists, it is Aya de la Torre. One of his most popular campaign slogans was, "Après sí, comunismo no." Fernando Belaúnde de Terry, who finished second in the presidential race, was not noted for any savage tirades against the Red Menace, nor was General Odría. Local communists, however, have given the junta their full-fledged support, although the party is still illegal and will undoubtedly remain that way. APRA, primarily because of its appeal to the millions of voteless, illiterate Indians, is by long odds the main threat to Peru's status quo. At the moment, the party is still reeling from the jolt of having its hard-fought election victory annulled. When the soldiers pulled out of the Casa del Pueblos, House of the People, which is APRA's headquarters, the place was a total wreck. On August 7th, after 2 weeks of occupation, it was returned to the party, and a vast silent crowd was on hand to view the remains. There were bullet holes in the walls and ceiling. Doors and windows had been smashed and party records destroyed, and the entire building, nearly a city block of offices and facilities, was a shambles of glass, broken furniture, and water-soaked paper. Among the smashed or stolen items were the only dentist drill, all medicine from the clinic and drugs from the pharmacy, typewriters, a radio transmitter, all phonograph records, sculpture in the art workshop, instruments for the children's band, food and plates from the dining hall, records from the credit union, and just about everything else that human beings could put to any use at all. Those who passed through the Casa del Pueblos that night, in what seemed like a huge funeral procession, could not be numbered in that alleged vast majority of Peruvians who fully support the junta. The air was heavy with bitterness and defeat. They were anxious to know what the U.S. was going to do about the takeover, and the only American there could only shake his head and say that it was too early to tell, although it seemed inevitable that the hue and cry for recognition would sooner or later have its effect. This is the other side of the misunderstanding. APRA represents some 600,000 of Peru's 2 million voters, plus a vast majority of the 53% of the population which neither reads, writes, nor votes. Aya de la Torre got 14,000 more votes than any other candidate, and in a democratic country, a man who did that well could expect to have at least some say in the government. In Peru, however, the figures don't necessarily add up to the score. The will of the people is subject to the veto of that class for which armies have been the strong right arm ever since armies were invented. To these people, democracy means chaos. It will loosen their grip on the national purse strings, shatter the foundations of society, and send the rabble pouring into the vaults. A whole way of life would collapse if democracy became a reality in Peru. The military takeover was no accidental trotting on Washington's toes. It was a step taken with full deliberation and plenty of warning beforehand. The military and the oligarchy which supports the military were and still are bound and determined not to let APRA get its hands on the throttle. It follows then that if the U.S. reaction to the takeover is a misunderstanding, the whole Alliance for Progress is a misunderstanding, because the alliance is based rather firmly on the assumption that progress will not come at the expense of democracy. Mr. Kennedy has said this over and over again, but it is a concept that has not gained wide acceptance in Peru. Not among the people who count, anyway. The Inca of the Andes. He haunts the ruins of his once great empire. From the National Observer, June 10th, 1963. Cuzco, Peru. When the cold Andean dusk comes down on Cuzco, the waiters hurry to shut the Venetian blinds in the lounge of the big hotel in the middle of town. They do it because the Indians come up on the stone porch and stare at the people inside. It tends to make the tourists uncomfortable, so the blinds are pulled. The tall, oak-paneled room immediately seems more cheerful. The Indians press their faces between the iron bars that protect the windows. They tap on the glass, hiss, hold up strange gimcracks for sale, plead for monies, and generally ruin the tourist's appetite for his inevitable pisco sour. It wasn't always this way. Until 1532, this city of crisp air and cold nights in the Andes Mountains served as the gold-rich capital of the Inca Empire. The Indian society that South American expert Harold Osborne has called the only civilization which has succeeded in making the Andes genuinely habitable to man. Many of Cuzco's buildings still rest on Inca foundations, massive walls of stone that have lasted through 400 years of wars, looting, erosion, earthquakes, and general neglect. Today, the Indian is as sad and hopeless a specimen as ever walked in misery. Sick, dirty, barefoot, wrapped in rags, and chewing narcotic coca leaves to dull the pain of reality, he limps through the narrow cobblestone streets of the city that once was the capital of his civilization. His culture has been reduced to a pile of stones. Archaeologists point out it's an interesting pile, but the Indian doesn't have much stomach for poking around in his own ruins. In fact, there's something pathetic about an Indian child leading you across a field to see what he calls ruinas. For this service, he wants monies, and then he'll be quiet unless you aim a camera at him, which will cost you about 10 cents a shot. Probably one Indian in 1,000 has any idea why people come to Cuzco to look at ruinas. The rest have other things to think about, like getting enough to eat. And this has made Cuzco one of the continent's liveliest hotbeds of communist agitation. Communist-inspired peasant uprisings are old hat in Cuzco, dating back to the early 1940s. Indeed, they're familiar all over Peru. At one point during World War II, communists took over Cuzco and built a giant hammer and sickle out of whitewashed stones on a hill overlooking the city. The pattern hasn't changed too much since then. Last winter, peasant leader Hugo Blanco organized an Indian militia in the Convención Valley near here and carried out a series of hit-and-run harassments. At about the same time, there were strikes and fighting at the United States-owned Cerro de Pasco mines. But the phenomenon is restricted neither to the cities nor to Peru alone. It's also seen in the countryside and in the other two Andean countries, Ecuador and Bolivia. Of the three nations, only Bolivia has made any attempt to bring the Indians into the national life. Peru has taken some nervous and tentative steps, and Ecuador has done almost nothing. Yet the combined populations of the three countries total some 18,500,000, of which about 10% are white. About 40% are pure Indian, and the rest are mixed-blood cholos or mestizos. If the Indians and cholos join and develop their full power, the shape of northern South America may never be the same. Communism, though, isn't the only persuasion that can rouse the normally placid Indians to violence. Another is the powerful chicha beer, the Andes' answer to homebrew, which they drink in heavy amounts. In 1953, an anthropological field survey in Bolivia reported 979 bottles were consumed in one province for every adult man and woman, an average of 2.5 bottles a day. Another agitating influence is extreme conservatism. One example, last fall in Ecuador, a sanitation unit from the UN-sponsored Andean Indian Mission was attacked by Indians who'd been told the men were communist agents. A doctor and his assistant were killed, and the doctor's body was burned. The Ecuadorian press, pointing out the communists certainly didn't tell the Indians the UN officials were communist agents, called the incident a tragic consequence of the rivalry between the extreme left and the extreme right to win Indian support. This incident, and many others like it, were blamed on conservative elements opposed to land reform or any other change in the status quo. The example of Bolivia has shown that once the Indian begins voting, he has little common cause with large land-owning or industrial interests. Thus, the best hope for the status quo is to keep the Indian ignorant, sick, poverty-stricken, and politically impotent. And the Indians, living mainly on a barren plateau that ranges from 10,000 feet above sea level in Ecuador to 15,000 feet in Bolivia. Denver, by contrast, is 5,280 feet above, are curiously receptive to this conservatism. Ever since the Spaniards' destruction of his empire in the mid-16th century, the Indian has viewed all change as for the worse, except sometimes the changes advocated by his communist-inspired peasant leaders. The word government for him has been synonymous with exploitation. A fine old Indian tradition, now on the wane, was to greet all strangers with a hail of stones because they invariably meant trouble. Until very recently, any man arriving on official business might have meant an entire village was being sent into the mines to labor for the rest of their lives. Even when convinced somebody is trying to help him, the Indian is loath to change his ways. Arnaldo Sanjinez, a Bolivian working for the Inter-American Agricultural Service in La Paz, tells of stopping at a tiny farm to demonstrate a steel plow to an Indian using the same primitive plow his ancestors used 500 years ago. The old man tried the new plow and was obviously convinced of its superiority, but finally handed it back. "Ah, senor," he said, "this is a wonderful plow, but I like my old wooden one, and I think I will die with it." Mr. Sanjinez shakes his head sadly as he talks of the 12 years he has spent with the service, trying to convince the Indians to give up their ancient methods of farming. One of the main stumbling blocks, he says, is that the Indian lives almost entirely outside the money economy. He exists, as he always has, on a system of barter. One Indian, after walking for miles to a village market, returned home to say he'd been cheated out of all his produce because all he got for it was money. There is a sharp distinction, however, between city Indians and those who stay in the mountains. From Bogota south, the Andean cities are overrun with Indian beggars who have no qualms about lying on a downtown sidewalk and grabbing at the legs of any passersby who look prosperous. One of the most effective groups now working with the Indians in Bolivia is the Maryknoll Fathers, a Catholic order based in La Paz. Says one priest, "Bolivia hasn't got a chance unless the Indians join the country. We're making some progress here, more than the others anyway. In Peru and Ecuador, all they do is make the necessary concessions." In 1957, Father Ryan, one of the Maryknoll veterans, started Radio Peñas, which broadcasts lessons in Spanish to the millions of Indians who speak only Quechua or Aymara. With 3,000 fixed-frequency receivers donated by Bloomingdale's in New York, the Maryknollers have taught about 7,000 Indians in the past 5 years to speak the language of the country. There is one class a day, but it is difficult to get the Indians to tune in at the right hour because they tell time by the sun. The focus of the Indian problem is Peru, the golden magnet that brought the Spaniards to South America in the 16th century. In the first 6 months of the conquest, Francisco Pizarro and his men looted Inca temples of over $20 million in gold ornaments, which they melted and sent back to Spain. Peru was the scene of most of the conquest's bloody battles. In Peru, Pizarro chose to build Lima, his city of kings, from which the Spanish viceroys ruled the Andes until they were driven out in 1821. Today, the wealth of the Andes is no longer gold, but the political power lying dormant in the Indian population. This explains the long and bitter struggle for Indian support between Peru's communists and the American Popular Revolutionary Alliance, APRA, the country's broadest-based political party. Bolivia's 1952 revolution against dictatorial interests took the Indian pressure off that country. It gave the Indian land, a vote, and at least the beginnings of a say in the government. Nor does Ecuador seem immediately menacing. The boiling point there probably is still several years away. But in Peru, the pressure is on as it never has been before. And the main pressure point is here in Cuzco. And whoever consolidates Indian support in this nation will not only rule Peru, but will influence events in Bolivia and Ecuador. Today in Cuzco, though, tourists still wander about town and pay ragged Indians to pose for photos. They still take the little train to Machu Picchu to look at the fabled ruinas. They still sit in the comfortable old hotel and drink pisco sours while the waiters pull the blinds. But the Indians are still outside the windows. And if recent events are any indication, they are getting tired of having the blinds pulled on them. Brazil shooting. From the National Observer, February 11th, 1963. Rio de Janeiro. Brazilian police have a reputation for extreme leniency, and the Brazilian army is said to be the most stable and democratically inclined in all of Latin America. But in recent weeks, the administration of justice has taken on a new look in Brazil, and many people are beginning to wonder just what the army and the police exist for. On a recent night with the temperature at its normal 95 and air conditioners humming all over the city, an American journalist was awakened by a telephone call at 4:30 in the morning. It was a friend calling from the nightclub district of Copacabana. "Get down here as fast as you can," the voice shouted. "Bring your camera. The army's all over the streets with machine guns. They've blown the domino all to pieces, and they're killing people right outside the bar where I'm sitting. We've locked the door, but they may break it down." 10 minutes later, the half-dressed journalist jumped out of a cab a block away from the action. He walked quickly, but very casually, toward the Domino Club, with his camera and flash gun cradled in one arm like a football. In a Latin American country nervous with talk of revolution, no man with good sense runs headlong into a shooting party because he is likely to get stitched across the chest with Czech machine gun slugs. But at 4:45, the Domino Club was quiet. It is, or was, a well-known clip joint, catering mainly to American tourists and wealthy Brazilians. The lure was girls, some young and pretty, others slightly piggy and painted after long years of service. Now the Domino is a shell, a dark room full of broken glass and bullet holes. The doorman is dead. He was cut down by gunfire as he fled toward a nearby corner. The bartender's in the hospital with a bullet crease down the side of his skull, and several patrons are wounded. Most observers say another man is dead, but the bodies were taken away so quickly that nobody can be sure. What happened? The Correio da Manhã, one of Rio's best papers, explained it this way. In an editorial entitled Battlefield Copacabana, the paper said, Copacabana was the scene of a military operation on Friday. A detachment of paratroopers under the command of 2 lieutenants sealed off a street in order to assault a nightclub with machine guns, hand grenades, and tear gas. Correio went on to say, "These arms have been acquired by the nation with the money of taxpayers and put at the disposal of the armed forces for the defense of the country, protection of the constitutional powers, and maintenance of the legal order. In the Copacabana case, they were not used for these purposes." That was not all of it. The attack on the Domino, carried out by uniformed paratroopers wearing black grease paint on their faces, was a case of pure and simple vengeance. Several weeks ago, an Army sergeant was beaten to death as a result of a dispute over the size of his bill in the Domino. A few days later, an Army captain stopped in the club to say that the Army intended to even the score. He was severely beaten by the doorman and several others. About 10 days passed without incident. Then, the Army evened the score. When the journalist arrived, the street was cordoned off at both ends by soldiers with fixed bayonets and machine guns. Several bodies, some dead, others still alive, were being put into trucks. There was a large crowd around the entrance to the Domino. The journalist took a few photos, then slipped through the cordon, only to be nailed immediately by a captain who escorted him out. "But the Brazilian press is in there," the American protested. "Maybe so," the captain replied, "but you're not Brazilian." The journalist went around the block and slipped in from the other end, but by this time it was all over. The sky was getting light, and several blocks away a few early risers were out on Copacabana Beach. In the middle of Rua Carvalho de Mendonça, where the body of the doorman had lain, was a large smear of blood and trampled flowers. Several cars were riddled with bullet holes. Near one corner, the cracks in the mosaic sidewalk were filled with blood, and there was a long smear across the sidewalk where a body had been dragged to a truck in the street. A drugstore had bullet holes in its windows, merchandise and glass counters inside. Concrete and marble walls on both sides of the street were pocked with bullet chips. On the sidewalk in front of the Domino lay a hand grenade that had failed to explode. Had the grenade gone off inside the club, it could hardly have helped but kill at least one American. The Domino was always full of them, and the resulting furor would have been hard for Brazil to handle. Even without the grenade, it is a wonder more people weren't killed in the attack. The soldiers burst through the door, ordered everybody to lie down on the floor, and sprayed the entire room with machine gun fire. The owner of the Domino, who was the main target of the raid, escaped into another nightclub. One patron grabbed a soldier's weapon and shot him with it. Another patron fled, then pulled a pistol and wounded one of the pursuing soldiers. Several witnesses say this man was the other dead body hauled off with that of the luckless doorman. But nobody knows for sure, except the Army, and the flow of information from that quarter has all but ceased. The Rio police were not in on the Domino attack. They have problems of their own. In recent weeks, the newspapers have reported a half-dozen cases of police killing vagrants and beggars, then dumping the bodies into nearby rivers that flow into Guanabara Bay. So far, 2 policemen have been arrested, 1 confessed, and officials assured the press that both would be dismissed from the force. A columnist on the Brazil Herald, Rio's English-language daily, observed that the method adopted by several members of the police to tackle the social problem and do away with misery by dumping beggars into a river is not meeting with general approval, despite undeniable efficacy. The Jornal do Brasil called for an immediate investigation, saying that policemen are suspected of summarily applying the death penalty to individuals considered bad elements. And the people of Rio imagine the terror used in some police departments to be normal treatment, not only for dangerous criminals, but mere suspects and possibly even personal enemies of policemen. One man voiced the opinion that dismissal from the force cannot in any way be considered cruel or unusual punishment for policemen who kill beggars and vagrants who bother them and get in their way while they are trying to do their job, which mainly consists of making the rounds to collect payoffs. It was also pointed out that policemen dismissed from the force often go to work as doormen or bouncers for clubs like the Domino. Brazilian nightclubs, in fact, are not known for an excess of patience or generosity. A ballerina named Maria recently fired from a club in a small town near Rio, made a complaint to the police, accusing the owner of the place of transforming the backyard of his joint into a cemetery. The girl reported that customers who cannot pay the bill or protest the amount are invited to have a talk with him in the backyard, where they are shot and buried. The police promised to investigate. Meanwhile, there's a lot of talk in Rio over the domino incident. It was not the first time that the Army has taken commando-style vengeance on an unfriendly nightclub. But this was the first time anyone was machine-gunned. The question in most people's minds is, what next? Said one Copacabana club owner, "What am I supposed to do the next time a soldier causes trouble in here? I have to treat him with kid gloves, or they'll come in here and shoot me like an animal." An American wondered what the reaction would be if soldiers from Fort Knox, Kentucky, shot up a bar in Louisville where a soldier had been cheated, beaten, or even killed some weeks before. "I can't even conceive of it," he said. "But if it ever happened, I bet they'd all hang." Another American said, "Hell, when I was a lieutenant in the U.S. Army, I could probably have requisitioned 2 trucks from the motor pool if I wanted to get back at some clip joint, but I know damn well I could never have got 2 platoons of armed men to follow me." There is the nut of the problem, and one of the biggest differences between the United States and not only Brazil, but all Latin American countries. Where civil authority is weak and corrupt, the Army is king by default. Even the words justice and authority take on different meanings. After the domino attack, the Jornal do Brasil ran a follow-up story headlined, "Army sees no crime in its action." Or, as George Orwell observed, "In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king." Chatty letters during a journey from Aruba to Rio. From the National Observer, December 31st, 1962. During the past 7 months, journalist Hunter S. Thompson has been roaming through South America. His informative dispatches on social, economic, and political conditions there have been appearing in the National Observer. But there's another side to reporting that seldom shows up in formal dispatches: the personal experiences of the digging, inquisitive newsman. These often give fascinating insights on the land and the people. Witness these excerpts from Mr. Thompson's personal letters to his editor in Washington. Aruba. I am leaving by smuggling boat for Colombia in a few hours and am rushing to get this off before I go. Article on Aruba, the National Observer, July 16th. It is probably too late and too long for you, but I hope not, because I think it is a good and valid look at island politics, personalities, etc. In about 3 days, I plan to be in Barranquilla, Colombia. After Baran, I plan to go up the Magdalena River to Bogota, thence to Peru in time for the June 10th elections. But this is tentative. Bogota, Colombia. Here is a sort of offbeat travel piece that might interest you. Article on Guajira, the National Observer, August 6th. In Aruba, they are probably announcing the election results right about now, and I imagine there are a lot of people digging holes in the bleak Aruba landscape. If you think of anything else you might want, let me know. By the time I get to Ecuador, I will have seen most of Colombia at close range. If nothing else, I will have a lot of photos and hopefully an immunity to dysentery, which is now on me in full force. The Valencia piece, article on Colombia, the National Observer, June 24th, will be in the mail tomorrow if they will stop ringing these bells. A mad clanging every 5 or 10 minutes. Sometimes it goes on for 20 and bounces me around the hotel room the whole while. Between the dysentery, the bells, and the unceasing loudspeakers in the street, I am half mad. Ah, here go the bells again. 10 minutes of it now. A lunatic in the belfry and worms in the stomach. What a town! Cali, Colombia. My figures sent earlier on the price of Colombian coffee on the world market are correct, but not nearly as dramatic as the following. 90 cents a pound in 1954. 39 cents a pound in 1962. As I said, Colombia depends on coffee for 77% of its export earnings. Incidentally, Colombia gets another 15% of its export earnings from petroleum. That leaves 8% as a base to begin diversifying with. Not much, eh? Some good mines are just about at the end of their tether with the problem. While I'm talking here, the Alliance for Progress thing is a toughie, because most of the hard-nosed opposition to it is sulky and silent. In a lot of cases, the Alliance faces a problem not unlike that of trying to convince Jay Gould that he is not acting in the best interests of his country. Incidentally, Rojas Pinilla is without doubt the only dictator whose name is in the phone book in the capital city over which he once held sway. He lives in the best section of Bogota. Cali, Colombia. There is an alarming tendency, in Colombia anyway, to view the problems of the local economies as essentially a thing for the Alliance to deal with. Almost like, thank God, Big Brother has finally come to the rescue. Let him handle it. This is, of course, a generalization, but there is a lot of truth to it. Another ominous note is the attitude of a lot of American businessmen I've talked to. Sure, we'd like to help, but business is business, you know. And everything they say makes sense on at least one level. Fears of arbitrary government price controls, expropriation, mounting labor difficulties, and the risks of long-term investments versus the near certainty of the short. Quito, Ecuador. The sun is shining in Quito, the mountains are green and sparkling around the town, and my mind is running in high gear. Most everything I have to say, however, revolves in one way or another around questions of money. There seems to be a universal impression that I am on some sort of divine dole, and the theory that I often require money in order to make money has not gained wide acceptance. I trust you have sufficient background in personal economics to grasp the full meaning of this. I could toss in a few hair-raising stories about what happens to poor Yankees who eat cheap food, or the fact that I caught a bad cold in Bogota because my hotel didn't have hot water. But that would only depress us both. As it is, I am traveling at least half on gall.
But in the course of these travels, I have discovered that gall is not always the best currency, and there are times when I would be far better off with the other kind.
I am throwing this thing in your lap, though I don't expect anyone to agree, at a distance of several thousand miles, with my certain knowledge that I am a paragon of wisdom, courage, decency, and visionary talent. On the other hand, I'm working on my 4th case of dysentery, my stomach feels like a tree is growing in it, and I am medically forbidden to touch so much as a single beer. Well, this is the longest letter I've written since I was in the Air Force and was sending love letters to a girl in Tallahassee. I don't expect you to be altogether happy with this one, but then the girl wasn't always happy with hers either. And we both survived. Ah, it is noon now. Checkout time. And I can hear the clang of the cash register across the patio as they rack up another $7 to Senor Thompson, the gringo with the messy room. Guayaquil, Ecuador. Things are not going well here, my man. I limped in Saturday night after a spine-cracking train ride, and on Sunday discovered to my horror that the president and all the Guayaquil money men are leaving Wednesday for Washington. For this reason, I am having a time seeing anyone, or at least the right people. Aside from that problem, I am beset by other forms of plague. One, I have not had any word from my New York secretary in 2 weeks, so I have no idea how I stand at the bank. Thus, I am afraid to cash a check. The first time I bounce one down here, I might as well give up and go back to the States. The moneyed community on this continent, which is what you have to deal with when you want to cash checks, is like Melville's circle of genius, which all over the world stands hand in hand, and one shock of recognition runs the whole circle round. Which means, in my case, that if I bounce a check in Cali, my reputation as a crook will precede me to Buenos Aires. So I have to be careful. Optimism is a rare commodity here, and the daily harassments of life in Guayaquil are just about as much as a man should have to bear. Guayaquil, Ecuador. This is to confirm my not particularly pointed observations during yesterday's phone call, which I appreciated a whale of a lot, and all the more because I suspect you did it primarily to keep me from feeding myself to the giant turtles. Now I feel better in the head, if not in the stomach. On Monday, I will fly to Lima. I could go before that, but Saturday and Sunday are holidays, and we just finished a 5-day lull having to do with Ecuadorian history. These holidays are maddening. Every time you turn around, they are rolling down the storefronts and locking the offices. That, in addition to a noon to 4 p.m. lunch hour, makes work just about impossible. I understand that while I was in Quito, my secretary told you I was in Talara, Peru. I think the New York summer has affected her reason. Just for the record, I have never been near Talara and will do everything in my power to avoid it in the future. Lima, Peru. I have a good peg on Peru. It may seem like heresy in Washington, but it is a fact that democracy is just about as popular here as eating live goldfish. I tell you now so you'll have time to ponder. Some shit has been throwing rocks at my window all night, and if I hadn't sold my pistol, I'd whip up the blinds and crank off a few rounds at his feet. As it is, all I can do is gripe to the desk. The street outside is full of thugs, all drunk on pisco. In my weakened condition, I'm not about to go out there and tackle them like Joe Palooka. It is all I can do to swing out of bed in the mornings and stumble to the shower, which has come to be my only pleasure. I am beginning to look like the portrait of Dorian Gray. Pretty soon, I'm going to have the mirrors taken out. Lima, Peru. First, I want to assure you that I exist. There is, at present, 171 pounds of me, down from 189 in Aruba, and just about the same weight and luggage spread out around this room. I am barred, once again, from touching even a single beer, any fried foods, spices, pepper, and just about everything else except broiled meat and mineral water. Now this hotel doesn't have any more mineral water. How long, O Lord? How long? La Paz, Bolivia. I blew in yesterday in unholy shape. This awful spate of pain and sickness puts the fear of God in a man. The latest was the sting of a poison insect in Cuzco, paralyzing my leg as if I'd been hit by a 50-pound stingray. Anyway, after 2 visits to the clinic, much cortisone, many infrared lamps, and the inevitable drink-prohibiting antibiotics, I was at least able to walk with a cane fashioned out of one of the legs of my camera tripod. That is the state I am in now. I hobble around La Paz like a vet from the Indian Wars, averaging about 100 yards an hour on the flats and more like a turtle on the hills. At the end of this week, there will be no electricity in La Paz. Now it is rationed to the point where the United States Embassy, for one, has elevator service only every other day. This means I have to go up 5 flights of stairs on one leg, so I have been impressed with the gravity of the situation. They work it so that every section of the city gets a turn at having electricity. So, on some days you have hot water, elevators, lights, etc., and on some days you don't. If the electricity goes off completely, however, I may have to flee. It is bad enough having to walk up the stairs on the cane without having no lights or hot water when I get here. Or heat, I might add. And La Paz is cold as Christmas. Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I've been trying to get off a letter for about a week now, but have been hopping across jungle and Mato Grosso, touring oil camps, and spending all my money on antibiotics. I figure, though, that every week I've spent in these countries is a week I won't have to spend the next time I go back. An investment, as it were. And now that I've survived this much of the thing, I think I'd be kicking myself right now if I just skimmed through. I definitely mean to base here, for a while anyway. It is about time I lived like a human being for a change. What lured Hemingway to Ketchum? From the National Observer, May 25th, 1964. Ketchum, Idaho. That poor old man, he used to walk out there on the road in the evenings. He was so frail and thin and old-looking that it was embarrassing to see him. I was always afraid a car would hit him, and that would have been an awful way for him to go. I was tempted to go out and tell him to be careful, and I would have if it had been anyone else. But with Hemingway, it was different. The neighbor shrugged and glanced at Ernest Hemingway's empty house, a comfortable-looking chalet with a big pair of elk horns over the front door. It is built on a hillside looking down on the Big Wood River and out across the valley at the Sawtooth Mountains. A mile or so away, in a small graveyard at the north end of town, is Hemingway's simple grave, lying in the afternoon shadow of Baldy Mountain and the Sun Valley ski runs. Beyond Baldy are the high pastures of the Wood River National Forest, where thousands of sheep graze in the summer, tended by Basque sheep herders from the Pyrenees. All winter long, the grave is covered with deep snow, but in the summer, tourists come out and take pictures of each other standing beside it. Last summer, there was a problem with people taking chunks of earth for souvenirs. When news of his death made headlines in 1961, there must have been other people besides myself who were not as surprised by the suicide as by the fact that the story was datelined Ketchum, Idaho. What was he doing living there? When had he left Cuba, where most people assumed he was working, against what he knew was his last deadline on the long-promised big novel? The newspapers never answered those questions, not for me at any rate. So it was with a feeling of long, restless curiosity that I came, last week, up the long, bleak road to Ketchum, over the drainage divide between the Magic and the Wood River valleys, through Shoshone and Bellevue and Haley, Ezra Pound's hometown, past Jack's Rock Shop on US 93, and into Ketchum itself. Population, 783. Anybody who considers himself a writer or even a serious reader cannot help but wonder just what it was about this outback little Idaho village that struck such a responsive chord in America's most famous writer. He had been coming here off and on since 1938, until finally, in 1960, he bought a home just outside of town and, not incidentally, a 10-minute drive from Sun Valley, which is so much a part of Ketchum that they're really one and the same. The answers might be instructive, not only as a key to Hemingway, but to a question he often pondered even in print. We do not have great writers, he explains to the Austrian in Green Hills of Africa. Something happens to our good writers at a certain age. You see, we make our writers into something very strange. We destroy them in many ways. But Hemingway himself never seemed to discover in what way he was being destroyed, and so he never understood how to avoid it. Even so, he knew something had gone wrong with both himself and his writing, and after a few days in Ketchum, you get a feeling that he came here for exactly that reason. Because it was here in the years just before and after World War II that he came to hunt and ski and raise hell in the local pubs with Gary Cooper and Robert Taylor and all the other celebrities who came to Sun Valley when it still loomed large on Cafe Society's map of diversions. Those were the good years, and Hemingway never got over the fact that they couldn't last. He was here with his third wife in 1947, but then he settled in Cuba and 12 years went by before he came again. A different man this time, with yet another wife, Mary, and a different view of the world he had once been able to see clear and as whole. Ketchum was perhaps the only place in his world that had not changed radically since the good years. Europe had been completely transformed. Africa was in the process of drastic upheaval. And finally, even Cuba blew up around him like a volcano. Castro's educators taught the people that Mr. Way had been exploiting them, and he was in no mood in his old age to live with any more hostility than was necessary. Only Ketchum seemed unchanged, and it was here that he decided to dig in. But there were changes here, too. Sun Valley was no longer a glittering, celebrity-filled winter retreat for the rich and famous, but just another good ski resort in a tough league. People were used to him here, says Chuck Atkinson, owner of a Ketchum motel. They didn't bother him, and he was grateful for it. His favorite time was the fall. We would go down to Shoshone for the pheasant shooting or over on the river for some ducks. He was a fine shot, even toward the end, when he was sick. Hemingway didn't have many friends in Ketchum. Chuck Atkinson was one of them, and when I saw him one morning in his house on a peak overlooking the town, he had just received a copy of A Movable Feast. Mary sent it from New York, he explained. I read part of it after breakfast. It's good. It sounds more like him than some of the other stuff. Another friend was Taylor Bear Tracks Williams, a veteran guide who died last year and was buried near the man who gave him the original manuscript of For Whom the Bell Tolls. It was Bear Tracks who took Hemingway into the mountains after elk, bear, antelope, and sheep in the days when Papa was still a meat hunter. Not surprisingly, Hemingway has acquired quite a few friends since his death. You're writing a story on Ketchum? Asked the bartender. Why don't you do one on all the people who knew Hemingway? Sometimes I get the feeling I'm the only person in town who didn't. Charlie Mason, a wandering pianist, is one of the few people who spent much time with him, mainly listening because when Ernie had a few drinks, he could carry on for hours with all kinds of stories. It was better than reading his books. I met Mason in the Sawtooth Club on Main Street when he came in to order coffee over the bar. He's off the booze these days, and people who know him say he looks 10 years younger. As he talked, I had an odd feeling that he was somehow a creation of Hemingway's, that he had escaped from one of the earlier short stories. He was a hell of a drinker, Mason said with a chuckle. I remember one time over at the Tram, a local pub, just a few years ago. He was with two Cubans. One was a great big Negro, a gun runner he knew from the Spanish Civil War, and the other was a delicate little guy, a neurosurgeon from Havana with fine hands like a musician. That was a 3-day session. They were blasted on wine the whole time and jabbering in Spanish like revolutionaries. One afternoon when I was there, Hemingway jerked the checkered cloth off the table, and he and the other big guy took turns making the little doctor play the bull. They'd whirl and jerk the cloth around. It was a hell of a sight. On another evening, out at Sun Valley, Mason took a break on the stand and sat down for a while at Hemingway's table. In the course of the conversation, Mason asked him what it took to break in on the literary life, or anything else creative for that matter. Well, said Hemingway, There's only one thing I live by. That's having the power of conviction and knowing what to leave out. He had said the same thing before, but whether he still believed it in the winter of his years is another matter. There is good evidence that he was not always sure what to leave out, and very little evidence to show that his power of conviction survived the war. That power of conviction is a hard thing for any writer to sustain, and especially so once he becomes conscious of it. Fitzgerald fell apart when the world no longer danced to his music. Faulkner's conviction faltered when he had to confront 20th century Negroes instead of the black symbols in his books. And when Dos Passos tried to change his convictions, he lost all his power. Today we have Mailer, Jones, and Styron, three potentially great writers bogged down in what seems to be a crisis of convictions brought on, like Hemingway's, by the mean nature of a world that will not stand still long enough for them to see it clear as a whole. It is not just a writer's crisis, but they are the most obvious victims because the function of art is supposedly to bring order out of chaos, a tall order even when the chaos is static, and a superhuman task in a time when chaos is multiplying. Hemingway was not a political man. He did not care for movements, but dealt in his fiction with the stresses and strains on individuals in a world that seemed far less complex prior to World War II than it has since. Rightly or wrongly, his taste ran to large and simple, but not easy, concepts, to blacks and whites, as it were. And he was not comfortable with the multitude of gray shadings that seemed to be the wave of the future. It was not Hemingway's wave, and in the end he came back to catch him, never ceasing to wonder, says Mason, why he hadn't been killed years earlier in the midst of violent action on some other part of the globe. Here at least he had mountains and a good river below his house. He could live among rugged, non-political people and visit, when he chose to, with a few of his famous friends who still came up to Sun Valley. He could sit in the tram or the Alpine or the Sawtooth Club and talk with men who felt the same way he did about life, even if they were not so articulate. In this congenial atmosphere, he felt he could get away from the pressures of a world gone mad and write truly about life as he had in the past. Ketchum was Hemingway's big two-hearted river, and he wrote his own epitaph in the story of the same name, just as Scott Fitzgerald had written his epitaph in a book called The Great Gatsby. Neither man understood the vibrations of a world that had shaken them off their thrones, but of the two, Fitzgerald showed more resilience. His half-finished Last Tycoon was a sincere effort to catch up and come to grips with reality, no matter how distasteful it might have seemed to him. Hemingway never made such an effort. The strength of his youth became rigidity as he grew older, and his last book was about Paris in the 20s. Standing on a corner in the middle of Ketchum, it is easy to see the connection Hemingway must have made between this place and those he had known in the good years. Aside from the brute beauty of the mountains, he must have recognized an atavistic distinctness in the people that piqued his sense of dramatic possibilities. It is a raw and peaceful little village, especially in the off-season, with neither winter skiers nor summer fishermen to dilute the image. Only the main street is paved. Most of the others are no more than dirt and gravel tracks that seem at times to run right through front yards. From such a vantage point, a man tends to feel it is not so difficult, after all, to see the world clear and as a whole. Like many another writer, Hemingway did his best work when he felt he was standing on something solid, like an Idaho mountainside, or a sense of conviction. Perhaps he found what he came here for, but the odds are huge that he didn't. He was an old, sick, and very troubled man, and the illusion of peace and contentment was not enough for him, not even when his friends came up from Cuba and played bullfight with him in the tram. So finally, and for what he must have thought the best of reasons, he ended it with a shotgun. Living in the time of Alger, Greeley, Debs. Old-time boomers still stomp the West, but air conditioning's better. From the National Observer, July 13th, 1964. Pierre, South Dakota. I'd met the tramp Digger the night before, and because he was broke and I wasn't, I bought him a hotel room so he wouldn't have to sleep in the grass beside the road to Spokane. But instead of traveling the next day, he took what was left of his cash and sat by himself on a stool at the Thunderbird Bar in downtown Missoula, sullenly nursing his drinks as he had the night before and putting his change in the jukebox, which can be a very expensive machine for those who need steady noise to keep from thinking. It was 4 a.m. when he knocked on the door of my hotel room. "Sorry to bother you, Pard," he said. "I heard your typewriter going, but I just got lonely, you know. I had to talk to somebody." "Well," I said, not really surprised to find him still in town, "I guess we could both use some coffee. Let's go to the Oxford. It's open all night." We went down the stairs of the silent hotel and through the lobby, where a sleepy desk clerk looked up and wondered, with that bailiff's leer that desk clerks have been cultivating since the beginning of time, just what sort of journalist I was if it was necessary to have vagrants calling on me at this rude hour on a chill Montana morning. Which may be a valid question. But then somebody else might ask what sort of journalist would spend 6 weeks traveling around the West and not write about Bobby Cleary, the tramp digger with no home and a downhill run to a guaranteed early grave. Bob Barnes, the half-deaf wildcat trucker who never understood that his life was a desperate game of musical chairs. Or the lean, stuttering redhead from Pennsylvania who said his name was Ray and had hitchhiked west to find a place where a man can still make an honest living. You will find them along the highways, in the all-night diners, and in the old brass rail bars that still serve 10-cent beer. A motley, varied, and always talkative legion of men who fit no pattern except that they all seem like holdovers from the days of the Great Depression. You will not find them any place where men wear suits and ties or work at steady jobs. These are the boomers, the drifters, the hard travelers, and the tramp diggers who roam the long highways of the West as regularly and as stoically as other men ride the subways of New York City. Their work is where they find it. Their luggage is rarely more than one small suitcase or a paper sack, and their view of the future is every bit as grim as it is limited. These are the people who never got the message that rugged individualism has made some drastic adjustments in these hyper-organized times. They are still living in the era of Horace Greeley, Horatio Alger, and, in some cases, Eugene Debs. They want no part of city living, but they have neither the education nor the interest to understand why it is ever more difficult for them to make a living out here in the open. The demise of the easy-living, independent West has made them bitter and sometimes desperate. In the old days, a man with a normal variety of skills could roll into any western hamlet or junction and find an odd job or two that would pay his way and usually provide a little margin to spend with the local sports. Today, it takes a union card before you can talk turkey with most construction foremen, and many of the big companies have a hard core of regulars who move from one project to another. You see them on the highways in Wyoming, Colorado, and the Dakotas, caravans of pickups pulling house trailers, flatbeds hauling bulldozers, and hard-faced men from California and Texas with their families in the cab and their automobiles riding high in the beds of big dump trucks en route from an interstate highway job in Montana, for instance, to a dam building project in Colorado. This is the well-paid elite of the transient construction industry that is getting fat on federal projects that more and more western states are coming to view as economic necessities. Some people accuse western governors, senators, and representatives of dipping into the pork barrel, but others say these projects are no more than prudent allocations of the taxpayers' money for necessary construction that Western states either cannot or will not afford. At any rate, it is a big industry in the West, a money tree for a lot of people, including the foremen and the skilled heavy equipment operators who make up the construction elite, and a massive source of both hope and frustration to the boomers, drifters, and other freelance laborers who go high on the hog when they get hired and live like hobos when they don't. Bud, the broad-shouldered, pot-bellied cat driver, was not unhappy with life when I met him in a big dance hall in Jackson, Wyoming. He was wearing an expensive gray Stetson and a pair of fancy cowboy boots that had not made much of a dent in his $200 a week salary on the road building job outside of town. In the course of an hour, he asked about 30 girls to dance, got turned down by at least 25, and spent the rest of his time posing regally at the bar, dispensing wisdom and humor in every direction. At one point, he let his gaze flash over the crowd and pronounced in the manner of a man long skilled in the squandering of vast sums, "These damn silly tourists think they're big spenders? Ha! We'll see." At that, he swept his change off the bar and disappeared. The tramp digger in Missoula had not been so lucky. He wore a cheap, frayed windbreaker that was all but useless in the bitter nights of a late Rocky Mountain spring. He was tall, with the thick neck and sloping shoulders of a man who works with his back, but his eyes were dull and a slack face, and he walked with a weary shuffle that made him seem like an old man at 26. As we walked along the deserted sidewalks of Higgins Avenue, I asked him what plans he had. "I don't know, pard," he said with a shrug and a half smile. "Maybe California, maybe Utah, it's all the same. I'll just hit the road when it gets light. There's always work for a good hard rock digger." Bobby Cleary was a specialist of sorts. As a tramp digger, he is a body for hire in any kind of dangerous underground work. He'd come over from Butte, where he said he was blacklisted in the mines because he had quit too often. There was no work in Missoula, he was stone broke, and his prospects for the immediate future were not real bright. Now he looked up at the sky that was already getting gray, took the butt of an old cigarette from behind his ear, lit it, and recited what seemed to be his motto. "That's the way it goes. First your money, then your clothes." He had said it several times the night before, when we had struck up a conversation in the Thunderbird after he had frightened everybody else at the bar with a loud diatribe on "Justice for the working man, by Jesus. My old man fought for the Union, and one of these days I'm going to write it all down like Jack London. By Jesus, he cared. He knew what it was like. And how about another whiskey here, fella, for a no-count tramp digger?" In the Oxford Cafe, or the Ox, as it is called by its generally unemployed and often homeless habitués, I ordered coffee, and Cleary asked for a bowl of beans. He looked at me and grinned. "I figure you're buying, pard. Otherwise, I'd have ordered a glass of water and crackers," he nodded. "Starch and water. It fills the belly." I reached in the pocket of my leather sheepherder's jacket, pulled out a black passport-sized wallet, and put $2 on the counter. In the dreary dawn of a hobo's breakfast at the Oxford Cafe, that wallet seemed as out of place as a diplomatic pouch or a pair of cashmere Levi's. It was a week or so later when the wallet embarrassed me again. I had picked up an elderly hitchhiker named Bob Barnes on Interstate 90 near the cattle town of Miles City, Montana. We stopped for gas at the North Dakota line, and I left the wallet on the dashboard while I wired up a defective muffler. When I got back in the car, he said very quietly, "That's a real nice wallet. Where did you get it?" "Buenos Aires," I said, then immediately added, "Things are cheap down there." But I had not been quick enough, and it showed in his face. Here was a young punk with a fat black wallet, idly pulling rank on an old man who felt himself going down and out, for some reason that was either senseless or cruel or both. Bob Barnes was an ex-truck driver who looked like an aging school teacher. He was too old now for any chance of a job with the big hauling companies, but still able to work as a wildcatter, which is like saying a pitcher cut loose by the Yankees might still catch on with the Mets. He had borrowed some money to come out from Minneapolis to Great Falls, Montana, where he had an old friend who owned a small trucking firm and would give him a job. But the friend had moved to California, and nothing else was available. At least not before his money ran out, and when that happened, he began riding his thumb back to Minneapolis with not even a toothbrush or a pack of cigarettes for luggage, and not a dime in his pocket. When I picked him up around noon on Saturday, he had not eaten since Friday morning. Every time I walked past one of those highway restaurants, I thought about going in and asking if I could wash dishes for a meal, he said. But I just couldn't do it. I'm not a bum, and I don't know how to act like one. We were together all afternoon, a long, hot drive across the plains and the Badlands to Bismarck. But it was late in the day before he finally got around to admitting that his trip was not a lark of some kind. When he finally began talking about himself, I wished he hadn't. His wife had been killed 2 years earlier in an automobile accident. Since then, he had been a drifter, but it was a hard dollar for a man in his 50s, and this wild stab at a job in Montana was his last real idea what to do with himself. When he got back to Minneapolis, he thought he could arrange a loan until things get better. Unlike the other boomers I met, Bob Barnes has gone the whole route and found it pretty barren in the home stretch. He has pushed big timber trucks through blizzards in northern Minnesota and driven straight through from Florida to Chicago with a load of tomatoes that would spoil if he stopped to sleep. He has driven every kind of rig on every major highway in the nation. He knows the names of waitresses and truck stops in Virginia and Texas and Oregon. And he can tell you how to get from New York to Los Angeles with a heavyweight load by taking back roads and avoiding the truck scales. There's only one route left, and only a few veteran wildcatters know it. I dropped him at the Salvation Army in Bismarck, where he would get a bowl of soup and a cot for the night before striking out again in the morning for Minneapolis. We shook hands and wished each other good luck. I felt like a pious hypocrite and drove off rapidly without looking back. Several days later, on the flat black ribbon that runs from Bismarck down the prairie to Pierre, I picked up a young, happy-go-lucky type from Pennsylvania. He had just quit a hay-hauling job in North Dakota and was on his way to Los Angeles, where he felt sure of getting a job. Maybe so, I thought. But I hope I didn't have to pick you up in 10 years when they've really tightened the screws, because the day of the boomer is rapidly coming to an end. In the age of automation and job security, a touch of the wanderlust is the kiss of death. In any count of the chronically unemployed, the boomers will be very prominent. They have never sought security, but only work. They have never saved, but only earned and spent, participating, as it were, in an increasingly technological economy that has less and less room for their sort with every passing year. When we got to Pierre, I dropped the young optimist in his blue plastic suitcase on the south side of town. He got out in the middle of a small dust storm and pointed his thumb toward Los Angeles. I returned to the Holiday Inn, where they have a swimming pool and air-conditioned rooms, to consider the paradox of a nation that has given so much to those who preach the glories of rugged individualism from the security of countless corporate sinecures, and so little to that diminishing band of yesterday's refugees who still practice it, day by day, in a tough, rootless, and sometimes witless style that most of us have long since been weaned away from. Marlon Brando and the Indian Fish-In. From the National Observer, March 9th, 1964. Olympia, Washington. As an actor, he's not much of a field general. That was the consensus here last week after Marlon Brando's well-publicized but futile and disorganized attempt to help local Indians regain fishing rights granted them more than 100 years ago under treaties with the U.S. government. The old Governor Hotel just down the street from the state capitol was almost taken over by Indians who came from every corner of the nation to protest encroachment on their historic treaty rights. The show was billed as the turning point for the American Indian in this century. Said one of the leaders, "Up to now, we've always been on the defensive, but now we've reached a point where it's life or death for the Indian culture, and we've decided to take the offensive." Early rumors had it that not only Mr. Brando, but Paul Newman, James Baldwin, and Eugene Burdick would be on hand to offer moral support and draw publicity. But of the four, only Mr. Brando showed up, along with writers Kay Boyle and Paul Jacobs from San Francisco, and the Reverend John J. Yaryan, canon precentor of San Francisco Grace Cathedral. The canon arrived with a white bucket marked bait, and the blessing of his bishop, James A. Pike. The idea was to stage a fish-in for the Indian cause. More than 50 tribes were represented by some 500 Indians at the gathering, and one of the leaders said happily that it was the first time Indians had demonstrated any unity since the Battle of Little Bighorn. This time, though, things didn't go so well for the Red Man. Mr. Brando led the Indians in 3 separate assaults against the forces of injustice, and they lost all 3. By week's end, the show had fizzled out, and Mr. Brando was off in the wilderness of the Northwest Olympic Peninsula, trying to get himself arrested again and prove some point that had long since been lost in the chaos that characterized the affair from beginning to end. Even so, the thing was a qualified success almost in spite of itself. Among the important results were a new feeling of unity among Indians, where previously there had been none. Plenty of publicity for the Indian cause, thanks largely to Mr. Brando's presence. The emergence of a new dynamic leadership in the form of the National Indian Youth Council. Emergence of the fact that the Indian wants no part of the Negro civil rights cause and will make every effort to detach himself from it. The inescapable conclusion that the Indians still have a long way to go before they can speak with one voice, or even make themselves heard effectively without the help of people like Mr. Brando. The aim of the whole affair was to protest the state of Washington's forbidding the Indians to fish with nets on certain areas outside their tiny reservations. The Indians point out that the Treaty of Medicine Creek, signed in 1854 by representatives of Washington State Indians and the U.S. government, deprived them of their reservations, but permitted them to fish in usual and accustomed places. So, they claim, did other treaties of similar vintage. The most usual place for these Indians, mostly members of the Nisqually and Puyallup tribes, has been the Nisqually River, fed by a Mount Rainier glacier and cutting 60 miles to enter Puget Sound a few miles south of Tacoma. In recent years, they have used nylon gill nets and other increasingly effective gear of the white man, to the discomfiture of sportsmen restricted to rod and reel, commercial fishermen banned from the river entirely, and fisheries officials who fear complete loss of salmon and steelhead trout runs. So last month, the state Supreme Court ruled that the state can restrict off-reservation Indian net fishing in areas it deems the more necessary to protect salmon and steelhead runs. The state did so, and the Indians promptly claimed this action violated the Treaty of Medicine Creek. Says Janet McLeod, Tulalip Indian whose husband fishes the Nisqually. They, the original treaty makers, promised us we could fish for eternity, as long as the mountain stands, the grass grows green, and the sun shines. The state game department, she said, thinks the steelhead belongs to the white man. They must think the steelhead swam over behind the Mayflower. Since the state restricted their fishing, the Indians have been organizing in protest. The state, by way of defense of its action, points to the majority decision of the Supreme Court, which said, none of the signatories to the original treaty contemplated fishing with a 600-foot nylon gill net, which could prevent the escapement of any fish up the river for spawning purposes. The Indians deny this. They say such factors as pollution and dam building are contributing heavily to depletion of Washington's fish, and add that only 30% of fish caught in Washington are caught by Indians, the rest going to sportsmen and white commercial fishermen. That was the background to last week's developments. For the Indians, the week began well and became progressively worse. On Monday, Mr. Brando and Canon Yardian got themselves arrested for using a drift net to catch 2 steelheads in the Puyallup River near Tacoma, where a recently issued injunction forbids net fishing by Indians or anyone else. They also got a lot of half-serious publicity, but to Mr. Brando's chagrin, the charges were quickly dropped. Said Pierce County Prosecutor John McCutcheon, "Brando's no fisherman. He was here to make a point. There's no use prolonging this thing." And so, reluctantly, the rest of the day was taken up with a series of strategy meetings dominated by Mr. Brando and a bevy of lawyers, one of whom gave a nearly superhuman performance by managing to appear in almost as many news photographs as did Mr. Brando. So the fish yen proved nothing, except that a Hollywood actor and an Episcopal minister can fish illegally in Washington and get away with it. The Indians were no better off, and the only one who took the risk of fishing with Mr. Brando and the Canon now faces a contempt of court charge for defying an injunction. Nor did a mass demonstration at the state capitol on Tuesday help the cause. Governor Albert D. Rossellini, along with about 1,500 others, listened to several fiery speeches and a proclamation of protest concerning harassment of Indians, then gave a flat no to proposals that Indians be given greater freedom to fish in the usual and accustomed places. To do so, said the governor, would be to condone a hazard to state fish resources. Mr. Brando called the governor's stand unsatisfactory and said he would step up his efforts on behalf of the Indians. "We're prepared to go all the way to the wall with this thing," he told reporters. "I'll keep on fishing, and if it means going to jail, I'll go to jail." All of which made good copy for the local press, but nobody seemed to know what good would come of it. At one point, a lynx-eyed young lady in a very tight dress asked the actor if it was true that some of the Indians resented his new role as the Indian spokesman. Her question was merely the public echo of a feeling that quite a few people had expressed in private. There was no doubt that Mr. Brando's presence at the affair drew a lot of public attention, but much of it was irrelevant and led to speculation, some in print, that he was doing the whole thing for personal publicity. He wasn't, but he so completely dominated the scene that many of the Indians felt lucky when anyone noticed them at all. The issue came to a head when a television network scheduled an interview with several leaders of the Youth Council. It was a chance for the Indians to present their point of view to a nationwide audience that is largely ignorant of their problems. But Mr. Brando vetoed the interview because he had plans for another fish-in on the same day and wanted all the Indians with him. Unfortunately, he couldn't convince the press to drive 4 hours through a rainstorm to cover an event that seemed to have no news value. Contrary to his expectations, the publicity effort was a flop. In all, the whole affair suffered badly from lack of organization. Mr. Brando was undoubtedly sincere in his effort. He talked persuasively and at great length about Indian problems, but he seemed to have no strategy except to get himself arrested. Only 3 or 4 people among the several hundred involved seemed to have any idea what was happening from one hour to the next. An air of mystery and intrigue pervaded the whole affair. Mr. Brando explained it as being necessary to keep the authorities in the dark, but the authorities were several jumps ahead of him at every turn. And the only people really in the dark were the reporters, who were generally sympathetic at first, the Indians, many of whom had taken time off from their jobs to come to Olympia and accomplish something, and the lawyers, whose laboriously contrived strategy proved ineffective at every showdown. Aside from lack of organization, another root problem was the Indians' fear of getting their cause identified in the public mind with the Negro civil rights movement. "We're happy to have Marlin on our side," said one Indian leader. "But he's one of our big problems, too, because he keeps making statements comparing Indians and Negroes. The two movements are entirely different. The Negroes don't have the law on their side yet, and they have a lot of popular prejudice against them, while the Indians' problem is the federal bureaucracy. We already have the law on our side in the form of treaties, and all we ask the white man to do is live up to those treaties." A press statement explaining why a proclamation of protest was being presented to the governor was very explicit on this subject. "The presentation shall be conducted in such a manner as to ensure that the great pride and dignity of the Indian people will be upheld. Many Indians are very touchy about their pride and regard the Negro effort as crude and undignified." Here in Washington State, in fact, a splinter group of Indians has caused a schism in Indian ranks by retaining Jack Tanner, president of the Tacoma branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, to represent them. Mr. Tanner, a Negro, called the Olympia protest ridiculous, and on Wednesday had 5 clients stage a separate fish-in of their own, for which they were immediately arrested. As the Indians press their fight, the Youth Council probably will do much of the fighting, and its emergence here was a major event. Up to now, the relation between these young Turks and the Indians' traditional tribal councils has been roughly the same as once existed between young Negroes and the NAACP. The youths often felt they were on the outside, but last week they were clearly running the Indian show. "Sure, we made a lot of mistakes," says Clyde Warrior, one of the most aggressive of the young Turks. "So now we know what not to do next time. This was just a beginning. Wait until we get rolling." Which will take a bit of time. The Youth Council operates on a financial shoestring, and its members hold down full-time jobs to support themselves. Most are college graduates, more articulate than their elders, and much more willing to offend a few people, as Mr. Warrior says, in order to get things done. The significant thing about last week's events here, in fact, was just that. The Indians, young and old, were willing to offend a few people.
Throughout the country, Indians are doing battle with federal and state governments over a variety of causes.
And even though last week's fish-in and assorted protests here resulted only in a standoff, the attitudes they represented could have wide-ranging repercussions. The Hashberry is the capital of the hippies. From the New York Times Magazine, May 14, 1967. San Francisco. In 1965, Berkeley was the axis of what was just beginning to be called the New Left. Its leaders were radical, but they were also deeply committed to the society they wanted to change. A prestigious faculty committee said the Berkeley activists were the vanguard of a moral revolution among the young, and many professors approved. Now, in 1967, there's not much doubt that Berkeley has gone through a revolution of some kind, but the end result is not exactly what the original leaders had in mind. Many one-time activists have forsaken politics entirely and turned to drugs. Others have even forsaken Berkeley. During 1966, the hot center of revolutionary action on the coast began moving across the bay to San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury district, a rundown Victorian neighborhood of about 40 square blocks between the Negro/Fillmore district and Golden Gate Park. The Hashberry is the new capital of what is rapidly becoming a drug culture. Its denizens are not called radicals or beatniks, but hippies, and perhaps as many as half are refugees from Berkeley and the old North Beach scene, the cradle and the casket of the so-called beat generation. The other half of the hippie population is too young to identify with Jack Kerouac or even with Mario Savio. Their average age is about 20, and most are native Californians. The North Beach types of the late 1950s were not nearly as provincial as the Haight-Ashbury types are today. The majority of beatniks who flocked into San Francisco 10 years ago were transients from the East and Midwest. The literary artistic nucleus, Kerouac, Ginsberg, et al., was a package deal from New York. San Francisco was only a stop on the big circuit. Tangier, Paris, Greenwich Village, Tokyo, and India. The senior beats had a pretty good idea what was going on in the world. They read newspapers, traveled constantly, and had friends all over the globe. The word hip translates roughly as wise or tuned in. A hippie is somebody who knows what's really happening and who adjusts or grooves with it. Hippies despise phoniness. They want to be open, honest, loving, and free. They reject the plastic pretense of 20th century America, preferring to go back to the natural life, like Adam and Eve. They reject any kinship with the beat generation on the ground that those cats were negative, but our thing is positive. They also reject politics, which is just another game. They don't like money either, or any kind of aggressiveness. A serious problem in writing about the Haight-Ashbury is that most of the people you have to talk to are involved, one way or another, in the drug traffic. They have good reason to be leery of strangers who ask questions. A 22-year-old student was recently sentenced to 2 years in prison for telling an undercover narcotics agent where to buy some marijuana. Love is the password in the Haight-Ashbury, but paranoia is the style. Nobody wants to go to jail. At the same time, marijuana is everywhere. People smoke it on the sidewalks, in donut shops, sitting in parked cars or lounging on the grass in Golden Gate Park. Nearly everyone on the streets between 20 and 30 is a head, a user, either of marijuana, LSD, or both. To refuse a proffered joint is to risk being labeled a narcotics agent, a threat and a menace to almost everybody. With a few loud exceptions, it is only the younger hippies who see themselves as a new breed. A completely new thing in this world, man. The ex-beatniks among them, many of whom are now making money off the new scene, incline to the view that hippies are, in fact, second-generation beatniks, and that everything genuine in the Haight-Ashbury is about to be swallowed, like North Beach in the Village, in a wave of publicity and commercialism. Haight Street, the great white way of what the local papers call hippie land, is already dotted with stores catering mainly to the tourist trade. Few hippies can afford a pair of $20 sandals or a mod outfit for $67.50. Nor can they afford the $3.50 door charge at the Fillmore Auditorium and the Avalon Ballroom, the twin wombs of the psychedelic San Francisco acid rock sound. Both the Fillmore and the Avalon are jammed every weekend with borderline hippies who don't mind paying for the music and the light shows. There's always a sprinkling of genuine, barefoot, freaked-out types on the dance floor, but few of them pay to get in. They arrive with the musicians, or have other good connections. Neither of the dance palaces is within walking distance of the Hashberry, especially if you're stoned. And since only a few of the hippies have contacts in the psychedelic power structure, most of them spend their weekend nights either drifting around on Haight Street or loading up on acid, LSD, and somebody's pad. Some of the rock bands play free concerts in Golden Gate Park for the benefit of those brethren who can't afford the dances. But beyond an occasional happening in the park, the Haight-Ashbury scene is almost devoid of anything to do, at least by conventional standards. An at-home entertainment is nude parties at which celebrants paint designs on each other. There are no hippie bars, for instance, and only one restaurant above the level of a diner or a lunch counter. This is a reflection of the drug culture, which has no use for booze and regards food as a necessity to be acquired at the least possible expense. A family of hippies will work for hours over an exotic stew or curry in a communal kitchen, but the idea of paying $3 for a meal in a restaurant is out of the question. Some hippies work, others live on money from home, and many are full-time beggars. The post office is a major source of hippie income. Jobs like sorting mail don't require much thought or effort. A hippie named Admiral Love of the Psychedelic Rangers delivers special delivery letters at night. The Admiral is in his mid-20s and makes enough money to support an apartment full of younger hippies who depend on him for their daily bread. There is also a hippie-run employment agency on Haight Street, and anyone needing part-time labor or some kind of specialized work can call and order as many freaks as he needs. They might look a bit weird, but many are far more capable than most temporary help, and vastly more interesting to have around. Those hippies who don't work can easily pick up a few dollars a day panhandling along Haight Street. The fresh influx of curiosity seekers has proved a great boon to the legion of psychedelic beggars. During several days of roaming around the area, I was touched so often that I began to keep a supply of quarters in my pocket so I wouldn't have to haggle over change. The panhandlers are usually barefoot, always young, and never apologetic. They'll share what they collect anyway, so it seems entirely reasonable that strangers should share with them. The best show on Haight Street is usually on the sidewalk in front of the drugstore, a new coffee bar at the corner of Masonic Street. The drugstore features an all-hippie revue that runs day and night. The acts change sporadically, but nobody cares. There will always be at least one man with long hair and sunglasses playing a wooden pipe of some kind. He will be wearing either a Dracula cape, a long Buddhist robe, or a Sioux Indian costume. There will also be a hairy blonde fellow wearing a black Bart cowboy hat and a spangled jacket that originally belonged to a drum major in the 1949 Rose Bowl parade. He will be playing the bongo drums. Next to the drummer will be a dazed-looking girl wearing a blouse but no bra and a plastic miniskirt slapping her thighs to the rhythm of it all. These three will be the nucleus of the show. Backing them up will be an all-star cast of freaks, every one of them stoned. They will be stretched out on the sidewalk, twitching and babbling in time to the music. Now and then, somebody will fall out of the audience and join the revue. Perhaps a Hell's Angel or some grubby, chain-draped imposter who never owned a motorcycle in his life. Or maybe a girl wrapped in gauze or a thin man with wild eyes who took an overdose of acid 9 days ago and changed himself into a raven. For those on a quick tour of the Hashberry, the drugstore review is a must. Most of the local action is beyond the reach of anyone without access to drugs. There are 4 or 5 bars a nervous square might relax in, but one is a lesbian place, another is a hangout for brutal-looking leather fetishists, and the others are old neighborhood taverns full of brooding middle-aged drunks. Prior to the hippie era, there were 3 good Negro-run jazz bars on Haight Street, but they soon went out of style. Who needs jazz, or even beer, when you can sit down on a public curbstone, drop a pill in your mouth, and hear fantastic music for hours at a time in your own head? A cap of good acid costs $5, and for that, you can hear the Universal Symphony, with God singing solo and the Holy Ghost on drums. Drugs have made formal entertainment obsolete in the Hashberry, but only until somebody comes up with something appropriate to the new style of the neighborhood. This summer we'll see the opening of the new Straight Theater, formerly the Hate Theater, featuring homosexual movies for the trade, meetings, concerts, dances. It's going to be a kind of hippie community center, said Brent Dangerfield, a young radio engineer from Salt Lake City who stopped off in San Francisco on his way to a job in Hawaii and now is a partner in the Straight. When I asked Dangerfield how old he was, he had to think for a minute. "I'm 22, he said finally, "but I used to be much older." Another new divertisement, maybe, will be a hippie bus line running up and down Haight Street, housed in a 1930 Faggle bus, a huge lumbering vehicle that might have been the world's first house trailer. I rode in it one afternoon with the driver, a young hippie named Tim Thibault, who proudly displayed a bathtub under one of the rear seats. The bus was a spectacle even on Haight Street. People stopped, stared, and cheered as we rumbled by, going nowhere at all. Thibault honked the horn and waved. He was from Chicago, he said, but when he got out of the Army, he stopped in San Francisco and decided to stay. He was living for the moment on unemployment insurance, and his plans for the future were hazy. "I'm in no hurry," he said. "Right now I'm just taking it easy, just floating along." He smiled and reached for a beer can in the Fagol's icebox. Dangerfield and Thibault reflect the blind optimism of the younger hippie element. They see themselves as the vanguard of a new way of life in America. The psychedelic way, where love abounds and work is fun and people help each other. The young hippies are confident that things are going their way. The older hippies are not so sure. They've been waiting a long time for the world to go their way, and those most involved in the hip scene are hedging their bets this time. "That back-to-nature scene is okay when you're 20, said one, "but when you're looking at 35, you want to know something's happening to you." Ed Denson, at 27, is an ex-beatnik, ex-Goldwaterite, ex-Berkeley Radical, and currently the manager of a successful rock band called Country Joe and the Fish. His home and headquarters is a complex of rooms above a liquor store in Berkeley. One room is an art studio, another is an office. There's also a kitchen, a bedroom, and several sparsely furnished areas without definition. Denson is deeply involved in the hippie music scene, but insists he's not a hippie. "I'm very pessimistic about where this thing is going," he said. "Right now, it's good for a lot of people. It's still very open. But I have to look back at the Berkeley scene. There was a tremendous optimism there, too. But look where all that went. The Beat Generation? Where are they now? What about hula hoops? Maybe this hippie thing is more than a fad. Maybe the whole world is turning on. But I'm not optimistic. Most of the hippies I know don't really understand what kind of a world they're living in. I get tired of hearing about what beautiful people we all are. If the hippies were more realistic, they'd stand a better chance of surviving." Most hippies take the question of survival for granted, but it's becoming increasingly obvious as the neighborhood fills with penniless heads that there is simply not enough food and lodging to go around. A partial solution may come from a group called the Diggers, who have been called the worker priests of the hippie movement and the invisible government of the Hashberry. The Diggers are young and aggressively pragmatic. They have set up free lodging centers, free soup kitchens, and free clothing distribution centers. They combed the neighborhood soliciting donations of everything from money to stale bread to camping equipment. Diggers' signs are posted in local stores, asking for donations of hammers, saws, shovels, shoes, and anything else that vagrant hippies might use to make themselves at least partially self-supporting. The name and spirit derive from small groups of 17th century English rural revolutionaries, called both diggers and true levelers, who had a number of socialist ideas. Money should be abolished. Communal farms could support all those willing to work them, and individual ownership of land would be outlawed. The diggers were severely harassed, and the movement eventually caved in under the weight of public opprobrium. The hashberry diggers have fared a bit better, but the demand for food and lodging is beginning to exceed the supply. For a while, the diggers were able to serve 3 meals, however meager, each afternoon in Golden Gate Park. But as the word got around, more and more hippies showed up to eat, and the diggers were forced to roam far afield to get food. Occasionally there were problems, as when digger chieftain Emmett Grogan, 23, called a local butcher a fascist pig and a coward when he refused to donate meat scraps. The butcher whacked Grogan with the flat side of his meat cleaver. The digger ethic of mass sharing goes along with the American Indian motif that is basic to the hashberry scene. The cult of tribalism is regarded by many of the older hippies as the key to survival. Poet Gary Snyder, a hippie guru, sees a back-to-the-land movement as the answer to the food and lodging problem. He urges hippies to move out of the cities, form tribes, purchase land, and live communally in remote areas. He cites a hippie clan calling itself the Mahalila as a model, though the clan still dwells in the hashberry. Well now, Snyder says, like you're asking how it's going to work. Well, the Mahalila is a group of about 3 different families who have sort of pooled their resources, which are not very great, but they have decided to pay together and to work together and to take care of each other, and that means all of them have ways of getting a small amount of bread, which they share, and other people contribute a little money when it comes in, and then they work together on creative projects, like they're working together on a light show right now for a poetry reading that we're going to give, and they consider themselves a kind of extended family or clan. That's the model. They relate it to a larger sense of the tribe, which is loose, but for the time being, everybody has to be able, from time to time, to do some little job. The thing that makes it different is that you don't have a very tight monogamous family unit, but a slightly larger unit where the sharing is greater. The tribal concept makes a lot better sense than simply depending on the diggers. There are indications, however, that the youthful provincialism of the Haight-Ashbury is due for a forced consciousness expansion. For the past few months, the scene has been filling up with would-be hippies from other parts of the country, primarily Los Angeles and New York. The real influx is expected this summer. The city is rife with rumors, reliable and otherwise, that anywhere from 50,000 to 200,000 indigent young people will descend on San Francisco as soon as the school year ends. The diggers are appalled at the prospect. Where are they going to stay, says one. What are they going to do? A girl who works in one of the digger kitchens shrugs and says, the diggers will continue to receive the casualties of the love generation. Local officials, from the mayor down, are beginning to panic. Civic leaders in the Haight-Ashbury have suggested that sleeping facilities be provided in Golden Gate Park or in nearby Kezar Stadium, but Police Chief Tom Cahill said no. Law and order will prevail, he insisted. There will be no sleeping in the park. There are no sanitation facilities, and if we let them camp there, we would have a tremendous health problem. Hippies are no asset to the community. These people do not have the courage to face the reality of life. They are trying to escape. Nobody should let their young children take part in this hippie thing. In March, the city's health director, Dr. Ellis Sox, sent a task force of inspectors on a door-to-door sweep of the Haight-Ashbury. Reports of as many as 200 people living in one house or 50 in one apartment had stirred rumors of impending epidemics in the neighborhood. In a 2-day blitz, 8 teams of inspectors checked roughly 1,400 buildings and issued a total of 65 deadline notices to repair sanitation faults. But only 16 of the 65 notices, according to the San Francisco Chronicle, were issued to occupants whose bizarre dress and communal living habits could class them as hippies. Dr. Sox had no choice but to back off. "The situation is not as bad as we thought," he said. "There's been a deterioration of sanitation in the Haight-Ashbury, but the hippies did not contribute much more to it than other members of the neighborhood." Dr. Sox went on to deny that his mass inspection was part of a general campaign against weirdos, but nobody seemed to believe him. The Haight-Ashbury Neighborhood Council, a non-hippie group of permanent residents, denounced Dr. Sox for his gratuitous criticism of our community. The council accused city officials of creating an artificial problem and harassing the hippies out of personal and official prejudice. As recently as 1962, the Haight-Ashbury was a drab working-class district, slowly filling with Negroes and so plagued by crime and violence that residents formed vigilante patrols. Housewives were mugged on the way to the grocery store. Teenagers were slashed and stomped in gang rumbles, and every drunk on Haight Street was fair game for local jack-rollers. Now, with the coming of the drug culture, even the squarest of the neighborhood old-timers say the streets are safer than they've been for years. Burglaries are still a problem, but violence is increasingly rare. It is hard to find anyone outside the hippie community who will say that psychedelic drugs have made the neighborhood a better place to live. But it's even harder to find a person who wouldn't rather step over a giggling freak on the sidewalk than worry about hoodlums with switchblades. The fact that the hippies and the squares have worked out such a peaceful coexistence seems to baffle the powers at City Hall. A lot of cheap labels describe what is happening in the Hashberry, but none of them make much sense. The love generation, the happening generation, the combined generation, and even the LSD generation. The last is the best of the lot, but in the interest of accuracy, it should probably be amended to the head generation. A head, in the language of hip, is a user of psychedelic drugs. LSD, marijuana, grass, mescaline, peyote, methadone, benzodrine, and a half-dozen others that are classified in the trade as mind-stimulating, consciousness-expanding, or head drugs. At the other end of the spectrum are body drugs: opium, heroin, barbiturates, and even alcohol. These are basically depressants, while head drugs are stimulants. But neither type comes with a manufacturer's guarantee, and the Hashberry is full of people whose minds have been jerked around savagely by drugs that were supposed to induce peaceful euphoria. Another hazard is the widespread tendency to mix 2 or 3 drugs at one time. Acid and alcohol can be a lethal combination, causing fits of violence, suicidal depression, and a general freakout that ends in jail or a hospital. There's widespread concern, at least in San Francisco, about the dangers of so many people using so much LSD. A doctor at San Francisco General Hospital says there are at least 10,000 hippies in the Haight-Ashbury, and that about 4 of them a day wind up in a psychiatric ward on bad trips. He estimates that acid heads make up only 1.5% of the city's population, but that the figure for the Haight-Ashbury is more like 100%. The estimate is absurd. If every hippie in the Hashberry took acid every day, the percentage of users in the neighborhood would still be less than 50%. Many of the local squares try grass from time to time, but few have worked up an appetite for LSD. The difference in potency is roughly the same as the difference between beer and grain alcohol. Even among hippies, anything more than one dose of acid a week is considered excessive. Most heads are relatively careful about their drug diets, but in recent months, the area has attracted so many young, inexperienced hippies that public freakouts are a fairly routine thing. Neighborhood cops complain that acid heads throw themselves in front of moving cars, strip naked in grocery stores, and run through plate glass windows. On weekdays, the action is about on a par with McDougal Street in Greenwich Village. But weekend hippies and nervous voyeurs from the suburbs make Saturdays and Sundays a nightmarish traffic jam. The sidewalks are so crowded that even a mild freakout is likely to cause a riot. Municipal buses no longer use Haight Street on weekends. They were rerouted after mobs of hippies staged sit-down strikes in the street called mill-ins, which brought all traffic to a standstill. The only buses still running regularly along Haight Street are those from the Gray Line, which recently added Hippie Land to its daytime sightseeing tour of San Francisco. It was billed as the only foreign tour within the continental limits of the United States, and was an immediate hit with tourists who thought the Haight-Ashbury was a human zoo. The only sour note on the tour was struck by the occasional hippie who would run alongside the bus holding up a mirror. Last year in Berkeley, hardcore political radicals who had always viewed hippies as spiritual allies began to worry about the long-range implications of the Haight-Ashbury scene. Students who once were angry activists were content to lie back in their pads and smile at the world through a fog of marijuana smoke, or worse, to dress like clowns or American Indians and stay zonked for days at a time on LSD. Even in Berkeley, political rallies during 1966 had overtones of music, madness, and absurdity. Instead of picket signs and revolutionary slogans, more and more demonstrators carried flowers, balloons, and colorful posters featuring slogans from Dr. Timothy Leary, the high priest of acid. The drug culture was spreading faster than political activists realized. Unlike the dedicated radicals who emerged from the free speech movement, the hippies were more interested in dropping out of society than they were in changing it. They were generally younger than the political types, and the press dismissed them as the pot left, a frivolous gang of druggies and sex kooks who were only along for the ride. Then Ronald Reagan was elected governor by almost a 1 million vote plurality. Shortly afterward, Clark Kerr was fired as president of the University of California, a direct result of Reagan's victory. In that same November, the GOP gained 50 seats in Congress and served a clear warning on the Johnson administration that despite all the headlines about Berkeley and the New Left, most of the electorate was a lot more hawkish, hard-nosed, and conservative than the White House antennae had indicated. The lesson was not lost on the hippies, many of whom still considered themselves at least part-time political activists. One of the most obvious casualties of the 1966 elections was the New Left's illusion of its own leverage. The Radical Hippie Alliance had been counting on the voters to repudiate the right-wing warmonger elements in Congress, but instead, it was the liberal Democrats who got stomped. So it was no coincidence that the Haight-Ashbury scene developed very suddenly in the winter of 1966 to 1967, from the quiet, neo-bohemian enclave that it had been for 4 or 5 years to the crowded, defiant dope fortress that it is today. The hippies, who had never really believed they were the wave of the future anyway, saw the election returns as brutal confirmation of the futility of fighting the establishment on its own terms. There had to be a whole new scene, they said, and the only way to do it was to make the big move, either figuratively or literally, from Berkeley to the Haight-Ashbury, From pragmatism to mysticism, from politics to dope, from the hang-ups of protest to the peaceful disengagement of love, nature, and spontaneity. The credo of the Haight-Ashbury was expressed about as well as it can be by Joyce Francisco, 23-year-old advertising manager of the new hippie newspaper, the San Francisco Oracle. She was talking a few months ago to a columnist from the establishment press trying to explain what the hippie phenomenon meant. "I love the whole world," she said. "I am the Divine Mother, part of Buddha, part of God, part of everything." "How do you live?" the columnist asked. "From meal to meal. I have no money, no possessions. Money is beautiful only when it's flowing. When it piles up, it's a hang-up. We take care of each other. There's always something to buy beans and rice for the group, and someone always sees that I get grass or acid. I was in a mental hospital once because I tried to conform and play the game. But now, I'm free and happy." Next question. Do you use drugs often? Fairly. When I find myself becoming confused, I drop out and take a dose of acid. It's a shortcut to reality. It throws you right into it. Everyone should take it, even children. Why shouldn't they be enlightened early, instead of waiting till they're old? Human beings need total freedom. That's where God is at. We need to shed hypocrisy, dishonesty, phoniness, and go back to the purity of our childhood values. The columnist then asked if Miss Francisco ever prayed. "Oh, yes," she said. "I pray in the morning sun. It nourishes me with its energy so I can spread my love and beauty and nourish others. I never pray for anything. I don't need anything. Whatever turns me on is a sacrament. LSD, sex, my bells, my colors. That is the Holy Communion, you dig?" The columnist wasn't sure if she did or not, but she passed on the interview for the benefit of those readers who might. Many did. Anyone who thinks all the hippies in the Bay Area are living in the Hashberry might just as well leave his head in the sand. In normal circumstances, the mushrooming popularity of psychedelics would be a main factor in any article on hippies. But the vicious excesses of our drug laws make it impossible, or at least inhuman, to document the larger story. A journalist dealing with heads is caught in a strange dilemma. The only way to write honestly about the scene is to be part of it. If there is one quick truism about psychedelic drugs, it is that anyone who tries to write about them without first-hand experience is a fool and a fraud. Yet to write from experience is an admission of felonious guilt. It is also a potential betrayal of people whose only crime is the smoking of a weed that grows wild all over the world, but the possession of which in California carries a minimum sentence of 2 years in prison for a second offense and a minimum of 5 years for a third. So, despite the fact that the whole journalism industry is full of unregenerate heads, just as many journalists were hard drinkers during Prohibition, it is not very likely that the frank, documented truth about the psychedelic underworld, for good or ill, will be illuminated at any time soon in the public prints. If I were to write, for instance, that I recently spent 10 days in San Francisco and was stoned almost constantly, that, in fact, I was stoned for 9 nights out of 10, and that nearly everyone I dealt with smoked marijuana as casually as they drank beer, and if I said many of the people I talked to were not freaks and dropouts, but competent professionals with bank accounts and spotless reputations, and that I was amazed to find psychedelic drugs in homes where I would never have mentioned them 2 years ago, if all this were true, I could write an ominous screed to the effect that the hippie phenomenon in the Haight-Ashbury is little more than a freak show and a soft-sell advertisement for what is happening all around them. That drugs orgies, and freakouts are almost as common to a much larger and more discreet cross-section of the Bay Area's respectable upward mobile society as they are to the colorful dropouts of San Francisco's new bohemia. There is no shortage of documentation for the thesis that the current Haight-Ashbury scene is only the orgiastic tip of a great psychedelic iceberg that is already drifting in the sea lanes of the Great Society. Submerged and uncountable is the mass of intelligent, capable heads who want nothing so much as peaceful anonymity. In a nervous society where a man's image is frequently more important than his reality, the only people who can afford to advertise their drug menus are those with nothing to lose. And these, for the moment at least, are the young lotus eaters, the barefoot mystics and hairy freaks of the Haight-Ashbury, all those primitive Christians, peaceful naysayers, and half-deluded flower children who refuse to participate in a society which looks to them like a mean, calculated, and soul-destroying hoax. As recently as 2 years ago, many of the best and brightest of them were passionately involved in the realities of political, social, and economic life in America. But the scene has changed since then, and political activism is going out of style. The thrust is no longer for change or progress or revolution, but merely to escape, to live on the far perimeter of a world that might have been, perhaps should have been, and strike a bargain for survival on purely personal terms. The flourishing hippie scene is a matter of desperate concern to the political activists. They see a whole generation of rebels drifting off to a drugged limbo, ready to accept almost anything as long as it comes with enough soma. Steve DeCanio, an ex-Berkeley activist now doing graduate work at MIT, is a good example of a legion of young radicals who know they've lost their influence, but have no clear idea how to get it back again. This alliance between hippies and political radicals is bound to break up, he said in a recent letter. There's just too big a jump from the slogan of flower power to the deadly realm of politics. Something has to give, and drugs are too ready-made as opiates of the people for the bastards, the police, to fail to take advantage of it. DeCanio spent 3 months in various Bay Area jails as a result of his civil rights activities. And now he is lying low for a while, waiting for an opening. I'm spending an amazing amount of time studying, he wrote. It's mainly because I'm scared. 3 months on the bottom of humanity's trash heap got to me worse than it's healthy to admit. The country is going to hell. The left is going to pot, but not me. I still want to figure out a way to win. Meanwhile, like most other disappointed radicals, he is grimly amused at the impact the hippies are having on the establishment. The panic among San Francisco officialdom at the prospect of 200,000 hippies flocking into the Hashberry this summer is one of the few things that ex-Berkeley radicals can still laugh at. DeCanio's vision of the crisis was not written as prophecy, but considering the hidden reality of the situation, it may turn out that way. I can see Mayor Shelley standing on the steps of the Civic Center and shouting into TV microphones, "The people cry bread! Bread! Let them turn on!" When the beatniks were social lions. From the National Observer, April 20th, 1964. San Francisco. Whatever happened to the Beat Generation? The question wouldn't mean much in Detroit or Salt Lake City, perhaps, but here it brings back a lot of memories. As recently as 1960, San Francisco was the capital of the Beat Generation, and the corner of Grant and Columbus in the section known as North Beach was the crossroads of the Beat world. It was a good time to be in San Francisco. Anybody with half a talent could wander around North Beach and pass himself off as a comer in the new era. I know, because I was doing it. And so was a fellow we'll have to call Willard, the hulking, bearded son of a New Jersey minister. It was a time for breaking loose from the old codes, for digging new sounds and new ideas, and for doing everything possible to unnerve the establishment. Since then, things have died down. The beatnik is no longer a social lion in San Francisco, but a social leper. As a matter of fact, it looked for a while as if they'd all left. But the city was recently startled by a rent strike in North Beach, and as it turned out, lo and behold, the strikers were beatniks. The local papers, which once played Beat Generation stories as if the foundations of the system were crumbling before their very eyes, seized on the rent strike with strange affection, like a man encountering an old friend who owes him money, but whom he is glad to see anyway. The rent strike lasted only about 2 days, but it got people talking again about the Beat Generation and its sudden demise from the American scene, or at least from the San Francisco scene, because it is still very extant in New York. But in New York, it goes by a different name, and all the humor's gone out of it. One of the most surprising things about the rent strike was the fact that so few people in San Francisco had any idea what the Beat Generation was. An interviewer from a radio station went into the streets seeking controversy on the return of the beatniks, but drew a blank. People remembered the term, and not much more. But the Beat Generation was very real in its day, and it has a definite place in our history. There is a mountain of material explaining the sociological aspects of the thing, but most of it is dated and irrelevant. What remains are the people who were involved. Most of them are still around, looking back with humor and affection on the uproar they caused, and drifting by a variety of routes toward debt, parenthood, and middle age. My involvement was tangential at best, but Willard was in there at the axis of things, and in retrospect, he stands out as one of the great beatniks of his time. Certainly San Francisco has good cause to remember him. His one and only encounter with the forces of law and order provided one of the wildest Beat Generation stories of the era. Before San Francisco, he'd been in Germany teaching English and cultivating an Oriental-type beard. On his way out to the coast, he stopped in New York and picked up a mistress with a new Ford. It was de rigueur in those days to avoid marriage at all costs. He came to me through the recommendation of a friend then working in Europe for a British newspaper. "Willard is a great man," said the letter. "He is an artist and a man of taste." As it turned out, he also was a prodigious drinker in the tradition of Brendan Behan, who was said to have had a thirst so great it would throw a shadow. I was making my own beer at the time, and Willard put a great strain on the aging process. I had to lock the stuff up to keep him from getting at it before the appointed moment. Sadly enough, my beer and Willard's impact on San Francisco were firmly linked. The story is a classic, and if you travel in the right circles out here, you will still hear it told, although not always accurately. The truth, however, goes like this. Willard arrived shortly before I packed up and left for the East. We had a convivial few weeks, and as a parting gesture, I left him a 5-gallon jug of beer that I did not feel qualified to transport across the nation. It still had a week or so to go in the jug, then another few weeks of aging in quart bottles, after which it would have had a flavor to rival the nectar of the gods. Willard's only task was to bottle it and leave it alone until it was ready to drink. Unfortunately, his thirst threw a heavy shadow on the schedule. He was living on a hill overlooking the southern section of the city, and among his neighbors were several others of the breed, mad drinkers and men of strange arts. Shortly after my departure, he entertained one of these gentlemen who, like my man Willard, was long on art and energy, but very short of funds. The question of drink arose, as it will in the world of art, but the presence of poverty cast a bleak light on the scene. There was, however, this 5-gallon jug of raw, unaged homebrew in the kitchen. Of course it was a crude drink, and might produce beastly and undesired effects, but, well, the rest is history. After drinking half the jug, the two artists laid hands on several gallons of blue paint and proceeded to refinish the front of the house Willard was living in. The landlord, who lived across the street, witnessed this horror and called the police. They arrived to find the front of the house looking like a Jackson Pollock canvas, and the sidewalk rapidly disappearing under a layer of sensual crimson. At this point, something of an argument ensued, but Willard is 6'4" and 230 pounds, and he prevailed. For a while. Some moments later, the police came back with reinforcements, but by this time, Willard and his helper had drunk off the rest of the jug and were eager for any kind of action, be it painting or friendly violence. The intrusion of the police had caused several mottos to be painted on the front of the house, and they were not without antisocial connotations. The landlord was weeping and gnashing his teeth. Loud music emanated from the interior of the desecrated house, and the atmosphere in general was one of hypertension. The scene that followed can only be likened to the rounding up of wild beasts escaped from a zoo. Willard says he attempted to flee, but floundered on a picket fence, which collapsed with his weight and that of a pursuing officer. His friend climbed to a roof and rained curses and shingles on the unfriendly world below. But the police worked methodically, and by the time the sun set over the Pacific, the two artists were sealed in jail. At this point, the gentlemen of the press showed up for the usual photos. They tried to coax Willard up to the front of his cell to pose, but the other artist had undertaken to rip the toilet bowl out of the floor and smash it into small pieces. For the next hour, the press was held at bay with chunks of porcelain, hurled by the two men in the cell. We used up the toilet, Willard recalls. Then we got the sink. I don't remember much of it, but I can't understand why the cops didn't shoot us. We were out of our heads. The papers had a field day with the case. Nearly all the photos of the animal men were taken with what is known among press photographers as the Frankenstein flash. This technique produces somewhat the same impression of the subject as a flashlight held under his chin, but instead of a flashlight, the photographer simply holds his flash unit low so that sinister shadows appear on the face of a subject and a huge shadow looms on the wall behind him. It is a technique that could make Casper Milquetoast look like the Phantom of the Opera, but the effect with Willard was nothing short of devastating. He looked like King Kong. Despite all the violence, the story has a happy ending. Willard and his friends were sentenced to 6 months in jail, but were quickly released for good behavior, and neither lost any time in fleeing to New York. Willard now lives in Brooklyn, where he moves from one apartment to another as the walls fill up with paintings. His artistic method is to affix 10 cans to a wall with 10 penny nails, then cover the wall with lumpy plaster and paint. Some say he has a great talent, but so far he goes unrecognized, except by the long-suffering San Francisco police, who were called upon to judge what was perhaps his most majestic effort. Willard was as hard to define then as he is now. Probably it is most accurate to say he had artistic inclinations and a superabundance of excess energy. At one point in his life, he got the message that others of his type were gathering in San Francisco, and he came all the way from Germany to join the party. Since then, things have never been the same. Life is more peaceful in San Francisco, but infinitely duller. That was pretty obvious when the rent strike cropped up. For a day or so, it looked like the action was back in town. But it was no dice. One of the strikers, an unemployed cartoonist with a wife and a child and a rundown apartment for which he refuses to pay rent, summed up the situation. His landlady had declined to make repairs on the apartment and instead got an eviction order. In the old days, the fellow would have stayed in the place and gotten tough, but the cartoonist is taking the path of least resistance. It takes a long time to get people evicted, he says with a shrug. And we're thinking of splitting to New York on a freight train anyway. That's the way it is these days in the erstwhile capital of the Beat generation. The action has gone east, and the only people who really seem to mourn it are the reporters, who never lacked a good story, and a small handful of those who lived with it and had a few good laughs for a while. If Willard returned to San Francisco today, he probably would have to settle for a job as a house painter. The Non-Student Left, from The Nation, Volume 201, September 27th, 1965. Berkeley. At the height of the Berkeley insurrection, press reports were loaded with mentions of outsiders, non-students, and professional troublemakers. Terms like Cal's Shadow College and Berkeley's Hidden Community became part of the journalistic lexicon. These people, it was said, were whipping the campus into a frenzy, goading the students to revolt, harassing the administration, and all the while working for their own fiendish ends. You could almost see them loping along the midnight streets with bags of seditious leaflets, strike orders, red banners of protest, and cablegrams from Moscow, Peking, or Havana. As in Mississippi and South Vietnam, outside agitators were said to be stirring up the locals, who wanted only to be left alone. Something closer to the truth is beginning to emerge now, but down around the roots of the affair, the fog is still pretty thick. The Sproul Hall sit-in trials ended in a series of unexpectedly harsh convictions. The free speech movement has disbanded, 4 students have been expelled and sentenced to jail terms as a result of the dirty word controversy, and the principal leader, Mario Savio, has gone to England, where he'll study and wait for word on the appeal of his 4-month jail term, a procedure which may take as long as 18 months. As the new semester begins, with a new and inscrutable chancellor, the mood on the Berkeley campus is one of watchful waiting. The basic issues of last year are still unresolved, and a big new one has been added: Vietnam. A massive nationwide sit-in, with Berkeley as a focal point, is scheduled for October 15th and 16th, and if that doesn't open all the old wounds, then presumably nothing will. For a time, it looked as though Governor Edmund Brown had sidetracked any legislative investigation of the university, but late in August, Assembly Speaker Jesse Unruh, an anti-Brown Democrat, named himself and 4 colleagues to a joint legislative committee that will investigate higher education in California. Mr. Unruh told the press that there will be no isolated investigation of student-faculty problems at Berkeley. But in the same period, he stated before a national conference of more than 1,000 state legislators, meeting in Portland, that the academic community is probably the greatest enemy of a state legislature. Mr. Unruh is a sign of the times. For a while last spring, he appeared to be in conflict with the normally atavistic Board of Regents, which runs the university, but somewhere along the line a blue-chip compromise was reached, and whatever progressive ideas the regents might have flirted with were lost in the summer lull. Governor Brown's role in these negotiations has not yet been made public. One of the realities to come out of last semester's action is the new anti-outsider law, designed to keep non-students off the campus in any hour of turmoil. It was sponsored by Assemblyman Don Mulford, a Republican from Oakland, who looks and talks quite a bit like the old Richard Nixon. Mr. Mulford is much concerned about subversive infiltration on the Berkeley campus, which lies in his district. He thinks he knows that the outburst last fall was caused by New York communists, beatnik perverts, and other godless elements beyond his ken. The students themselves, he tells himself, would never have caused such a ruckus. Others in Sacramento apparently shared this view. The bill passed the Assembly by a vote of 54-11 and the Senate by 27-8. Governor Brown signed it on June 2nd. The Mulford proposal got a good boost while it was still pending, when J. Edgar Hoover testified in Washington that 43 Reds of one stripe or another were involved in the free speech movement. On hearing of this, one student grinned and said, "Well, I guess that means they'll send about 10,000 Marines out here this fall. Hell, they sent 20,000 after those 58 Reds in Santo Domingo. Man, that Lyndon is nothing but hip." Where Mr. Hoover got his figure is a matter of speculation, but the guess in Berkeley is that it came from the San Francisco Examiner, a Hearst paper calling itself the monarch of the dailies. The Examiner is particularly influential among those who fear King George III might still be alive in Argentina. The significance of the Mulford Law lies not in what it says, but in the darkness it sheds on the whole situation in Berkeley, especially on the role of non-students and outsiders. Who are these thugs? What manner of man would lurk on a campus for no reason but to twist student minds? As anyone who lives or works around an urban campus knows, vast numbers of students are already more radical than any red Mr. Hoover could name. Beyond that, the non-students and outsiders California has legislated against are in the main ex-students, graduates, would-be transfers, and other young activist types who differ from radical students only in that they don't carry university registration cards. On any urban campus, the non-student is an old and dishonored tradition. Every big city school has its fringe element. Harvard, New York University, Chicago, the Sorbonne, Berkeley, the University of Caracas. A dynamic university in a modern population center simply can't be isolated from the realities, human or otherwise, that surround it. Mr. Mulford would make an island of the Berkeley campus, but, alas, there are too many gorillas. In 1958, I drifted north from Kentucky and became a non-student at Columbia. I signed up for 2 courses and am still getting bills for the tuition. My home was a $12 a week room in an off-campus building full of jazz musicians, shoplifters, mainliners, screaming poets, and sex addicts of every description. It was a good life. I used the university facilities, and at one point was hired to stand in a booth all day for 2 days, collecting registration fees. Twice I walked almost the length of the campus at night with a big wooden box containing nearly $15,000. It was a wild feeling, and I'm still not sure why I took the money to the bursar. Being a non- or NCO student on an urban campus is not only simple, but natural for anyone who is young, bright, and convinced that the major he's after is not on the list. Any list. A serious non-student is his own guidance counselor. The surprising thing is that so few people beyond the campus know this is going on. The non-student tradition seems to date from the end of World War II. Before that, it was a more individual thing. A professor at Columbia told me that the late R.P. Blackmer, one of the most academic and scholarly of literary critics, got most of his education by sitting in on classes at Harvard. In the age of Eisenhower and Kerouac, the non-student went about stealing his education as quietly as possible. It never occurred to him to jump into campus politics. That was part of the game he had already quit. But then the decade ended. Nixon went down, and the civil rights struggle broke out. With this, a whole army of guilt-crippled Eisenhower deserters found the war they had almost given up hoping for. With Kennedy at the helm, politics became respectable for a change, and students who had sneered at the idea of voting found themselves joining the Peace Corps or standing on picket lines. Student radicals today may call Kennedy a phony liberal and a glamorous sellout, but only the very young will deny that it was Kennedy who got them excited enough to want to change the American reality instead of just quitting it. Today's activist student or non-student talks about Kerouac as the hipsters of the 50s talked about Hemingway. He was a quitter, they say. He had good instincts and a good ear for the sadness of his time, but his talent soured instead of growing. The new campus radical has a cause, a multi-pronged attack on as many fronts as necessary. If not civil rights, then foreign policy, or structural deprivation in domestic poverty pockets. Injustice is the demon, and the idea is to bust it. What Mulford's Law will do to change this situation is not clear. The language of the bill leaves no doubt that it shall henceforth be a misdemeanor for any non-student or non-employee to remain on a state university or state college campus after he or she has been ordered to leave, if it reasonably appears to the chief administrative officer or the person designated by him to keep order on the campus that such person is committing an act likely to interfere with the peaceful conduct of the campus. In anything short of riot conditions, the real victims of Mulford's Law will be the luckless flunkies appointed to enforce it. The mind of man could devise few tasks more hopeless than rushing around this 1,000-acre, 27,000-student campus in the midst of some crowded action, trying to apprehend and remove, on sight and before he can flee, any person who is not a Cal student and is not eligible for readmission. It would be a nightmare of lies, false seizures, double entries, and certain provocation. Meanwhile, most of those responsible for the action would be going about their business in legal peace. If pure justice prevailed in this world, Don Mulford would be appointed to keep order and bag subversives at the next campus demonstrations. There are those who seem surprised that a defective rat trap like the Mulford Law could be endorsed by the legislature of a supposedly progressive, enlightened state. But these same people were surprised when Proposition 14, which reopened the door to racial discrimination in housing, was endorsed by the electorate last November by a margin of nearly 2-1. Meanwhile, the non-student in Berkeley is part of the scene, a fact of life. The university estimates that about 3,000 non-students use the campus in various ways, working in the library with borrowed registration cards, attending lectures, concerts, and student films, finding jobs in apartments via secondhand access to university listings, eating in the cafeteria, and monitoring classes. In appearance, they are indistinguishable from students. Berkeley is full of wild-looking graduate students, bearded professors, and long-haired English majors who look like Joan Baez. Until recently, there was no mention of non-students in campus politics. But at the beginning of the Free Speech Rebellion, President Kerr said non-student elements were partly responsible for the demonstration. Since then, he has backed away from that stand, leaving it to the lawmakers. Even its goats and enemies now admit that the FSM revolt was the work of actual students. It has been a difficult fact for some people to accept, but a reliable poll of student attitudes at the time showed that roughly 18,000 of them supported the goals of the FSM, and about half that number supported its illegal tactics. More than 800 were willing to defy the administration, the governor, and the police, rather than back down. The faculty supported the FSM by close to 8-1. The non-students nearly all sided with the FSM. The percentage of radicals among them is much higher than among students. It is invariably the radicals, not the conservatives, who drop out of school and become activist non-students. But against this background, their attitude hardly matters. "We don't play a big role politically," says one, "but philosophically, we're a hell of a threat to the establishment. Just the fact that we exist proves that dropping out of school isn't the end of the world. Another important thing is that we're not looked down on by students. We're respectable. A lot of students I know are thinking of becoming non-students." "As a non-student, I have nothing to lose," said another. "I can work full-time on whatever I want, study what interests me, and figure out what's really happening in the world. That student routine is a drag. Until I quit the grind, I didn't realize how many groovy things there are to do around Berkeley. Concerts, films, good speakers, parties, pot, politics, women. I can't think of a better way to live. Can you?" Not all non-students worry the lawmakers and administrators. Some are fraternity bums who flunked out of the university but don't want to leave the parties and the good atmosphere. Others are quiet squares or technical types, earning money between enrollments and meanwhile living nearby. But there is no longer the sharp division that used to exist between the beatnik and the square. Too many radicals wear ties and sport coats. Too many engineering students wear boots and Levi's. Some of the most bohemian-looking girls around the campus are left Puritans, while some of the sweetest-looking sorority types are confirmed pot smokers and wear diaphragms on all occasions. Non-students lump one another, and many students, into two very broad groups: political radicals and social radicals. Again, the division is not sharp, but in general, and with a few bizarre exceptions, a political radical is a left activist in one or more causes. His views are revolutionary in the sense that his idea of democratic solutions alarms even the liberals. He may be a young Trotskyist, a Dubois Club organizer, or merely an ex-Young Democrat who despairs of President Johnson and is now looking for action with some friends in the Progressive Labor Party. Social radicals tend to be arty. Their gigs are poetry and folk music rather than politics, although many are fervently committed to the civil rights movement. Their political bent is left, but their real interests are writing, painting, good sex, good sounds, and free marijuana. The realities of politics put them off, although they don't mind lending their talents to a demonstration here and there, or even getting arrested for a good cause. They have quit one system, and they don't want to be organized into another. They feel they have more important things to do. A report last spring by the faculty's Select Committee on Education tried to put it all in a nutshell. A significant and growing minority of students is simply not propelled by what we have come to regard as conventional motivation. Rather than aiming to be successful men in an achievement-oriented society, they want to be moral men in a moral society. They want to lead lives less tied to financial return than to social awareness and responsibility. The committee was severely critical of the whole university structure, saying, "The atmosphere of the campus now suggests too much an intricate system of compulsions, rewards, and punishments. Too much of our attention is given to scorekeeping." Among other failures, the university was accused of ignoring the moral revolution of the young. Talk like this strikes the radicals among the young as paternalistic jargon, but they appreciate the old folks' sympathy. To them, anyone who takes part in the system is a hypocrite. This is especially true among the Marxist, Mao-Castro element, the hipsters of the left. One of these is Steve DeCanio, a 22-year-old Berkeley radical and Cal graduate in math, now facing a 2-month jail term as a result of the Sproul Hall sit-ins. He is doing graduate work and therefore immune to the Mulford Law. "I became a radical after the 1962 Auto Row civil rights demonstrations in San Francisco," he says. "That's when I saw the power structure and understood the hopelessness of trying to be a liberal. After I got arrested, I dropped the pre-med course I'd started at San Francisco State. The worst of it, though, was being screwed time and again in the courts. I'm out on appeal now with 4.5 months of jail hanging over me." DeCanio is an editor of Spider, a wild-eyed new magazine with a circulation of about 2,000 on and around the Berkeley campus. Once banned, it thrived on the publicity and is now officially ignored by the protest-weary administration. The 8-man editorial board is comprised of 4 students and 4 non-students. The magazine is dedicated, they say, to sex, politics, international communism, drugs, extremism, and rock and roll. Hence, SPIDER. DeCanio is about 2/3 political radical and 1/3 social. He is bright, small, with dark hair and glasses, clean-shaven, and casually but not sloppily dressed. He listens carefully to questions, uses his hands for emphasis when he talks, and quietly says things like, "What this country needs is a revolution. The society is so sick, so reactionary, that it just doesn't make sense to take part in it. He lives with 3 other non-students and 2 students in a comfortable house on College Avenue, a few blocks from campus. The $120 a month rent is split 6 ways. There are 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a big living room with a fireplace. Papers litter the floor, the phone rings continually, and people stop by to borrow things. A pretty blonde wants a Soviet Army chorus record. A Tony Perkins type from the Oakland Dubois Club wants a film projector. Art Goldberg, the arch activist who also lives here, comes storming in shouting for help on the Vietnam Days teach-in arrangements. It is all very friendly and collegiate. People wear plaid shirts and khaki pants, white socks and moccasins. There are books on the shelves, cans of beer and Cokes in the refrigerator, and a manually operated light bulb in the bathroom. In the midst of all this, it is weird to hear people talking about bringing the ruling class to their knees, or finding acceptable synonyms for Marxist terms. Political conversation in this house would drive Don Mulford right over the wall. There are riffs of absurdity and mad humor in it, but the baseline remains a dead serious alienation from the repugnant society of 20th century America. You hear the same talk on the streets, in coffee bars, on the walk near Ludwig's Fountain in front of Sproul Hall, and in other houses where activists live and gather. And why not? This is Berkeley, which DeCanio calls the center of West Coast radicalism. It has a long history of erratic politics, both on and off the campus. From 1911 to 1913, its mayor was a socialist named Stitt Wilson. It has more psychiatrists and fewer bars than any other city of comparable size in California. And there are 249 churches for 120,300 people, of which 25% are Negroes, one of the highest percentages of any city outside the South. Culturally, Berkeley is dominated by 2 factors: the campus and San Francisco across the bay. The campus is so much a part of the community that the employment and housing markets have long since adjusted to student patterns. A $100 a month apartment or cottage is no problem when 4 or 5 people split the rent, and there are plenty of ill-paid, minimum-strain jobs for those without money from home. Tutoring, typing, clerking, car washing, hash slinging, and babysitting are all easy ways to make a subsistence income. One of the favorites among non-students is computer programming, which pays well. Therefore, Berkeley's non-students have no trouble getting by. The climate is easy, the people are congenial, and the action never dies. Jim Prickett, who quit the University of Oklahoma and flunked out of San Francisco State, is another of Spider's non-student editors. State has no community, he says, and the only non-student I know of at Oklahoma is now in jail. Prickett came to Berkeley because things are happening here. At 23, he is about as far left as a man can get in these times, but his revolutionary zeal is gimped by pessimism. If we have a revolution in this country, it will be a fascist takeover, he says with a shrug. Meanwhile, he earns $25 a week as Spider's star writer, smiting the establishment hip and thigh at every opportunity. Prickett looks as much like a red menace as Will Rogers looked like a Bantu. He is tall, thin, blonde, and shuffles. Hell, I'll probably sell out, he says with a faint smile. Be a history teacher or something, but not for a while. Yet there's something about Prickett that suggests he won't sell out so easily. Unlike many non-student activists, he has no degree, and in the society that appalls him, even a sellout needs credentials. That is one of the most tangible realities of the non-student. By quitting school, he has taken a physical step outside the system, a move that more and more students seem to find admirable. It is not an easy thing to repudiate, not now at any rate, while the tide is running that way, and the system cannot be rejoined without some painful self-realization. Many a man has whipped up a hell of a broth of reasons to justify his sellout, but few recommend the taste of it. The problem is not like that of high school dropouts. They are supposedly inadequate, but the activist non-student is generally said to be superior. A lot of these kids are top students, says Dr. David Powelson, chief of Cal's Student Psychiatric Clinic, but no university is set up to handle them. How, then, are these bright mavericks to fit into the super bureaucracies of government and big business? Cal takes its undergraduates from the top eighth of the state's high school graduates, and those accepted from out of state are no less promising. The ones who migrate to Berkeley after quitting other schools are usually the same type. They are seekers, disturbed perhaps, and perhaps for good reason. Many drift from one university to another looking for the right program, the right professor, the right atmosphere, and right way to deal with the deplorable world they have suddenly grown into. It is like an army of Holden Caulfields looking for a home and beginning to suspect they may never find one. These are the outsiders, the non-students, and the potential, if not professional, troublemakers. There is something primitive and tragic in California's effort to make a law against them. The law itself is relatively unimportant, but the thinking that conceived it is a strutting example of what the crisis is all about. A society that will legislate in ignorance against its unfulfilled children and its angry, half-desperate truth-seekers is bound to be shaken as it goes about making a reality of mass education. It is a race against time, complacency, and vested interests. For the left activist non-student, the race is very personal. Whether he's right, wrong, ignorant, vicious, superintelligent, or simply bored, once he has committed himself to the extent of dropping out of school, he has also committed himself to making it outside the framework of whatever he has quit. A social radical presumably has his talent, his private madness, or some other insulated gimmick. But for the political radical, the only true hope is somehow to bust the system that drove him into limbo. In this new era, many believe they can do it, but most of those I talked to at Berkeley seemed a bit nervous. There was a singular vagueness as to the mechanics of the act, no real sense of the openings. "What are you going to be doing 10 years from now?" I asked a visiting radical in the house where Spider is put together. "What if there's no revolution by then and no prospects of one?" "Hell," he said, "I don't think about that. Too much is happening right now. If the revolution's coming, it had better come damn quick." Those daring young men in their flying machines ain't what they used to be. From Pageant, September 1969. Myths and legends die hard in America. We love them for the extra dimension they provide, the illusion of near infinite possibility to erase the narrow confines of most men's reality. Weird heroes and mold-breaking champions exist as living proof to those who need it that the tyranny of the rat race is not yet final. Look at Joe Namath, they say. He broke all the rules and still beat the system like a gong. Or Hugh Hefner, the Horatio Alger of our time. And Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali, who flew so high like the U-2 that he couldn't quite believe it when the drone bees shot him down. Gary Powers, the U-2 pilot shot down over Russia, is now a test pilot for Lockheed Aircraft, testing newer, more invincible planes in the cool, bright skies above the Mojave Desert, in the Antelope Valley just north of Los Angeles. The valley is alive with aviation projects, particularly at Edwards Air Force Base near Lancaster, where the Air Force tests its new planes and breeds a new computerized version of the legendary Hell for Leather test pilot. Air Force brass at Edwards is appalled at the persistence of the old kick the tire, light the fire, and away we go image. The key word in today's Air Force, they insist, is professionalism. This made my visit to the base a bit tricky. It was painfully obvious, even after an hour or so of casual talk, that the hard-nosed pros on the flight line resented the drift of my conversation, particularly when I asked about things like dueling societies. The Air Force has never valued a sense of humor in its career men, and in high-risk fields like flight testing, a sense of the absurd will cripple a man's future just as surely as an LSD habit. Test pilots are very straight people. They are totally dedicated to their work and not accustomed to dealing with slipshod civilians who seem even faintly disorganized, especially writers. My image was further queered by a painfully cracked bone in my right hand, which forced me to use my left in all formal introductions. At one point, while talking to two colonels, I lamely explained that I break my hand about once a year. Last time I said it was a motorcycle wreck on a rainy night. I missed a shift between second and third, doing about 70 on a bad curve. Zang! That did it. They were horrified. Why would anybody do a thing like that? Asked Lieutenant Colonel Ted Sturmthal, who had just come back from flying the huge XB-70 across the country at the speed of sound. Lieutenant Colonel Dean Godwin, who was rated, along with Sturmthal, as one of the top test pilots in the Air Force, stared at me as if I'd just produced a Viet Cong watch fob. We were sitting in a sort of gray plastic office near the flight line. Outside on the cold gray runway sat a plane called the SR-71, capable of flying 2,000 miles per hour, or about 3,100 feet per second, in the thin air on the edge of the Earth's atmosphere, nearly 20 miles up. The SR-71 has already made the U-2 obsolete. The thrust of its two engines equals the power of 45 diesel locomotives, and it cruises at an altitude just inside the realm of spaceflight. Yet neither Sturmthal nor Godwin would have balked for an instant at the prospect of climbing into the cockpit of the thing and pushing it as high and hard as it could possibly go. The Air Force has been trying for 20 years to croak the image of the wild-eyed, full-force, aim it at the ground and see if it crashes kind of test pilot, and they have finally succeeded. The vintage 69 test pilot is a super cautious, super trained, super intelligent monument to the computer age. He is a perfect specimen on paper, and so confident of his natural edge on other kinds of men that you begin to wonder, after spending a bit of time in the company of test pilots, if perhaps we might not all be better off if the White House could be moved tomorrow morning to this dreary wasteland called Edwards Air Force Base. If nothing else, my own visit to the base convinced me that Air Force test pilots see the rest of us, perhaps accurately, as either physical, mental, or moral rejects. I came away from Edwards with a sense of having been to IBM's version of Olympus. Why had I ever left that perfect world? I'd been in the Air Force once, and it had struck me then as being a clumsy experiment in mass lobotomy, using rules instead of scalpels. Now, 10 years later, the Air Force still benefits from the romantic pilot myth that its personnel managers have long since destroyed. Back in the good old days, when men were men and might was right, and the devil took the hindmost, the peaceful desert highways in Antelope Valley were raceways for off-duty pilots on big motorcycles. Slow-moving travelers were frequently blown off the road by wild men in leather jackets and white scarves, two-wheeled human torpedoes defying all speed limits and heedless of their own safety. Motorcycles were very popular toys with the pilots of that other, older era, and many an outraged citizen was jerked out of his bed at night by the awful roar of a huge four-cylinder Indian beneath his daughter's window. The image of the daredevil speedball pilot is preserved in song and story, as it were, and in films like the Howard Hughes classic, Hell's Angels. Prior to World War II, pilots were seen as doomed, half-mythological figures, much admired for their daring, but not quite sane when judged by normal standards. While other men rode trains or chugged around the earth in Model Ts, barnstorming pilots toured the nation with spectacular aviation shows, dazzling the yokels at a million county fairs. When their stunts went wrong, they crashed and often died. The survivors pushed on, treating death like a churlish, harping creditor, toasting their own legend with beakers of gin and wild parties to ward off the chill. Live fast, die young, and make a good-looking corpse. That gag got a lot of laughs at debutante parties, but in aviation circles, it seemed a bit raw, a little too close to the bone. It was especially pertinent to test pilots, whose job it was to find out which planes would fly and which ones were natural death traps. If the others took lunatic risks, at least they took them in proved planes. Test pilots, then and now, put the products of engineers' theories to the ultimate test. No experimental plane is safe to fly. Some work beautifully. Others have fatal flaws. The Mojave Desert is pockmarked with the scars of failure. Only the new ones are visible. The older scars have been covered over by drifting sand and mesquite brush. Each funeral means more donations from friends and survivors to the Window Fund. The test pilot's memorial window in the chapel is a wall of colorful stained glass mosaics, paid for with donations that otherwise might have gone into the purchase of short-lived flowers. The original idea was to have only one memorial window, but each year invariably brought more donations, so that now there are only a few plain windows left. All the others have been replaced by stained glass memorials to the 100 names on the plaque in the chapel hallway. 2 or 3 new names are added each year on the average, but some years are worse than others. There were no flight test fatalities in either 1963 or 1964. Then, in 1965, there were 8. In 1966, the death count dropped to 4, but 2 of these occurred on a single day, June 8th, in a mid-air crash between a single-seat fighter and one of the only 2 XB-70 bombers ever built. That was a very bad day on Edwards. Test pilots are very close. They live and work together like a professional football team. Their wives are good friends, and their children are part of the same small world. So a double fatality shatters everybody. Today's test pilots and their families live nearly as close to death as the old-time pilots ever did. But the new breed fears it more. With rare exceptions, they are married, with at least 2 children, and in their off-duty hours they live as carefully and quietly as any physics professor. A few ride little Hondas, Suzukis, and other midget motorcycles, but strictly for transportation, or, as one of the pilots explained, so Mama can use the family car. The flight line parking lot, where working pilots leave their cars, looks no different from any supermarket lot in San Bernardino. Here again, with rare exceptions, the test pilot's earthbound vehicle is modest, probably a 5-year-old Ford or Chevy, perhaps a Volkswagen, Datsun, or other low-priced import. At the other end of the flight line, in front of the test pilot school, the mix is a bit livelier. Of the 46 cars I counted there one afternoon, there was one Jaguar XKE, one IK150, one old Mercedes with a V8 Chevy engine, one Stingray. All the rest were clunkers. A cluster of motorcycles stood near the door, but the hottest one in the lot was a mild-mannered 250 Yamaha. The midnight roads around Antelope Valley are quiet these days, except for an occasional teenage drag race. Today's test pilots go to bed early, and they regard big motorcycles with the same analytical disdain they have for hippies, winos, and other failure symbols. They take their risks on assignment between dawn and 4:30 p.m., but when their time is their own, they prefer to hunker down in the wall-to-wall anonymity of their one-story, flat-roofed, Levittown-style homes between the base golf course and the officers' club, there to relax in front of the tube with a succulent TV dinner. Their music is Mantovani, and their idea of an artist is Norman Rockwell. On Friday afternoons from 4:30 to 7, they crowd into the officers' club bar for the weekly happy hour, where most of the talk is about planes and current test projects. Then, just before 7, they go home to pick up their wives and dress for dinner, again at the club. After dinner, there will be a bit of dancing to the jukebox, or maybe a small combo. Heavy drinking is out of the question. A drunken test pilot is viewed with genuine alarm by the others, who see any form of social excess, drink, wenching, late hours, any unusual behavior, as an indication of some deeper problem, an emotional cancer of some kind. Tonight's juicer is tomorrow's or Monday's hangover risk. A pair of slow-focusing eyes or an uncertain hand at the controls of a $100 million aircraft. The Air Force has trained 3 generations of elite-level pilots to abhor any hint of foreseeable human risk in the flight test program. The planes, after all, are risky enough. They are the necessary unknown factor in the equation that every test project ideally boils down to. Test pilots are very hip to equations. They can describe a plane and all its characteristics using nothing but numbers. And a cool waterhead knows that an equation with only one unknown factor is a hell of a lot simpler to cope with than an equation with 2. The idea, then, is to minimize the chance of a second unknown factor, such as an unpredictable pilot, that might turn a simple flight test equation into a scorched crater on the desert and another wave of donations to the Window Fund. Civilian test pilots working on contract for companies like Boeing or Lockheed are just as carefully screened as their soul brothers in the Air Force. The men who run the military-industrial complex are not about to entrust the fruits of their billion-dollar projects to the kind of pilot who might be tempted to zoom a new plane under the Golden Gate Bridge at rush hour. The whole philosophy of research testing is to minimize the risk. Test pilots are sent up with specific instructions. Their job is to perform a set of finely plotted maneuvers with the plane to assess its performance in specific circumstances, stability at high speeds, rate of acceleration at certain climb angles, etc., and then to bring it down safely and write a detailed report for the engineers. There are plenty of fine pilots around, but only a handful can communicate in the language of super advanced aerodynamics. The best pilot in the world, even if he could land a B-52 on the number 8 green at Pebble Beach without taking a divot, would be useless on a test flight project unless he could explain in a written report just how and why the landing could be made. The Air Force is very keen on people who go by the book, and there is, in fact, a book called a technical order on every piece of equipment in use, including planes. Test pilots can't go by the book, however, because for all practical purposes, they are the people who write it. "We push a plane to its absolute limits," said a young major at Edwards. "We want to know exactly how it performs under every conceivable circumstance, and then we explain it on paper so other pilots will know what to expect of it." He was standing on the flight line in a bright orange flying suit, a baggy one-piece thing full of special pockets and zippers and flaps. These pilots are sporty-looking people, vaguely resembling a bunch of pro football quarterbacks. The age bracket is early 30s to late 40s, with a median around 37 or 38. The average age in the USAF Aerospace Research Pilot School at Edwards is 30. Nobody over 32 is accepted. Few pilots younger than 29 have logged enough airtime to qualify. From a list of 600 to 1,000 applicants each year, the school picks 2 classes of 16 men each. Washouts are rare. The screening process is so thorough that no candidate who appears to be even faintly questionable survives the final cut. 41 of the nation's 63 astronauts are graduates of the Test Pilot School, a military version of Caltech and MIT, the ultimate in aviation academics. A sense of elitism is pervasive among test pilots. There are less than 100 of them on Edwards, with several hundred more spread out on testing projects from coast to coast. But Edwards is the capital of their world. "It's like the White House," says recently retired Colonel Joseph Cotton. After Edwards, the only direction a test pilot can go is down. Any other assignment is practically a demotion. Colonel Cotton is the man who saved one of the $350 million experimental XB-70s by short-circuiting a computer with a paperclip. The huge plane's landing gear had jammed, making it impossible to land. "You can't argue with a black box," said the colonel, "so we had to fool it." While the plane circled the base and engineers on the ground radioed careful instructions, Joe Cotton took a flashlight and a paperclip and crawled into the dark landing gear bay to perform critical surgery in a maze of wires and relays. Incredibly, it worked. He managed to short the faulty circuit out of the chain of command, as it were, and trick the computer into lowering the landing gear. The plane landed with locked brakes and flaming tires, but no serious damage. And Joe Cotton's paperclip was an instant legend. I found Colonel Cotton at his new home in Lancaster, pacing around his living room while his wife tried to place a call to a fellow pilot whose teenage son had been killed the day before in a motorcycle accident. The funeral was set for the next afternoon, and the whole Cotton family was going. The flight line was empty the next day. The only pilot in the test operations building was a visiting Britisher. All the others had gone to the funeral. Joe Cotton is 47, one of the last of the pre-computer generation. By today's standards, he wouldn't even qualify for test pilot training. He's not a college graduate, much less a master of advanced calculus with an honors degree in math or science. But the young pilots at Edwards speak of Joe Cotton as if he were already a myth. He is not quite real in their terms, a shade too complex, not entirely predictable. At a recent symposium for the Society of Experimental Test Pilots, Colonel Cotton showed up wearing a Mickey Mouse wristwatch. All the other pilots thought it was great, but none of them rushed out to buy one for themselves. Joe Cotton is a very gentle, small-boned man with an obsessive interest in almost everything. We talked for nearly 5 hours. In an age of stereotypes, he manages to sound like a patriotic hippie and a Christian anarchist all at once. The greatest quality you can build into a plane, he says, is the quality of forgiveness. Or, having control of that airplane is like having control of your life. You don't want it wandering around up there trying to get into a spin and crash. Flight testing is a beautiful racket. Being a test pilot on the Mojave Desert in America is the greatest expression of freedom I can think of. And suddenly, retiring from the Air Force is like getting out of a cage. It is always a bit of a shock to meet an original, unfettered mind, and this was precisely the difference between Colonel Joe Cotton and the young pilots I met on the base. The Air Force computers have done their work well. They have screened out all but the near-perfect specimens, and the science of aviation will benefit, no doubt, from the ultimate perfection of the flight test equation. Our planes will be safer and more efficient, and eventually we will breed all our pilots in test tubes. Perhaps it will be for the best. Or maybe not. The last question I asked Joe Cotton was how he felt about the war in Vietnam, and particularly the anti-war protests. Well, he said, anytime you can get people emotionally disturbed about war, that's good. I've been an Air Force pilot most of my life, but I've never thought I was put on earth to kill people. The most important thing in life is concern for one another. When we've lost that, we've lost the right to live. If more people in Germany had been concerned about what Hitler was doing, well, he paused, half aware and only half caring, it seemed, that he was no longer talking like a colonel just retired from the U.S. Air Force. You know, he said finally, when I fly over Los Angeles at night, I look down at all those lights. 6 million people down there. And that's how many Hitler killed. He shook his head. We walked outside, and when Joe Cotton said goodnight, he smiled and extended his left hand, remembering somehow, after all that rambling talk, that I couldn't use my right. The next afternoon in the Officers' Club bar, I decided to broach the same question about the war in a friendly conversation with a young test pilot from Virginia who had spent some time in Vietnam before his assignment to Edwards. Well, I've changed my mind about the war, he said. I used to be all for it, but now I don't give a damn. It's no fun anymore, now that we can't go up north. You could see your targets up there. You could see what you hit. But hell, down south, all you do is fly a pattern and drop a bunch of bombs through the clouds. There's no sense of accomplishment. He shrugged and sipped his drink, dismissing the war as a sort of pointless equation, an irrelevant problem no longer deserving of his talents. An hour or so later, driving back to Los Angeles, I picked up a newscast on the radio. Student riots at Duke, Wisconsin, and Berkeley, oil slick in the Santa Barbara Channel, Kennedy murder trials in New Orleans and Los Angeles. And suddenly, Edwards Air Force Base and that